Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. I took yesterday to rest, spend time with my daughter, and now back asleep, so I'm able to sneak off for a little bit of degenerate hours once again. And so we're going to be going for quite a while. Going to be playing probably on the ladder most of the day, and looking to capitalize on the featured the hot location Wakanda Embassy. So as you guys filter in, welcome in, you guys. As you guys filter in, I'm gonna go through a quick rundown of the deck that I plan on running at least at the start of the stream, and then we can kind of navigate from there. And then Alejandro, everything's going well. Hopefully everything is going well for you as well. And then Krispy Kreme, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So the deck that we're planning on at least starting the stream off with is we're gonna try an Agony deck. I think the Agony deck will do really well with a hot location, Wakanda Embassy, giving potentially both Deadpool and Agony an extra +2 can be a huge value for that just starting snowball spot or point. So this is what we're going to start off with, a pretty standard destroy outside of the Agony. And it's going to use like the full-on greed package of the Deadpool, Agony plus Hulkbuster. And then we have our high end of like the Null, the Death, of course, the Venom. And I think it should be in a decent spot. Late one for you? Eldane, it is a late one. So over the weekend, I had my daughter, but she's asleep now and she'll be headed off to daycare in the morning. And so if I do an overnight stream and then need to sleep, I'll be able to while she's at school. Then Frank Puddle, welcome in. Happy late stream. Thank you so much, Frank Puddle. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then Kino and Lanum both in here as well. I hope you guys are having a fantastic evening and your weekend has went well. We're gonna jump off with like a minute and a half of ads just to push off the pre-roll, so that we can jump over into some games. You said hot location days means I play Conquest. Most of the time I do, but I think it will be the only time I really want to even try Agony. So I figured I might as well capitalize on it while it's here. So we'll jump over into a couple of minutes of ads, and then we'll be right back. My weekend was all vibes until the last hour. Lanum, hopefully the last hour vibes weren't too bad. But mine haven't been my weekend hasn't been too bad so far. We spent some time with family yesterday, played at the park quite a bit today. And now I'm ready to play a little bit of Snap. I haven't played a whole lot since our last stream, so I'm kind of itching to play a bit. So once we get a little bit closer to being back from the ads, I'll go ahead and queue up. All right, let's go ahead and jump in. And so I played a very limited amount, but I didn't do well. I was trying to run or configure or tweak a clutter deck, and it just was not doing what I needed it to do. All right, so let's go ahead and play out the Agony, and we're just hoping for, I think we can do Hulkbuster onto it or Deadpool, both of which would be nice to see here. So Hulkbuster, I think I have, this is actually my first game with Agony. I think you can Hulkbuster and then still merge a card with Agony afterwards. That's what I'm gonna assume. And if not, then we'll correct it from here. I've actually been enjoying Agony in a Kitty Shuri type shell. Pre-hot location. Nearing getting Angela with tokens or Thena. But I think I'll really have something. The Kitty Shuri Pride, that sounds interesting. For Thena? Gotcha. That's what I assumed you meant. So let's go ahead and jump off. I'm going to just throw Venom into the right lane. We can then destroy the Venom and play another one so we can double up his power each turn, even if we don't get something like a Deadpool or whatever we need. And then Cornflake, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And so no Deadpool, so the Agony kind of sits stagnant, at least for now. Let's go ahead and destroy the Venom. At the very least, we'll destroy Venom another turn next turn. Ooh, Arconus. Yeah, absolutely. I forgot to bring it back around.
Impressed.
So we probably needed to just bite the bullet and destroy the Agony, I think.
Clear for takeoff.
Fong feels a little bit scary. Go down to 6, down to 5. I don't know that that's worth it, though. Otherwise, it's just like that, and I'm not sure that that's perfect. Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. We're going to be trying a little bit of Agony. With the featured location, or the hot location being Wakandan Embassy, I think Agony has some unique advantage. Have you tried it? No, this is actually the very first game I've played with Agony. So I haven't tried her in anything else yet. So an Odin retriggers 4 times. I think we just jump out of this one. Play Deadpool, yeah. Yeah, Deadpool on 6 is tough to deal with. Especially with this one where we're going a little bit greedier. If we could have even got Wolverine or X-23, then it would have been fine. Because we could have started our destroy earlier. But between the location being in mid where it forced us to play their last turn, and not having any of our like destroy cards, it was a little bit rough. And then I'm a Knight. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for the 4th month. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. So next up we have Matt. We do get the early Deadpool, so an early Agony would be great. Love to see it. Now I'm halfway tempted to just hold on to all 3 with the hot location. I think normally we play Agony out, but with the featured locate or the hot location being so common to pop up, I thought we'd take the risk and hold it, but doesn't seem to be as great for us. Let's go ahead and do the Agony. I haven't been around for a while, and I understand that you got what you needed to stream full time. Yes, Cornflake. My last day at my old job was actually on Friday, on the 18th, and so now we're full time now.
Hello.
So we're starting to destroy late, but that's fine. Because the Deadpool is going to be so big that it's going to help bump up the null dramatically. Pulse, you said just DM'd you with a question when you're done streaming. Yeah, absolutely, Pulse. But we just kicked off, so it'll be a little bit, but we'll keep it in mind. So we can either do X-23 plus Killmonger. We can do Killmonger plus Nico so that we get an instant destroy on the Deadpool next turn. Either that, or we can do one of these. We go ahead and draw. Go ahead and draw. We get Deadpool back in. We're much more likely to have Venom, Carnage, Deathlock. Chance of Cosmos big. Yeah. I agree. That's why we were going to shift it over. Because this deck commonly runs it. I even halfway thought about throwing it into mid. But that wouldn't work. Poke Boomer, welcome in. You said you watched The Wild Robot. I, I thought it looked good. I haven't watched it yet. I thought it looked good from the previews. I took my son and daughter a couple weeks ago to Inside Out 2, and it was something that my son was definitely interested in. So we'll have to go at some point. I cried like 5 times during that movie. Really, Toa. And then Prominence, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Yeah, I know that it looks good. And a couple people that I know told me it kind of started off slowly.
Snap.
But I still think it looked good. Seconded, thirded, and fourth Wild Robot. Really? I didn't expect it to be that good. I know that it looked at least interesting, but I didn't expect it to be that good. We'll definitely have to go and see it.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
So if we get an Agony Bulk Buster, but neither one. So if this is the no Camartage, ooh, okay. I think I'm gonna take a turn to set up like this. Or we take a turn and set this up. That way next turn is like Deadpool Carnage. Turn 5 we can do Deadpool Killmonger. Maybe even Agony Deadpool Killmonger. It'd be alright. My wife loves the book. She's a children like midlife. I feel like that would be a really interesting job to have. I don't know that I would be able to handle it every day.
Hello.
But I do think it'd be interesting, and I think it'd be rewarding. So let's go ahead and do this. We won't be able to double trigger the Killmonger next turn, but that's fine. As long as we destroy enough, really all we need to have on the final turn is 7 energy for a Null plus Deadpool. Chase, you said watch it at home with your boys on Friday. All thoroughly enjoyed it. Ooh, okay. We'll end up making probably a movie day out of it.
Clear for takeoff.
Big Agony, and I do like the kind of freedom that she allows, that we can merge into a easily filled lane. Be fine. Now it's going to go up to 6, so 12. We have a 12, and much bigger than a 12 with the null.
I want the throne.
What a game! You won't need this anymore.
Proxima, they do grab priority with that. I don't think it matters though. So then the swarms, we probably see a fast forward here. So I don't know if we'll know if they have oh, they do have Apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
20 power Apocalypse is pretty big. Yeah, I like that you can set her on one and use her later too. That way, if you're just kind of waiting for that draw, you can then fill it up. Or if there's already something in there, like an X23, it doesn't break that consistency.
Hello.
Victory.
We'll take it. Maybe if they had the MODOK that got to trigger twice, maybe. I think it only happens when Collector's on the board. Oh, really? Like Collector, or maybe even Morbius. Next up, we have Woody. So it should be a pretty good match. I'm going to hold off on the Nico. This is going to be a free death for sure. For sure. I almost want to snap it, but we don't know what kind of deck Woody's running. Okay, discard. Interesting that he's going discard. Capped. Yeah, we have Woody in the house. Rank number 9 right now. So I know both Woody and KX are both on, and so I'm sure we'll match into both of them plenty. Ah, come on, hit the X23. Ah, that's okay. It does pump up our null, so we're fine with that. To the destroy. Do we want to destroy the X23 or the Wolverine? Go X23. And then we do get our card draw. Wolverine, destroy the Buster. Ooh, yeah, we could have done Wolverine, stacked them in the left lane so that maybe it merged. Pi, you said, hey man, just asking if Absorbing Man is a good free card to claim. Absorbing Man is pretty tough to use. Like sometimes he's incredible value. A lot of times he's just kind of lackluster. So I'd probably lean towards no. But it depends on what you have in mind. And so he's probably one of my least used cards. So like Surfer, he's good in, but I don't play much Surfer. And then outside of that, he's kind of niche when he's used. So we can either do the Venom here, do the Carnage. We could do like a Death Venom. But we're pumping up the Null a little bit further. Since they don't have Destroy cards, I think maybe we do that. Maybe this, 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 and this.
You won't need this
Now Scorn.
anymore.
I don't really care for discard. I mean, discard is fine, but it's not one that I find super exciting. So it's good in discard, or I think it's definitely has a place in discard. But outside of that, it's very limited to like that archetype. So I haven't played. I played it quite a bit on the first day and didn't have a whole lot of luck,
I definitely need to change my underwear.
and then haven't really circled back.
Enough said, bub.
Thank you for the Venomize Man thing. Ooh, nice. I spent most of my time watching, most of my watch time on your channel, so you get the thanks. Thank you so much, Hefty Messiah. I'm glad I was able to help. So something like this, maybe. And it's kind of being kind of laggy.
Hello.
I've never seen it say -1 energy. So with all the swarms, I don't know that this wins left. Dracula hit null. Yeah, -1 energy, yeah. I don't think we win this one because he has like 6 swarms. Because as long as they played their big card here and then flooded swarms left and right, I don't think we can overcome that. I think they hit too many. Is the scoring is fun when you do the Wong stuff? Yeah, but Wong is in a pretty tough spot right now because there's a lot of Cosmos floating around. And so it's hard for me to have fun with a card that's that I just have to hope that they don't have an Alioth, they don't have a Cosmo to block me, or a Rogue or Enchantress. All of which are fairly common right now. Hip Wong, which is perfect for this channel. It is. It'd be funny if you could kind of select a range of what cards or what variants you could get from watch time on your channel. I think that'd be cool. That late stream guy. We are indeed the late stream guy. And unfortunately, our hand's not great here. They need to buff the premium mystery variant. The chance for 700 gold is too common. Doesn't feel premium at all. Yeah, but they also don't want to like give it away. So I kind of understand, but it still feels bad, especially if you're 700 gold variant complete, then you get an avatar instead. Feels real bad. So they have the Agony, they have Wolverine down, they have a pretty decent leg up on us. We just haven't been able to grab our key pieces.
Impressive.
PMV, premium mystery variant. Alpha, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far, Alpha. I'm excited to be able to jump in and do a late night stream, see if we can climb a little bit tonight. I feel like I pushed it a little bit too late the last time, and we ended up kind of dropping a few ranks or games that we probably didn't need to.
Definitely need to change my underwear.
But hopefully we can do some good climbing tonight. So we can go ahead and drop the null in the right lane. Wait, do they have an Arnhem Zola? Wow. Do they have an Arnhem Zola? They may have dropped the Hulkbuster for Arnhem. If so, they hit, yeah. The only reason I can see that they would have played Null by itself. We'll jump out of it. There's no way we can offset the Wolverine over here, and so we'll give him that one. I like the idea of both Hulkbuster, Agony, but you do lose a little bit of flourish on the end with a potential Arnhem Zola play, which can sometimes be a really big surge in your power output, but also kind of risky. Next up we have Snow. First location, Warriors Fall. So we can
Hello.
go ahead and Deadpool over there. I am Viking. Thank you so much for the resub for 4 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. I guess let's go ahead and Hulkbuster it. We can start the snowball probably starting next turn. That does get us a little bit closer to Partner Plus. We're just a little bit behind pace for reaching the 100 by the end of the month. I think we'll be able to get there. Zombie Limit, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime sub for the 6th month. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. That starts us off very early with a lot of positivity, and we're slowly but surely like ramping up and getting into a good place with our grind. And then on the YouTube side, Gabriel said the voice line from Deadpool played as soon as you got the resub. Poetic. Very much, very poetic indeed. All right, next up we have Mad Cow. You have Agony, Deadpool. I kind of want to hold it for a turn. To see if we get the hot location. Probably shouldn't. It's probably better to just let it go. Alright. Let's go ahead and Agony Deadpool, and we're still looking for a destroy trigger or destroy mechanism. Nexus is not bad. Still no destroyed pulls. With Agent Venom, they may end up having Cosmo that they place in the right lane. If so, we're going to need Killmonger for sure. Okay, Cassandra Nova comes after we draw. I think that puts us in a... I think we're in a decent enough spot. Go ahead and snap it. I'm going to play the X-23 as well, since we do have Killmonger next turn. We can always drop Killmonger to get some extra energy. Janix, after playing only high voltage, normal Marvel Snap feels such a drag. Oh, you overcommitted to the high voltage. It's going to be, and even worse, I think, would be Conquest. Heaven forbid you have to queue up for an infinite Conquest round. And then Shifty, how do you play Marvel Snap for lots of hours without getting bored? I enjoy it. I've even when I wasn't streaming, I played it for hours and hours. I enjoy trying to either think outside of the box to figure out different decks that other people aren't running that I can use to kind of beat the stuff that is really popular and really common. Or seeing how high I can climb. I get a good sense of accomplishment out of that as well.
Hello.
All right, so do this. I think the big thing we have to look out for Juggernaut. Look out for a Juggernaut play. I think we do, instead of Carnage, I think we're going to do the Killmonger. We get free death out of it because we destroy the rocks and the Silver Sable. And then Jaspar, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. I'm glad we changed and pivoted to the Killmonger because the Cosmo in the left lane would have been deadly. Now, they could have Mystique. Actually, Juggernaut is also really scary here.
My underwear.
You said you're new to Snap. What does Snap do and when to use it? So you typically snap when you think you have like a solid advantage or lead on what the opponent is going to be doing. And so, like, if I wasn't afraid of Juggernaut here, which would push all of our power out of the Nexus, we would definitely snap on him. That read was crazy. We had a feeling. And I think the Killmonger was just a little bit more beneficial because then we can do the death as well. The only problem is we lose to the Juggernaut if they have it. I'm glad that they did not, though. Deadpool first in case of Negasonic. True. Deadpool or death. Either one. Ooh, is Negasonic now fit into the Bast version? Should I be retreating a lot? Depending on what rank you are, we end up retreating quite a bit, but we can read and kind of gauge the opponent's like strength levels. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like folding a game of poker. Like if you don't have a good hand, you see a couple of the cards turn up, and then you fold to save any worse loss, which would be the snap. And so it's time for a quick set of ads before we jump into the next one. We'll be right back, you guys. And then Horror Story, there's the chillest dude in Snap streaming. Welcome in, Horror Story. Hopefully you're having a great night. My new motto is always play the weakest card first. I haven't seen Negasonic, but I think that's probably a good thing to go by. In the build, it's the late Sunday gamer. It is indeed. So it's TLSG, the late Sunday gamer. I like it. Looking to climb a little bit today. Looking to make some good progress. Retreating intelligently is key to advancing. Yeah, especially higher up in the ladder. Lower down, you could probably just have a stronger deck than the opponent and kind of outplay them. But higher up, it's the key of like climbing and climbing quickly. And then AX, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night, day, depending on what time it is for you. But welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one. Yeah, Utsu. I agree. We get a discount. I'm gonna hold since we don't have Deadpool. We're gonna hold one turn before we play out the Agony Wolfbuster stuff. Beast. We could merge Agony with the X23. That way when we continue to destroy it, we're ramping up our null quite a bit. Go ahead and do it. Agent Venom really leveled up my low collection. Yes, so being able to effectively use like Iron Man Mystique can be so strong. 4:25 in the morning. What are you doing awake at 4:25? But I am glad that you're here. But of course, things get silly. Sometimes get silly, and you win some, lose some based on dice rolls. Yeah. But if you can kind of gauge what the opponent is going to do, you can position yourself to try to be on the lucky side of those coin flips. So big X23 every time we destroy it. And whoever is checking out Monopoly Go, thank you so much for checking out the game. We're featured by them or sponsored by them for another 3 days. Every checkpoint that you get in the game helps my content, or helps support me and my content. And so hopefully you enjoy it as well. So the only problem is that death isn't going to be incredibly cheap. Ooh, just grilled some late night burgers. Keep hog. I'm jealous. Jealous of the late night burgers for sure. Because I think I had some like soup. Is Monopoly Go free to play? You can play it for free. There are a lot of packages that are featured and shown, but you don't have to buy them. It just helps like progress faster. But you regain there's like an energy or dice system as you continue to like go around the board, collect money, and upgrade things. So when I played it, I was free to play. But I also know that if you have a little bit to spend, you definitely have the option to in the game. All right, let's go ahead and go with the Nico Venom. What would Monopoly possibly level up? So with Monopoly Go, instead of it being like the traditional board game, so that it's more of a single player experience, you roll your dice, you go around and travel around the standard board, and as you collect money, You upgrade your buildings or your landmarks on that board. Once you upgrade all of them, you could move up to a different board where you earn more. And that's essentially like the game in a nutshell. But it's definitely very enjoyable. I think they have Shadow King. Can you reach top 1,000 free to play? Shifty? Yeah, you can. You earn per click. In Monopoly Go, yeah. So you earn per like you click on like roll or go, and then you roll the dice and you earn per dice roll depending on what square you land on. You can either on the railroads; those are usually your big money makers. So on the railroads, you can either heist your friends. So if you link it to your Facebook, you can heist some of your friends, or if not, you heist random other people, like steal money that they have. I thought you'd be more of the late sausage guy. If we're talking about late night snacks, I like a good late night egg sandwich, which is just an egg on 2 pieces of bread with like cheese and mustard. And then Lucas, how does Hulkbuster into Agony work? So if you Agony into Hulkbuster, then Hulkbuster merges, and then Agony can still merge with the next card played owner. Nothing yet. Have you finished HV? No, so I got Agony and I haven't played it yet. I do plan on eventually finishing it, just I haven't landed on it yet. So any of our destroy cards would be great, but it looks like we're going to go Agony instead. You may go Gambit. I know that Dinesh always runs Hela, but it's like an interesting off build of Hela. Yeah, there's the Gambit. I was hoping that he didn't drop it, but he did. So then our Deadpool comes in a touch too late.
Hello.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Had we had Deadpool a turn earlier, or X23 Wolverine, something that stayed on the board, I think we could have potentially fought it. But without it, we weren't snowballing early enough or fast enough to be able to match up against whatever he ended up resummoning. Next up, we have Woody again. Dinesh said TLSG is live. I get to get drops. We are live. I was hoping that you didn't have the Gambit. I didn't have any card that could merge last turn, and so I was just having to kind of hope that you didn't have it. You can set up a big Wolverine, but the problem is we don't have any our destroy tools. So if the hot location ends up popping up, then we're kind of at a loss. I thought I was going to Gambit a Deadpool for sure. I was hoping that we drew into it. We actually drew into it the turn after. So I drew into it on 4. But at that point, my snowball it wasn't going to start snowballing fast enough to be able to keep up with your Hela stuff. I matched against Woody 3 times in an hour, so that sucked. So it's been like what, 15 minutes since we matched into him, so we're on pace to be able to do that. They should make a DC version of Snap. They tried, or at least a DC version of a card game. Oh no! Well, fortunate.
Opponent
No, I don't even remember what they called it. But it never made it. Like, there was a beta for it, and then it never made it out of that. That was more like Hearthstone than Snap. Yeah, but I think it was their attempt at, because Marvel had this card game that was rumored, and so I think DC tried to draft one up, and then I think it probably got pressured to go a little bit faster when Snap released, and then like it wasn't nearly as refined. Dual Force, thank you, Shifty. Yeah, Dual Force. Waiting for them to add some Capcom characters. You think they will at some point, JF? Might. I was beta testing when it died. Yeah. Yeah, the old like the Marvel X Capcom stuff was definitely very, very cool. All right, let's go Nico X23. It's an Arjum, so I think we're okay. And then posture check from Bad Medic. I appreciate you. They're definitely adding the Marvel Rivals exclusive characters. I know that it's rumored, but I feel like there is a crossover that's going to happen. So Gladiator pulled out her death. we'll take it. And then we're going to draw into additional cards. Hulkbuster, Wolverine, both fine. Still no Deadpool. Let's go with this. We don't really care which one Hulkbuster merges into, but Murder Roll is going to destroy them. We get a couple of free destroy triggers, bump up our null. TLSG live at 10:34 EST. Carne, we're on the overnight hours right now, and since I don't have my day job to go to tomorrow morning, after I get everybody off to school, I can then go to sleep and recover. So Deadpool hanging out at the bottom 2, unfortunately, but I think it's probably fine. Don't forget to sleep. Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna sleep. But I did overnight on Friday. Go to sleep or stream more. Prominence. It depends on how this stream goes, I guess. I might just stay up and stream more. Who knows?
Victory.
And then the Nick. And it depends on how tired I am, of course. And then Nick, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. We're ramping up. We're just getting going. So I think we'll probably. I want to say. I'm going to try to push for another, 10-hour stream. It's wonderful what being your own boss grants you. Yes. Yeah, so the last time we had drops, I couldn't do the degenerate hours on Sunday because then I had to wake up and go to work. But this time around, I don't have that issue. Okay, let's go ahead and play out the X23. Marvel Snap ruined my sleep schedule. I get off at 3 to 4 every night. Yeah, whenever I first picked up the game, my sleep schedule was absolutely massacred. Even before creating videos or having the channel or being able to earn anything from it, it was just every downtime I was playing a match or playing a game. Our overnight streams only for drops. At least right now. But I don't know if we incorporate them in or when we incorporate them in all the time. So at least the first couple of days of drops, I like to do an overnight shift. But once we get back to Tuesday and there's a new card, I like to be live when the card releases. So that kind of requires me to shift back in the other direction. Clearing your own boss grants you 10-hour shifts. Is that the dream? Hey, Palaba. 10-hour shifts doing or playing a game that I enjoy. I would say that's a pretty good win. With the Patriot, I kind of want to save the Killmonger for the last turn. And then Plope or Nope, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. And then Mini Sheeny. If you do exclamation point drops. So drops, if you've connected your Twitch account to your Marvel Snap account, you gain progress towards drops. And so the first link will make sure that you've connected the two. The second one is where you'll check for your progress. You get boosters, credits, and a premium mystery variant if you watch any Snap streamer for 6 hours. So we can do this number, which is not bad. We get the 28 power Deadpool. 1, 2, 3. I don't think we'll be able to do death unless feels maybe counterintuitive, but I think we do this. 2, 3. No, 3. No, it'd still be one cost. Never mind. I was thinking we could fit it into a way that it would make death free so that we could do Deadpool null death on the last turn, but I don't think we're going to be able to get there. Is that a wild Jessica Jones? It is. So I'm assuming Mike Man is a lower collection level. It looks like Arisham, but it plays like... You guys want to take a guess at the collection level? Do you end up having to pay for the new cards at some point? Or can you do it fully through progression? So Starks, at this point, as long as I buy the season pass, I can pretty much keep up. 2.3, 1.8. I'm thinking like 800. Felicity with the 200-person raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. We're just ramping up and getting going. We're with Wakanda Embassy being the hot location. I figured we'd take advantage and actually get some Agony gameplay in. I'm the 200th person. GM, welcome in. Below 1K? Yeah, I'm thinking their collection level 800. So, and I think it's just this. It says I have to buy a sub for drops. Remnant, no. You don't have to buy. Definitely don't buy a sub for drops. There is a thing that Twitch is doing right now where if you gift 3 subs, you get Discord Nitro, but it's absolutely not necessary. For the drops, if you do exclamation point drops, the first one, the marvelsnap.com/Twitch drops, that'll make sure that you've linked your 2, and then after that, you just have to hang out in one of the streams. And so 9 at 90, so it is below 1,000. I undershot it a little bit, thinking 800, but wild that there's so many of those that mix in. We will take the 8 cuber though. You said 3-month nitro is only for accounts that had never had nitro. Ooh, Rin, I didn't realize that. I just know that it keeps popping up and spamming me whenever I watch a stream. What was the collection level? 990 was the collection level. And then on the YouTube side, Zero Youth, welcome in. Hopefully you had a fantastic one. And then Felicity, hope you have a great stream. Thank you so much, Felicity. You may have already jetted, because if you had a long stream, sometimes I don't stick around, but I very much appreciate the raid and all of the raiders coming in. If you don't know me or my content, most of it for the first 2 years of Snap was featured on YouTube, and just recently I switched over to full-time content creation. And so with that, I've shifted my focus a little bit heavier onto the live stream portions. And so we're doing a lot more live streams a lot more consistently. Long-time YouTube viewer. I'm glad you're giving streaming full-time a go. Thank you so much, Zadio. And then Felicity, congrats on switching over to full-time. I'm still nervous about it, but I think it'll be good. My last day at my old job was on the 18th, so it was on Friday. And so it's only been official for a few days. How did your boss take the news that you're a full-time streamer? So I didn't tell him. I just told him that I had another opportunity that I needed to explore. And when they assumed that it was in like data analytics, like my previous role, I didn't correct them. And so it was more of like a half truth. I didn't lie to him, but I just didn't fully explain it. Oh, what was your job? I was a data analyst. And so I looked at a lot of big data sets and created code to be able to extract it from like all the different systems. And then I formatted into like pretty and easy to decipher ways for like leadership. And so it was definitely up my alley. I didn't mind it, but they called for a return to work. And so then it was either my content almost stops entirely, or I try to make a run of it. And Listen Learned, welcome into Listen Learned. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hey, you probably analyze a lot of Snap data. I do. I mean, it's still analytics to a degree, like trying to decide what decks would do well, what decks we're seeing a lot of, and then being able to apply it to whatever we're creating. Have you ever coded your own mod? I have not. The coding side is very, very light. I understand a lot of the, like, maybe not a lot. I understand some of the syntax within reason. I love Snap data analytics. Yeah, me too. Oh, we didn't have the extra energy, so we should have done Deadpool last turn. But I was thinking we were gonna have 7 and could do both. Oof. I shipped that one. Unless we got lucky with this, which I doubt. Had we thrown the Deadpool, we can then do or follow it up with Null. This turn, and it would have been fine. Bluff the Zola. But bluffing the Zola for death, I don't know that it puts us to 19. Yeah. Rin, why didn't we play Deadpool? I was distracted. I was distracted. Catching up and making sure I didn't get behind on chat. And I thought I was going to have 7 energy on the last turn. The long syntax guy, indeed, Gabriel.
Escaped.
We also had the move spell last turn with Nico, and so we could have just shifted into mid, and then we'd have the free null. Yep, we didn't lose, but we definitely should have won. How do I see my drops progress? So if you do exclamation point drops, and follow the second link.
It took you long enough.
And then Side Draft 90. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. It says that was the first one for the day, but I think it's realistically the third one. But still, very much appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. On the YouTube side, Delirium, TLSG, when are you going to start dropping YouTube videos again? Really missed that content. So soon. Soon. The reason that it dried up was I was doing and focusing on the streaming piece, and I was having to juggle doing the full-time or the primary job in the mornings. Now that that's gone, I should have room for doing for setting up a video in the morning into streaming in into the evenings. Is my tentative plan. And then Horror Story, good night, bro. Gonna watch the stream on YouTube and go to sleep. Horror Story, hopefully you have a fantastic sleep and I'll probably still be around when you wake up.
What a game!
We plan on streaming for a while. The next card we play gets destroyed, so that's fine. We do have the Agony. So Deadpool, destroy. Go ahead and throw Killmonger down into Luke's bar. Next turn, we can do Agony, Deadpool.
Victory.
Collection level 1030, and finally got Venom. Venom is a good one, Quack. And if you get the other pieces, so like Deadpool, X23, Null, you're onto a deck that can carry you until potentially the end of time. This deck has been a solid performer for like the last year and a half. Sometimes it does a little bit better, sometimes a little bit worse, but it always does pretty well. Is Twitch considered self-employment for tax purposes? Yeah. So it's going to be self-employment income, and so I have to pay a higher tax rate on it. Agony feels like she's one tweak away from being cracked, but I don't know what that tweak would be. I think she's like a snowball harder card, and so I feel like she's probably decent in the hand buff stuff, Phoenix Force, Deadpool, but I'm not sure she gets incredibly flexible outside of that. Missing Nico and X23. Both of those are pretty good for it. You could probably limp by without one of the two, but both might definitely hurt. Has Agony and Destroy? Is she a must in the deck now? Well, I don't know for sure. That's kind of tough to say. And the reason it's kind of tough to say is I've only played it today with the hot location. And the hot location being Wakanda Embassy, I think helps her out a lot. I think it helps it out tremendously. And so, I don't know. When you say you'll pay higher taxes, does that mean that the tax rate is higher for self-employed? As self-employed than not in the US? So, yes. So in the US, if you work for a company, they pay like a portion of the taxes that you owe on the money, and then you pay the other portion. As a self-employment, you pay both. So it's not higher. It's just you pay both the company side and your side that you would normally do. And then to the player who purchased the $20 Monopoly pack, thank you so much for the support. All of those are typically really good value for us. And so they typically help out a ton. And so thank you for checking it out. I guess you're probably enjoying it. I don't know if you're even in stream. Maybe you're off stream. But it does help support me and support the content. You do get different tax write-offs. But it just depends on like the nature of your self-employment business. If that kind of offsets that increased tax rate. So I know for me, I needed to make an extra like, I want to say like 7 to 10% to be able to just go even on, like I needed to make an extra like 10% over what I was making at my day job to come out ahead. But honestly, I don't think it's that tough to do.
Snap.
You just have to pay the Social Security and Medicare. Thank you, Syndrath. Or Sidrath. Yeah, you have to pay that portion, which ends up being, I want to say about 7.5%.
Victory.
I think Agony replaces Hulkbuster rather than plays with Hulkbuster. So Jan, I think maybe in general, yes. With the hot location, I think we lean more into the snowball side of it, where like if you start snowballing your Deadpool, it's almost unstoppable. And so I think we use both for that purpose. After that, I don't know. I haven't played with it enough to know a direction. Bot, you said I'm still playing Monopoly Go. Haven't bought any packs, but it's fun. Yeah. Don't feel required to buy any packs, or on any of the games that are sponsored. if you do, or if there's an offer for it, those usually pay pretty decently. But so does hitting all of the other milestones. So if it's something that you're enjoying, just play it passively, because that's what I'm doing. I think I'm up to board 20, just doing like the dailies and stuff like that. We could Zola instead of Death, but that might be too high roll, because Death is usually 3 by the end of the game. But Zola ends up being really, really high roll. So I don't know. You know, I also kind of like the merge cards onto your other just destroy and stay on the board cards, to make sure that even if you don't get Deadpool, you can bump up a null quite a bit, regardless. You said as pension. Sorry, it's way different in Denmark. The lowest you'll have is around 44% as employed, and 22% company tax. 44% tax rate, Kip. Oh, I apologize, you guys. I missed the snooze on the ads. I'll get out ahead of it soon. That way we don't run into this issue anymore. But
Hello.
there's going to be a couple of ads that do run here. And so I don't remember the exact tax rate. I for self-employed. I think it was lower than 44 though. And then a Blitz Monkey. Thank you so much for the 1 month gifted sub to Lunar Goblin. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. So, go with this. If we do start destroying our Deadpool, a Cosmo would be treacherous. The Stegron was diabolical too. Thought tax rate was based on your AGI. I think it is, but I think there's like a general range. So like even if you're, I don't know what general range I'm gonna fall in, because this will be the first year that I'm doing it. I've done it before, but since it was part-time, it only made up a very small fraction. So we'll see. I think AGI is adjusted gross income, I want to say. Oh, if you do taxes for a living, then no, like you're definitely the more knowledgeable about it than I am.
What a game!
He said. So we could do all 3 of these. Not bad. Do this. Get the Panopticon bonus, but it does pull over mid, so we would want to do something like this as well. Either that or
Hello.
something like that. We don't push over by much in the right. Uh-oh. Depending on what they threw in the left. No, Sunspot's not going to do it. Taskmaster was very, very big. The Sunspot may have done it in Panopticon, actually. But we will take the 4-cuber. Continue our pretty decent climb so far. We've been having some decent luck. Then Sai, you said excited for Toxin? A little bit. I'm a little bit nervous that it's gonna make bounce the like 70% deck. So like the deck that you see 70% of the time, which is definitely not very fun. So I'm a little bit nervous that his main home is going to be bounce, which is already really strong. I fear that it's going to like push it over the edge. Super bounce, yeah. And so I think he'll be really fun. but I'm tentatively a little bit nervous. You don't think he'll have that big of an impact? It's an entirely like additional bounce tool, and so I don't think because the deck already has enough bounce tools, and so I think, I mean, maybe we'll see. I'm curious if it means that Falcon gets cut, or if it ends up being like you have all 3 bounce components. What are we thinking about anti-venom? I want to like anti-venom. I just don't know if I can. I just don't know if I can. He seems pretty, I think he'll have maybe a home, but I don't think he's going to be super
Definitely need to change
flexible.
my underwear.
Enough said.
So he's a 4/6. For those that don't know, he's a 4/6 that, when revealed, he sets the cost and power of your top deck's card to 0. So you should be able to offset this with like a Luke Cage or a Shadow King, or is good for like your null stuff, potentially Taskmaster stuff. You said Sizer is excited about anti-venom. I'm curious what kind of crazy concoctions he has in mind.
Hello.
I want Super Giant. I don't want anti-venom. Bad pull week.
I want the
I mean, maybe anti-venom ends up turning up that it's
Definitely need to change my
super
underwear.
strong. If you love Venom, then you should of course hate anti-venom. It's just math. Simple math. So if they do a Legion here, I think that'd be a mistake for him. Cosmo. Big unfortunate Cosmo. We win the right lane though. Just a matter of, so this, they move this over, it's 8 plus 6 goes to 14. We lose with this. Yeah. Without getting that last trigger off on the Deadpool, I think that kind of kills us. This guy analyzed the data. Death Agony is more, yeah. Death Agony, if we're going mid, or if we're going left.
victory.
I guess they didn't have the Infinite. What are your thoughts on Scorn? So the thoughts on Scorn, if you like standard discard, fantastic. Definitely a good include in that deck and an upgrade. Outside of that, you're not going to use it much. And so it's kind of like a Sebastian Shaw for Surfer, where unless you just really like Silver Surfer or Silver Surfer decks, you probably don't get a whole lot of mileage from the card.
Oh, snap.
I feel bad snapping on one, but this Sinister London is so strong for us. And we do have the Agony into Deadpool. And actually, we can set up a... Do we set up a double? Agony into... I think that generates too many Deadpools. So I think it'd be pretty congested in hand. I never trust Sizer. He photoshops that #1 on his screen. I don't know. He plays pretty well from what I've seen. Then buff a little bit higher up. You said, what problems do you see with Taskmaster? He seems giga busted in my mind. I mean anti-venom. So I think his value is going to be inconsistent. Better to snap on 1 than on 6. That's true. I think anti-venom there's a lot of cards where when you end up drawing it, it could be kind of a whiff. I think with Taskmaster, yeah, he's great, but that's your 1 out of 12. So that happens like 1 out of 12 times you play him. You can angle it more for like the ongoing stuff. That way you still get value. I'm still not like fully sold on the idea. Living Tribunal? Possibly. To get the combo down like in a sneakier way. But then you might lose your high end. So like, I think it works great with your Iron Man, your Mystique. If it hits Living Tribunal, then that takes away quite a bit of your power output. So I'd be curious. Isn't he great in negative? I think he's okay in negative since he's a 4/6. Like he kind of has some weird synergy with it. I don't think we take the turn to do Hulkbuster. I think we just go ahead and Deadpool Killmonger. I just realized we were playing against Perry Manilow. Another streamer, maybe live right now. I don't know.
I want the throne.
I definitely need to change my underwear. What a game!
We don't get a destroy here. That's really, really rough. We really needed a Carnage, Venom, even a Nico with a destroy spell. Without it, we need to play these into a Hulkbuster to get another, but it's a weak finisher for sure. Zombie said, "I know I'm gonna be playing Mobius the day Anti-Venom releases." Yeah, probably. I think we lose it to him. Do they try for an Arnim Zola? Prominent, she said, I don't think Anti-Venom is going to be strong enough. Yeah, I think for a 4-cost, without it being completely game-changing, it might not be. There may be some homes that he finds himself in. And I think he'll be one of those like really big surprise cards that if used well, can be strong. But with Gore, hitting a Gore, it could be like... It could be one of those like cube rate things where he doesn't have a high win rate, but has a high cube rate. Cool Hella card. True. You already naturally run Luke Cage. That's true. I think we lose this one. I'm going to stake it out because it's Perry. Oh, wait. As long... I was going to say as long as the nulls don't get hit.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
And then the null on the right immediately got hit. Whew.
Victory.
Anti-Venom is going to increase my play rate of the duck. Yeah, I could see the duck getting some play, especially if it's Living Tribunal, because you already run like the Jubilee, the Iron Lad. So I think it would be like a great indicator. And so if you haven't voted, you could vote right now for Howard the Duck. It's not in game, but Howard is in dead last at 19%. You know, everybody could get a free Series 5 card if they voted for Howard. Oh wait, he's Series 4 or is he 3 by now? General, you said, hey, I made it. What fun brews are we running this fine evening? So the first one that we're running The first one that we're running is Agony. I think it does really well with the featured location, Wakanda Embassy, where it like high rolls or snowballs you even harder with your Deadpool line. Howard is 3. He's 3 now. Oh, lost track. And then Perry said pumping for content. I have I gave KX 8 earlier. As soon as I saw that snipe of the first Knoll, I was terrified that you were going to go 2 for 2 and knock out the other one. Good game as always. I was actually a bit afraid that we lost when I didn't get a destroy trigger for turn 5. So what's funny is I think the Howard the Duck variant is genuinely the best one, but the card sucks too much to be voted for. Yeah. Yeah, I think the only card we see played much would be Armor. Destroyer is really kind of niche, and then Howard is even more niche. Always have a chance when Gamet's involved. That's true. That's very true. It sniped that first one, and I was terrified. So with the Knoll, we know that they're probably running the Storm stuff. So I kind of feel like we need to hold it. I think we hold off on the Legion. Unless they're using the Project Pegasus as a way to go ahead and place it. In which case, go ahead and send it.
Wind.
There's the Storm. Beautiful. We can immediately offset it. That way we're not going to be completely locked out of the game. Never mind. They early lock us in. Eesh. Oh. If they do have the War Machine, then we're toast. General, I thought we had him too. I thought for sure we had him.
Hello.
But it turns out that they had us instead. Anti-Venom is the worst negative Iron Lad. Ah, I didn't put enough left. Unfortunate. Turns out, so an extra 5, 6, 7, no. They didn't draw it. Yeah, that's why I spread the power out in case they didn't draw it. But it turns out the only way that we could have won was if I stacked both left. Deathlock. Deathlock over... Oh, man. Deathlock was higher. It was the same cost. It was higher base power. Oh, yeah, we should have went Deathlock. I missed it. I had already had Venom out there, and so that's all that I was looking at for the 3 cost. But you're right. Deathlock would have won. Husky Puppies, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far.
Hello.
So I was actually looking at some of my old YouTube comments, some of the older videos, and I realized, Husky, that that you had mentioned that you were featured in the free-to-play account video, and I never realized it until I read your comment on there. Husky, did you finish up your 30 and then take a couple of days, or am I crazy?
Snap. Victory.
You saw that one? I did. I was scrolling back through, and then I saw that one. So it's from a while. I think it was definitely probably before you started creating content, but you roasted me with the Phoenix Force then, and you continued to roast me with Phoenix Force to this day. Some of the crazy playlines that you pull off with Phoenix Force, I would have never seen in a million years. So like I think you roasted me with the chimichanga pool.
Victory.
G-Force, I thought you called me a madam. I thought you said another overnight stream. You're a madam, but you're a madman. I enjoy the overnight streams. I got my daughter to sleep relatively early, and without having to go into my day job in the morning, I don't have to worry about being too tired to function. And so I can do the night stream, then I can rest up after everyone's off to school tomorrow. Today's the first day off, actually. Nice. You definitely earned it, Husky. Because you've been putting in a lot of hours. Do you think Agony is better than Aranya? Is that what you meant to say, Magma? Is Aranya? It's the closest thing I can think of to what you had said. I do. I think Agony is better than Aranya. She's a little bit more flexible, and you can play it on the same turn that you draw it and like get the impact the same turn. Question, why is Mr. Negative played in tournaments? I regularly play Mr. Negative, and last season I won. Or why isn't Mr. Negative played in tournaments? I fail to see how Negative decks would be bad given that it has unpredictability and can output high power. Sometimes Negative is played in tournaments, but typically in tournaments you see a lot more tech cards. And so you're more likely to see the like Enchantress, the Super Scroll, the Cosmos, and so it can high roll incredibly well. But a lot of times, someone with a deck that doesn't completely fall to it or can kind of answer to it, if they retreat well, they can kind of mitigate your high rolls. And so tournaments tend to lean towards like consistency versus the high roll pieces. I enjoy running Negative in the Infinite Conquest too. I think it has really good high roll and it's in a pretty good spot right now. But unless it was just really, really strong or like hit the meta just right as like a surprise, I don't know how well it would perform in like a tournament setting. Notering Grat, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. To go back to Anti-Venom a bit, Valkyrie is a funny one since she would affect herself too. She would. Would be kind of funny. I know some mad lad's gonna try to do like a Cerebro Zero. No, they couldn't with Anti-Venom. Never mind. I take that back. Who let us do overnight streams?
Hello.
Something like that. Go ahead, go for it. I imagine Shadow King would set the 0 power back to normal. Yeah. Shadow King would offset it. And so if it's 0, but you would have to rely on having Shadow King to do that.
What a game.
So very big Deadpool. We have a 50-50 to draw into null.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
1 month notice. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 3 for the day. Greatly appreciate having you here. We get the high roll of the null. So I don't think there's going to be anything that they can do. A Killmonger on their end takes this out, but this lane is still super weak. That Wolverine variant. I enjoy this one. I think we got it from Twitch drops, actually. But I do enjoy it. I roll more like high null. It is high null. It's a big null. I hope your wife is well doing that hurricane relief. She's working some crazy hours. So the company she works for does damage mitigation or like home mitigation. And so she's kind of the go-between between insurance companies and like homeowners. And so they're getting like slammed with jobs because so many people had such a big impact. And so she's doing well, but very, very... Wait, did they think the 20 power and left was going to win? A crazy stay. The Juggernaut pushing the Deadpool was also massive. So they won right. Had they had, I guess, a Shadow King here could have offset the Venom. And they could have won mid off of it. So maybe not as crazy of a stay as I initially thought, but... So that's super similar to what you do? Well, what the company I work for does? Really? She enjoys it. She's a people person, and she enjoys all of the handyman stuff. And so she really picks it up quickly and enjoys the work that she does. This is the first time she's had to travel, and it's kind of tough, but we're making do. Question: when you reveal a new TLSG origin story, are you the lore sharing guy? Ooh, General Sergeant, we are. At that point, we are the lore sharing guy. But it is time for a quick set of ads so that they don't run in the middle of gameplay. We're gonna jump over into them and then we'll jump back. We've climbed almost 100 ranks so far with Agony deck. So we're cooking well with the Wakanda Embassy hot location. Let's jump over to the ads and we'll be right back, you guys. Said I do accounting stuff for an insurance adjustment company that does mitigation type stuff, among other things. So it sounds very, very similar. It sounds incredibly close to what my wife does. I feel like the constant streams have gotten to you, Husky. Fox Mode, good morning. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. You said I love me a good Excel sheet. Me too. Some of the functionality that you can make happen with an Excel sheet is crazy. So I had in my data analytics job, I created one that was it updated our calendar templates, or depending on what got approved and what didn't. You just plug in the dates and it updated everything and was easy to print. So each month, whenever we printed one, and instead of doing it manually, it did all the shading and coloring and shifting of the dates. Instead of it being manual and taking hours, it took 10 seconds. Next up, we have Danish, and looks like somebody reached the Old West board on Monopoly Go. So I appreciate it. That's, I think, board number 7, if I'm not mistaken. And so thank you for checking it out. Hopefully you're enjoying the game. And hopefully I didn't take up too much of your free time with it. Because I'm still playing it passively. And enjoying it a good amount. But every milestone that's reached does help support me and support the content. Feels she always reminds me of Sesame Street's teeny little super guy. That is a that is a very obscure one, but I have heard that one before too. I've never seen him on the actual show, but I've heard of him. Welcome back, not a ring rat.
Hello.
We are starting late. Better late than never. Do they have Gambit? Is that what they snapped into? Is the Gambit line? Give it a shot. Feels she not instantly accepting the acronyms prove that that's the real origin. I mean, whatever did really happen to him. We don't know. We don't know what happened to that guy. Could have grown up to become a streamer. Teeny little super guy confirmed. Got me. Busted. Let's see. Deadpool Carnage, Deadpool Killmonger. The only problem is that we don't have enough to do the null as well. So our output stays relatively low.
So happy.
Sergeant, you said you're on board 274? Sergeant, so you,
I definitely need to change my
did you do that free to play or did you buy any of the packs and stuff? If so, if you've just played it passively, that's incredible. Yeah, I think we always lose this one.
Hello.
With a helideck, there's just not a lot we can do against them. This barely even matches their right lane. We started our snowball a little bit too late. Where are the drops? So the drops are different than the ones we had earlier this month. It's a premium mystery variant for the high end. So if you double check the second link from the Nightbot spam, that lets you check your progress on the drops. Completely free. I've been playing for a while. I mainly send my wife extra stickers. What level is your wife? Does she play more actively? It's one that I could definitely see, like, it's so easy to like pick up and kind of get engrossed in. You think this deck with Agony would do well on ladder without the hot location? I think something very similar to this would probably do well. I'm curious, or I wonder if we take out like the Hulk Buster for like an Arnold Zola to increase the like high-end high roll. That's like the only thing that I think might change. SCP King said, "Love your voice. It's peaceful. You should do ASMR." I've heard should do ASMR. I've heard should do audiobooks. Both of which, and until I started creating content, I thought I had kind of a boring voice. I didn't think it had any kind of like, I don't know, draw to it. But I've heard several times that I should do like one of those two. Carne, you said no way that the TLSG origin. Carne, I don't know if you were here for the shenanigans or not, but I had 6 redeemed within a 5-minute window. And I don't know, I'm not that creative or that good of a liar in general, but whenever I have to make up 5 on the spot because I only prepped 1, I had to make some changes. Ooh, nice. So we know we're not going to draw our null, but we know that they have our null as well, and we can use one of them. And then Gale, Windscar, finally caught you live. How's the climb going? It's going well. So tonight we started at just right at 300, and so we're up to 225. So we're making some pretty good progress so far. Wait, the origin story is a lie? No, T Green, they're all real. They were all real to me. I don't play Snap, but all the best, TLSG. Consider venturing out to other content with your voice. Absolutely 1 month notice. How did you wind up at the stream? Did you used to play Snap and then like recognize the content? Not that I'm mad that you're here. Just curious. I'm glad you're here. But I do want to eventually like branch out, whether that be like other games. But I think we focus on Snap for a while, grow our Twitch presence, and then we can kind of experiment from there. Yeah, they're all real. There's just variants to the stories.
Hello.
You get a second 10 power Deadpool. I'll watch whatever you play. Still playing Deadlock? I haven't. So I haven't really anything that I was doing in my like downtime has kind of just we only get the 8-hour one. Has kind of just stopped with me doing the streams almost daily or for like about 40 hours a week is what I've been putting into them. Plus doing the half days at my other job. Everything else kind of just went on a standstill. But now that that's going to be gone, I think that opens up the door for being able to maybe play some of those games again.
What a game!
Question: there's no point to play HV after I've gotten Iron Man,
Definitely need to change
unless you're doing either missions or bounties, or just really enjoy it. I mean, you could kind of say the same thing about rank, right? Like post Infinite, there's really not a reason to play, but it's just if you enjoy it or not, I think. So we know that they have a null. We just have to out position where they position a null.
Hello.
This goes to 32. Do this. We think they have Shang-Chi or Shadow King. Shang-Chi, Shadow King here could be very scary. Goes to 36, so maybe it's Death Left,
Hello.
double Deadpool. That's what I'm gonna lock in. And they have double Gwyn buffs, true. True, yeah, true. Well, we definitely overcommitted in the right lane. And undercommitted in the left. Unfortunate. The Juggernaut was good. The only way we could have anticipated that is with the null to the left. Post Infinite is when I'm finally free to play different decks. Lanium, I experiment even beforehand, but I know for a lot of people it relieves that kind of pressure. What is the win rate on this deck? Milk Short. Let's check. So with the grain of salt, of course, because this is with the hot location. But we've been pretty decent. I'll load the stats on it. So right now, even with that last loss, we're 61.5% win rate over 26 games. What rewards do you get for playing Snap after you reach Infinite that you couldn't get in high voltage? Nothing. You don't end up gaining anything for continuing to play post Infinite. other than seeing like what rank you can get, like climbing in the ranks. And I enjoy it because it's competitive. Like I don't necessarily care to be number one. I don't think I'll ever hit number one at the end of the season. But I enjoy being higher up on the ladder so that I'm facing the people that are running good cohesive decks and they're able to like anticipate the different plays that could be done. I enjoyed like that challenge of it, which is why I keep playing. You think they don't have infinite rewards because then people would get frustrated? Maybe. I know that they initially like wanted to market the game as casual, and then I think the competitiveness in those that are grinding on the ladder kind of took over. So they want it to be as appealing to a casual market as possible. And so I think if there were infinite rewards, then they would probably get pushback about it being even more pay to play or feeling more pay to play. So you pay more to win more to earn more, which isn't necessarily the case. Like you can have a lower collection level and still climb. But I think that's the big pushback that I think would be seen from it. And of course, giving more to the people that are most engaged. They're typically going to be the ones that would be more likely to make purchases. Also that.
Enough said, bub.
Have you tried Agony and Human Torch? I haven't. So this deck is actually the first one that I ran with Agony, and it honestly feels pretty decent. I don't know if that's just because of the featured location, or if it'll feel good in general, like all the time. But at least for now, it definitely feels a good one. Also, if there were high infinite rewards, I think there may be more sniping and less cooperative. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would probably lead to more frustration for more people. Because then it would give you an incentive to like try and snipe. Which right now, I know that sniping happens, but I just kind of ignore it. And because right now, they don't get anything from doing it. I think titles would be fine. Titles, I think once or twice would be okay. Definitely something worth striving for. Outside of that, I would like to see some kind of like special flair, or not necessarily a variant, because I think they would always want to be able to sell their variants. Like a special flair, or like a special border even, or like the higher ranking ones. I think would be something that would be cool to push for. Like I would push for top 50 to get a banana border. I think it was data mined. I don't know when it's going to happen, but just for some of the like more unique things, give me a reason to want to try to push for it. Yeah, there's a border that has or maybe it's a split, like a split background. Maybe it wasn't a border. I think it was a background, or like a split, kind of like the prism or the rainbow. There was a banana background. And then 1 month you said I'm on GMT +8, so it was randomly introduced to your overnight stream as you go full time. You're on background sound while I'm working. Keep on playing Snap. You're doing great. Thank you so much. 1 month notice. I'm glad that you found the channel and that you enjoy it. And I'll definitely continue pushing and creating content. When's the full banana deck coming? I don't know, but I feel like we have to, or we're obligated to run it with Hitmonkey. It would feel wrong to do it without that. So we have to kind of look out for what card they got from us with Cable. Our Deadpool. Never mind. They showed it. So we can still end up getting like a death, a null. It just takes away some of the higher pieces of our high roll. And with them playing 2 1-costs in Mojo World, we save a Killmonger for the last turn, we're good to go. So then we can just focus on like stacking up in one of the other ones. How's Agony destroyed thus far? It's been really good, Oz. So we're like 62% win rate with it. And so it's holding really steady so far.
Victory.
The new background splits are probably for Character Master. Yeah, I agree. The reaction sets, things like that, I think are all really cool and really exciting for Character Mastery and gives you a reason to like run certain characters. I'm a little bit worried that it's going to be purely on like the amount of variants you have for a card, the amount of splits that you have on those variants, rather than I would really enjoy it if it was some kind of like League of Legends does, where like you run this character, you get on theirs it'd be the equivalent of like an S+ rating, but here like merge 100 cards with Agony, something where you kind of have to put effort in and actually play the card for us in the mastery. I doubt it's going to be like that, but I wish. Kept Hulkbuster on the list still, kind of surprising since Agony fits that same role. Yeah, so I think outside of the hot location, we probably end up cutting Hulkbuster. But for the hot location, it gives us multiple ways to make sure that we're snowballing our power output. You should try Agony with Gladiator, Doc Ock, or
Enough said,
Mockingbird in a Scar deck. Well, it's been good sensational. TSD with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And then the posture check. What do you think is your most played card? So I was looking at this on the last stream. I think it's Shang-Chi. And then Plope or Nope. With the hydrate as well. And then Benjamin Knight resubbing with your Prime sub for the 5th month. Welcome in, Benjamin. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. So we could change the Eternals arc, or we just lean in, look to destroy this lane, and then we can push power elsewhere. So with their deck, we have to look out for Cosmo. We have to look out for Claw, Iron Man.
Enough said, bub.
I think we should be able to. We have a decent amount of power already pushing across the board. And Starscream on YouTube said, I think that's Buongiorno. I saw the message but didn't know how to read it earlier, and it just now kind of clicked into my head that I think that's what direction you were going with on it. So I think we probably push to the right. With the Killmonger, that's going to be a demon. Since we have priority, we don't have to worry about the Cosmo. Claw could be a concern popping up in mid if we don't have enough power there. Yeah, Claw is a big concern with that Shadow King for sure. Only for one extra, so I think we make them show it. Who's your favorite Marvel hero or villain, and how does the card in Snap compare? Ooh. I've actually been asked the question about my favorite like Marvel character quite a bit. I don't know. I don't know who my like favorite is. As I get older, so when I was younger, I didn't like any of the people that were like bad. But as I get older, I can kind of see the perspective of some of the sometimes villains, sometimes not. And so one of the characters that I like his arc the most, and I think is the most multi-dimensional character, would be Magneto. I really enjoy Magneto from the both the movies and the comic book lines of, on the surface, he's the bad guy, or a bad guy in some of them, but he's multidimensional enough that you can eventually understand his like reasonings and his motives, and so then he kind of like sheds that villain light, and you can kind of empathize or sympathize with him. And so I like him the most for, I think, that character.
Hello.
Magneto and Killmonger had their reasons, to be honest. I mean, they did. Doesn't mean that it was right, but they had their reasons. Yeah, he's a very complicated character, even though it, like on the surface, it definitely doesn't feel that way. TLSG villain arc. TLSG villain arc. We're here for it. I'm actually gonna hold Deadpool one more turn in case this right lane is the hot location. No. Okay. So we're starting our snowball incredibly late. We probably leave this one. We just didn't have like any of our destroy cards, not necessarily just Deadpool. If interested, X-Men 97 has a good bit of featuring. Yeah, so I'm on the final 2 to 3 episodes of 97. I have been for a while, but I just haven't brought it all the way home. I want to and need to, just haven't yet. So I think they've taken on the, I think it was the Master Mold they took on.
What a game!
And
Impressive.
big some big character changes happened. But in case anyone is interested and hasn't seen it, I'm not gonna spoil it. And then Rando, are we live? No. Pre-recorded. This is a video on a loop. We're taking advantage of the drop days. This ends up being pretty good. We can do Death plus a big Deadpool. We have the big Venom. Evan, I don't know why I typed that. I was curious why he typed that too, Avid. It's okay, it happens to the best of us. So Pusher, I guess before that, Reverend, Te Reverend. What do you think of the Penguin TV show? So I actually just regained my login for Max last night, and I haven't finished the first episode. I think I'm like 40 minutes in. Very, very good so far. It's a pre-recorded stream. This really is his villain arc.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I don't snipe.
Rest in peace.
Venom. I know it was 50-50, but I didn't want it to happen. But awful. I guess it is pretty awful, isn't it? Said just watching the new episode of Penguin before coming here. Yeah, I think it's good. As long as they play this one well, they win. If they play like some of their bigger power into Kunlun, that's all that they need to do. Odin is crazy. Wait, Odin onto the Blade Gambit? They wouldn't do that to us, would they? Oh, they did not play it right. And so if they had anticipated how big our Deadpool was, they knew that we could only push for a tie here. So then it would come down to a point differential, which maybe they lost the point differential by pushing the Apocalypse elsewhere. I don't know. We'll take the 2. We started that snowball incredibly late, but was able to pump up very, very fast with the Nico copying the Venom. I've been trying to get a sub in forever. Your stream schedule just doesn't really align with my work schedule. Keep up the hard work and congrats. Oh, Kobe, I don't think I called it out, but thank you for the Prime sub. My stream schedule should be extending a bit more. Or Okoi, sorry. Letters are tough. Okoi. My stream schedule should be extending a bit with my last day at my full-time job was on the 18th. And so we're now fully self-employed, making a run of it. Where are you from originally? I'm originally from a small town in Oklahoma. Before we jump into any more games though, it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into a minute and a half and then we'll be right back. Brunov, you said there's board 41? Huge. So that should pop up. Wait, did you just reach it? If so, that one gives such a big like split my way because it's one that's really pretty tough to reach. So board 41 is the equivalent of like 15 gifted subs or something like that. What's the kid going to be for Halloween this year? So my daughter has been telling everyone that she's going to be a princess, Blaine's going to be a prince, and then me and my wife are going to be the king and queen. We haven't talked about that at all. So she's telling people rumors. She's going to dress up as like a princess. I think she's going to dress up either as Peach or Cinderella. She has dresses for both. And then my son is really interested in One Piece right now, so he wants to dress up as Luffy. And so we're still working on figuring out all the pieces of his costume, but he wants to go as Luffy. And so then me and her are gonna dress up, but we don't really have a good theme, and so we're just gonna wing it. And Zombie, you said Husky, you said I need to get those sponsorships started. Husky, they make up a pretty good chunk of like the pie that from like the streams, the videos. The sponsors are the biggest chunk for me. So if you don't mind like running a few hours here and there, I think they'd definitely be worth it. Just gonna wing it, yeah. We could do the Flintstones. We should do the entire. So she could be Pebbles. I don't know that we could convince her to be Pebbles. Anything other than like a princess or a superhero. But it would be really cute.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Yordle the Mad, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 5 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. So let's go ahead and skip here. What do you think is the... Ooh, Gladiator sniping out our Deadpool. We'll take that. So as far as the best looking card, I think that's tough because with the variants, we have so many good cards and so many good variants. That's really tough to put one specific one in. I don't know. Probably one of the ultimate variants. I would imagine. Like the ultimate Jeff looks pretty good. Best looking base card is Dagger. A pretty decent base card. There's also a couple of really good ones. My oldest has been applying for colleges. Oh, Zombie Lemon. Speaking of things that my daughter just goes around telling strangers. She's been going around telling people that my wife has a baby in her belly. She doesn't. My daughter just wants a baby sister, and so she tells everyone that there's a baby belly. So then we have to explain to them that it's not a real thing. So like a death Deadpool. They will get Killmonger though. Location's kind of rough for us. What? TLSG having another kid? That's crazy. Maximus was good too. Yeah, all I have to do is play a card here. Whether it be Killmonger, Null. I'm kind of bad at folding laundry. Very bad at folding laundry. But I may have missed something. Oh, I'd watch you fold laundry. Gotcha. Yeah. That's why I had a basket for a while. I'm not good at folding laundry. We might as well practice on stream. Practice does make perfect. And then Rando on the YouTube side said you should go as the Burger King and Dairy Queen. That'd be that'd be a funny twist on going as King and Queen. That's assuming that's assuming that my wife makes it back in time. Right now they have her just kind of loosely scheduled for the 31st. We don't know if that's a hard set date, if it's going to get pushed forward, get pushed back. We don't really know at this point. So I'm hoping that she's home for Halloween. Because my daughter loves it. She asks to go trick-or-treating probably for the next like 2 to 3 months after Halloween every year. Reverend, you said I'm totally free to play in this game, and I'm low level tier 3. What would you recommend for grinding infinite? I have to use mostly pull 2 cards. So either if you have Ultron Patriot could be okay. I don't care for the Patriot gameplay though. What I used for the most part was the first time a couple of years, or I guess around a year ago, I used like a Khazar Zoo. Khazar Zoo stays pretty solid. You can upgrade that once you have like your Onslaught, Claw, Iron Man stuff. To go with like a greedy Onslaught build. It falls to Enchantress, but right now Enchantress is kind of non-existent. So you can steal a lot of games with like Claw, Onslaught, pushing 16 to the right. And you're also stacked on top of like a Captain America, which helps you win that first lane, and then 16 power pushed into the other one. I think both of those are pretty solid for like very early Series 3. Santa is the 10 Halloween costume. I mean, make it happen. I mean, that one's pretty easy. I'm working on the belly all year round. I have the hat. And then Joey with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. So if we had Venom, fantastic here. Without it, not really great. We're gonna throw a Hail Mary to the left. Give away candy canes on the Halloween dress as Santa. My daughter might get upset that we were giving them away. Still no Venom. I think Venom left was the only thing to like potentially hold it down. But without it, without any of our actual destroy cards, because I guess I wasted 2 of them. I probably shouldn't have been greedy and threw them into Gamma Lab. Oh well. Are you gonna be on all night? I am. Kinner. Kiner? I am gonna be on all night. Gotta try and sleep, even though I just drank 2 cups of tea. Good luck, Ringrat. Hopefully you have some decent sleep. We have a massive 3 power null. Let's chat out of this one. Wait, you said Nico is huge? Wait. Right Carnage into what? The null? Yeah, but I feel like there's a good chance they get enough or get something big enough in the left lane. And so I think maybe it's Shang-Chi or Null, or not Null, Shang-Chi or Arnim Zola instead of the potentially Hulkbuster. But I think for the hot location, it's probably for the hot location, I think it's probably that you run both for that that greedy scale ability. Oh, to get in their collection. Yeah, Nico's pretty flexible. Like you'll end up using it quite a bit. Oh, you've pulled Silver Surfer, but no Brood yet. Once you get Brood, it can be a pretty good card. And then Rando, you said refresh me on retreat later. If you would, if I hit retreat later and then you hit retreat now. No, so if you hit retreat later and the opponent hits retreat now, then you win. But if you both retreat later, then it's a tie. I believe. Maybe not. Maybe it's retreat later and then... Actually, now that I don't know that I've ever thought about it. Is it Agony keeps the merge text? Yeah. So if you do Hulkbuster on top of it, you can then merge something else afterwards, and so then you have this massive, typically 9 power Wolverine, or Big Deadpool, Big X-23. Do they have an armor? Will Agony attach something, or did Hulkbuster trigger her effect? Yeah, no, she'll still attach. Gotcha. Okay, so it Big Shadow King. So retreat now. It retreats when they lock in, but if they retreat now or later, then it's a tie. So, I mean, we get 1, 2, 3, 4 cards destroyed with the Killmonger.
I want the throne.
I can't play Death in mid. In that case, it would have to be this, which I don't feel as good about. So Scott has been running a like Scar type deck for the last couple of days, so I assume he has other like big bodies to throw down on the last turn. I have such a good Mystique variant in my shop, but I'm so torn. 1,200 gold is a lot. I've only spent 1,200 gold on a variant one time, outside of like I think maybe once or twice for getting like a key from an album, or being like one step away from completing a really good reward from an album. The only one I bought was a Wong one. I bought Wong, like the first Wong variant that I saw pop up, because I've always made the bad Wong jokes. So, so I bought one like as soon as I could. So it was the 1,200 one. I think he only had 2 at the time. I forgot how much Null was. You could only play 1 card. So Null was only 13. You stopped us pretty heavily with that Shadow King. So Null was pretty bad. I did have Death, but it was 3. And so I could do Death plus Deathlock. But it was going to be a tricky one regardless. I definitely bought the Wong one midlife. I've never bought a variant ever. Yeah, I typically only buy 4 progression. And so that means I typically will buy them only if I get a good progress return. So like I pulled 5 randomly from like the season pass track and alliance rewards and stuff like that. And I need 1 more to get a set of keys, or 1 more for tokens. And so I couldn't do death mid, so it would have been close. I dislike that we don't have a strong way to lean into cloning bats here.
Impressive.
Hello.
Not fantastic, but it's not awful. Finish an album with worthwhile rewards makes sense. Yeah. Yep. So that's the only time I spend on them. So I think I've bought probably in total maybe 13 variants in 2 years that I have been playing. The rest I just enjoy when I pull them from like, a mystery card. And we get enough of those that it destroys before it merges with Agony.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Oops. Snap? I don't think this is a snap game. I mean, it's Marvel Snap game. But I don't think it's a snappable game.
Peace.
Maybe with the Venom earlier it could have been. As it is now, 1, 2, 3. Pretty rough. I'm so tempted to redeem the snap reward out of spite. Oh, Dinesh, you wouldn't do that to us, would you? Did it merge with Deadpool? Yeah. Even if it did, I don't know that it would have given us a big enough like burst with how many like small scaling cards they already had. I'm waiting for Pixel Gambit to finish off an album for months. And he just hasn't showed up in the shop. Hetatonic. Hey, TLSG, do you know how Galactus and Agony work together in the same lane? My guess is that Galactus doesn't trigger. Yeah, no, it shouldn't. Similar to like Brood, where the on reveal happens first and then the merge. It would break the Galactus. Now, Agony into Symbiote Spider-Man into Galactus would make it work, but it's a pretty heavy curve to need. TLSG an acronym? It is GM. It has a lot of meanings. The late Sunday night guy. Legendary sandwich guru. They're all real and all fake at the same time. Lasagna smells good. Oh, I'm hungry. The laid back snap guy. That's another good one. You said usually just slap a Cosmo on the symbiote. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it is pretty
Opponent snap.
straightforward or kind of linear. Even if we draw Venom next turn, I think I'm just gonna give him the one. Last time I let him Weasel 2 out, I'm gonna give him the one. Like if we got Venom and Wolverine bounce over to the right, maybe, but Death is still gonna be pretty heavy. Null's gonna be pretty small. So. It was that was the right right variant, Rando. Long Sunday grind. Yep, that's another one. Next up we have Vandy. Let's see, now that we've had a few more games, I feel like we kind of leveled out. Yeah, we went from 62% down to 57, 58, which is... All right, next up we have Vandy. That got under a lot of people's skin, apparently. None of our destroy cards are popping up. Rulad Singh Gaga. Not well. But you sing. Better than me. I'm down 260. Ooh, but you must have had a killer night recently, right? Like you climbed up quite a bit. At least I feel like you did. So Mojo World is usually pretty tough for destroy decks.
Wind, aid my hand.
Check their collection level at the end, but I feel like it's probably 1200. I think it's a relatively low collection level. Quake? Quake, yeah. And maybe not super low. They have Cape Bishop. You exclusively play Destroy? No, Hokey. So, I typically actually don't play Destroy very much. But for today with Agony, I think it fits really well with the hot location. So I picked it up. If it's not Quake, we kind of struggle with Mojo World. War Machine also is kind of tough. But they're going to have to invest in multiple lanes on this last turn. Deathlock first. Ooh, lads, that would have been a good call. Playing the Deathlock before the death, just in case of a Juggernaut. I got the exact same deck from Make Me a Deck feature. From what we're playing. It has really good stats right now. I think probably, and so the Make Me a Deck, it goes off of the data that it has. Sometimes it's like we don't know exactly what like bands it has on it, but a lot of times if there is a deck that is performing really, really well and it's becoming really popular, the Make Me a Deck will copy that one. I think for this one, I don't know if it's super strong outside of the hot location, but I think with the hot location, it has so many ways that it can really work on the snowball that it feels pretty good. Scotty, you had said I regained like 300 and then lost it all day. Ah, what's Destroy? This type of deck, the deck that we're playing. The deck revolves around cards that want to be destroyed. So Deadpool, when he's destroyed, he comes back to your hand. Wolverine, he gets more powerful when he's destroyed, X23. And then Null gets more powerful depending on how many cards have been destroyed. Husky, you scouted it out early. Woody, thank you so much for the big 250 person raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I know that you cooked us a couple of times with your discard deck. Was that holding out well for you today? But thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciate having it here. And if any of you guys, let's give you a shout out. I forgot, we'll do one later for Felicity. She rated us a long time ago. Let's give you a shout out. If you guys don't know me or my content, I'm TLSG. I've been playing since like the day 2 of beta. I took a 6-month break earlier in the year, but I've been back for a while. And most of my content revolved around YouTube videos for a very long time, but I've started branching out into the live stream side of it. And I actually just quit my full-time job, and I'm focusing fully on the content creation. So love having you guys here. But let's shout out Woody. Anybody else that didn't come from Woody's stream, if you don't know him, fantastic player, very high ranked, always in, want to say in like the top 20. So always really good deck builder, always showcasing some really promising and really strong decks when he plays. So we don't have a lot of power for anything. I think we're just gonna retreat out of this one. Either that or we like throw a pity Sasquatch. Because we can play a big card in the left and it'll merge. Yeah, Notorious. Definitely unfortunate draws for sure.
Impressive.
Well, we'll give that one to Robin. I think we took like 4 cubes from him earlier. We'll give one of them back. And if we need to, we can always pivot decks. I have another deck that I have selected for running today. It's more of a movement, so it's like a small movers. It runs Havoc, but I think that deck will do really well with the hot location as well because the curve is incredibly low. That you can just like flood all of those cards. You can typically want to skip the first couple of rounds. Next up, we have KX4 in. Ranked 21. I know that he's streaming right now. He's been going for a while. I didn't tune in earlier, so I don't know what kind of decks he's been running today, but one dead pixel. He said I'm running this same list minus Buster and Death plus Zola and Agent. Do you feel like the Agent adds to your deck?
Get out of here.
Yeah. I feel like we have to full send. Wait, is KX running the same kind of deck too? Who won the gauntlet? I actually don't know. Is it finished? Oh, that's true. I did see something in the Discord.
I want the throne.
So he won the whole thing?
Rest
What a
in
game.
peace.
Not just the NA side, but it was the entire or NA? The entire side? I was tied up most of yesterday and today, so I didn't get a chance to like keep an eye on it.
Opponent snapped.
So if we can drop priority, we can destroy their Deadpool in the last turn. is really like the only benefit we have. I guess we would want to be able to drop null first, and so without X23, rough.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Rando. He said, you have all the TLSG meetings. You said, all right, I'm done over here. Put Nico in bar and drop Prio. I was kind of thinking we hold the Nico for the location change potential. We could play it mid to drop priority to hit their Deadpool, but if we do that, then we probably lose to like a null play anyways. Yeah, Killmonger would kill Nico, but I don't know if we would even win still. Because without an X23, he wouldn't be able to do both on the final turn. He still just drops a null and then wins. Yeah. And so he he drew the Agony Deadpool. We didn't. We should have retreated whenever he had Agony down, but oh well. Subtilizer, you said I lost my main account that had like 1,000 collection level score, but I'm back after a long break and decided to grind again. So you'll get 1,000 relatively quick. I think it's probably around like a month and a half, 2 months of completing like your dailies. Of completing your dailies and weekly missions. You should be able to push a decent amount of progress. It is tough to kind of restart, but at least it wasn't like 25,000 collection level account or something that you had like spent a lot of money on building up. Rando and the lowly savior of Joff. Yeah, so a couple months you can get around there. All right, so now we're hoping for the Deadpool. Deadpool, Wolverine, Hulkbuster could do it too. None of those. I like the look of those. They lost their Dracula. We kept our null, which is good. I feel like our draws have been really, really poor. Like the last 15 games. So we're bound for some good luck soon. Starts incredibly slowly though. I'd die if I lost my 23k account. Yeah, me too. Me too. Like I'd probably still play, but I wouldn't be happy about it. Scott, I'm gonna go to bed. Well, hopefully you have a great rest of your night, Scotta. Hopefully you get some good sleep. Losing on a downward streak always kind of stings a bit, but I think it's a good call. Did they skip last turn? Ah, we called it wrong. It was a gut read. I thought they were going to play with the swarm, but we took a gamble on it. We needed to be able to call out the right location and for Deadpool to stick, which he did. We just called out the wrong location, unfortunately. This guy just got a from top deck. Well, he read our soul. He knew exactly where to play, exactly what we were thinking. He was inside our head. So he got 4 from us. Zero Youth, you said need your advice. What advice do you need, Zero Youth? Mayor name. Oh, we made. I'm gonna have to run through this quickly, because we have an ad that's starting up. We're gonna start up in 2.5 minutes, and I'm all out of snoozes as well. You won't be needing this. Yeah, 8 cubes. So I'm kind of holding Deadpool until we have or want to destroy it anyways, in case we see the hot location pop up. They may have snapped on turn 1 because they may have been either super aggressive or kind of tilted. Sometimes I snap on turn 1 because I'm tilted more than anything. I think we take the gamble on the left lane. I know that it snowballs better in the right, but then we're gonna have to take a turn and just destroy just the Deadpool. We could also be doing quest, yeah. I'm gonna hold the Nico. I'm not even gonna play it. I'd rather get the maybe a card copy so we can copy the 8 power Deadpool next turn. Maybe we get to destroy so that we can destroy Deadpool. And on the YouTube side, Zero Youth, he said, so there's... You don't know how to start a conversation? Just find probably. I'm kind of an introvert in normal life, so I may not be the best person to give advice on this, but I would say find some kind of common ground. Something that makes the conversation a little bit easier. That you guys can kind of bond on.
Victory.
And you said, man, I'm shocked you're all done with high voltage. I know you're trying out Agony and all. No, I'll probably play high voltage a little bit here and there, at least to finish off the Iron Man variant. But I do really enjoy ladder quite a bit. Guys, any idea how to play this game on Mac? I don't, Pox. We do have a quick set of ads that are going to run, and we'll be right back. We made it through the game before they ran. That was a win. We're going to run them, and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. He said discard early snaps tend to mean they have their ideal line and hand arrangement. Yeah, typically, but that one was not. That one was not the ideal line. Is untap safe? Yeah. So untap safe. So if you end up using the tracker, if you use my affiliate link, it helps support me a little bit. But if not, use that second one, and that takes you straight to the website. So that's what I have on the sides of my screen. The thing that shows like the decks and the cards is untapped. Rando said, "Gotta love the skippable kind of ad over here." Those are nice. It is kind of nice, the ads on the YouTube side for sure. So Maria Hill, typically that means a Wiccan deck. So we have to look out for Magneto, Eliath on the last turn to like counter a potential null, and a few other cards, but they are going to have the 1, 2, 3, 4 curve, I believe. I don't like dropping Venom for just the 3, but or do we ever slow it down a turn and just go like Wolverine? I mean, we have until turn 7 anyways. We're going to drop it a bit. And then to the player that reached the London board in Monopoly Go, very much appreciate you checking out the game. Hopefully you're enjoying it. It is one that I, of the games that I've done, is one that I enjoyed a fair amount. I tried it, but I can't see Marvel Snap out there.
What a game!
Peace.
When does it showing? So you're not able to see the game itself, or the untapped windows, because the untapped is just the tracker, so it's just like the little windows. You still load up like the actual Marvel Snap. And then the Nick said gonna hop in bed and switch over to you stream. Have a great night, chat and TLSG. Thank you so much, Nick. Hopefully you have a fantastic evening.
Hello.
So with them running Wiccan, a little bit afraid of the Eliath. I don't think they typically run Legion on. Oh, might be safe from that one. Hulkbuster's not guaranteed now. Rude. So it might end up being a never punished. Second 50-50 we won. Still not great on the number of destroys, but Deadpool's going to be massive here, unless they hit us with an Eliath, but then they would be locked into that right lane. And it's Monday morning here, 10 a.m. So it's 11:30 p.m. my time. Big Copycat, big Silver Sable, and a copy of Silver Sable too. So a Killmonger top deck actually wouldn't be awful. You could take out a huge piece of their play line. Longer? I think I'd do that over Death. Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe it's not as big as I thought. We will have another Sable. Unless we could do Death as well, which we're one off of being able to do that. I don't think we win this one with their extra energy, with the Sable coming back in hand. I think we have the win on it. But
Victory.
they didn't think they had the win. We'll take the one, I guess. We're getting the good draws again. I think with this one, you probably need to play it or snap it pretty aggressively. Next up, we have Galdus. The first location, Titan, does help us curve out our null a little bit easier. Silver Sable, don't let it be, I guess, Deadpool, Agony. Ugh, rough. We did draw Deadpool early. Just unfortunately came after a Sable. Get it up to 1 power. Gotta go through a lot of hoops here. We can make it happen.
Hello.
Wind, aid my hand.
Double the negative. Deadpool just to send a message.
What a game!
Sable Storm. We'd have to get lucky with Black Swan. We'll have to get lucky with like Wolverine popping something over there. We don't get to do the Agony Deadpool Venom, so 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we can do Deadpool Venom.
Enough said, bub.
Beautiful.
What a game! Hello.
She-Hulk? Could be She-Hulk plus the 1 flood. Be an Infinite, but I think She-Hulk is probably more likely. Or Nico Blink. They win mid. Didn't quite hold up in the others.
Victory.
Nico here into Blink would have won them the game though. So they had a line. We stacked in the lane that they were pushing. I know it was it was a pretty impressive line. If they had more 1 cost to throw, I kind of like the idea of the Sandman right now. Since his change, I haven't really seen much of him, and we're in a game or a meta where there's a lot of like low stuff, a very curve conscious set of cards, and so Sandman might be able to disrupt that. Hitting a Doom could have been good too. But yeah, no, I think they were cooking. And then Shindig Cage. I don't think I did your Hydrate. I apologize. Ultron, yeah. Ultron would have won to the right too. All right. We're going against KX. We want to draw Deadpool early. Beautiful. Not going to play him on 1 in case we get the hot location. Ooh, did he get Agony Deadpool again? Well, because I was greedy and held him, we wasted a turn to be able to double him up.
This just in.
That's not good. That's not good. Oof. Okay. That is one rather large Deadpool. I'm surprised he didn't snap it with having the full-on ramp into it.
Impressive.
Maybe no destroy cards in hand.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Opponent snapped.
Hello.
If we ever give up, do this. Start generating a 10 power Deadpool. It's still lower than theirs. We could also this. Oh, nice. The Killmonger kind of helps us a little bit,
Definitely need to change my underwear.
clearing our X-23 out of that lane.
Peace. Impressive.
So being able to use it on the last turn could be really good. Their X-23 unfortunately jumped back over to the left, so we're going to need a little bit of luck here.
What a game!
Impressive.
Okay. Win a tiebreaker. Yeah, but yeah, the Deadpool is his Deadpool is bigger than
What
ours.
a game!
With his Deadpool being bigger than ours, like he wins that split. Unless big time gamble. Unless we can Killmonger destroy that X-23 in the left, and theirs goes somewhere else, but ours stays left. Is the only time that this works. Oh wait, what are we doing? Whew. Hold on.
Hello.
Killmonger first. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hello.
The order, I wanted to make sure that this is full. But yeah, you're right.
I want the throne.
Okay. Okay. Not out of the water completely, but that helps a lot. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Never a doubt.
Victory.
We got very lucky. We got very, very lucky. Genius is probably pushing it too far. That was the niche level of gambling. We win these. We win these. Wheaton Law, welcome in. 2 minutes. I hate Gar Saxon said I hate RNG games like that. Takes skill to like it takes a little bit of skill to set up in a way that you can potentially get lucky, but that's still his X23 bounced twice, and so it failed him 2 times. Dr. Bingo, thank you so much. Bingo GH, thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 2 months. You said promise kept. Thank you for thank you for the support and for being here. We gladly take those. Just have to make sure your check to Broad clears. He's been dodging my check the last couple of months. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm excited for being able to stream on more of a full-time capacity. Now that I don't have to worry about like going into work in the morning. I can, if I want to do overnights, I can without having to worry about it. Just
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Gar Saxon, thank you for the Prime sub as well, pushing us up to 6 for the day. And then you said, do you enjoy high voltage? I do to a degree. I think that there is not a whole lot of variety there, because like having such a short game really narrows down the number of decks that can perform efficiently. And so you see a lot of Alliance, you see a lot of Cosmo, a lot of Juggernaut, and then your greedy combos. And so it doesn't feel as like balanced. And so I like that it's a short game, there's no stakes. But I think playing it too much, I would probably get a little frustrated, I think.
Hello.
I think we play the 2 over to the right, just in case the left ends up being the Dark Dimension. Or in case they drop a Cosmo, that's fine too. Whew. I'm surprised that they didn't drop the Cosmo into Madam Web. That's my favorite play with this deck. Because then you have the mind game of, are you going to move it or are you not?
Oh, snap.
He said TLSG doesn't have a bedtime. What have we unleashed? When was your last day of work? It was on the 18th, so Friday. Friday was my official last day, and then I rushed home to do the drop streams, and stayed pretty busy ever since. I got the Iron Man variant today. Probably not going to go back unless I'm doing missions. I can see that. I still need to revisit to finish off the Iron Man variant. But did you Jerry Maguire out? I didn't. I made sure not to burn any bridges, just in case. You never know. I wasn't paying attention to what cost card this would be. 2, 3, 4. Death won't be free. This is a 1 cost. Next 2. Burn the bridge, salt to the earth, salt the earth.
Rest
No, I didn't have an issue with my boss or my team. It was the leadership above them that started bringing forward changes, and it just
Victory.
didn't feel like the same work environment anymore. The variant does look pretty sleek. I like the variant quite a bit. Now we're back on that upward trajectory. Is again, we had a little bit of a slump, but I think with any kind of combo heavy or snowball style deck, you just have to kind of weather the bad draws to be able to get to the good. True life sleep goals is the TLSG. Next up we have Ares. I guess we could have held X23 just in case it's the +2 location. Since we have the extra energy from the Superflow, we can curve a little bit easier. But magic down. Gives us an extra turn to be able to snowball, which is nice. I'm going to go ahead and use the Nico destroy spell with Killmonger. I know we have an extra turn to be able to play, but
I want the throne.
I want a better chance of, we're almost guaranteed to draw into Deadpool earlier rather than later. So if they destroy our okay. Wolverine's also okay.
Enough said, bub.
We lose our extra energy, but that's fine. Now we have a 1 out of 3 for Agony or Deadpool.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Beethoven 97, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So we can X20, we can Hulkbuster X23. We can also 1, 2, 6. We could skip a turn to Deadpool, Hulkbuster, Deathlock all on the same turn. 50-50 that we draw into it. I'm not sure Spider-Man 2999 has much of a home in any deck. Yeah. Yeah, he really doesn't. Deadpool, Hulkbuster, Carnage. Turn we get Agony. Turn we get. Oh wait, why did we snap?
Welcome.
This could
It
be
took you
a.
long enough.
This could be a Galactus deck, right? Maybe no, not with the Gladiator. I think it's more of a Surfer, like a weird Surfer build, like a hand buff Surfer. Elder Winter, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Their Sebastian Shaw dodged every single one of those hits with Ironheart. Love to see it. So if they use Limbo, it's probably some kind of a greedy, like Wong style of deck, wanting to either do Wong like Hazmat, Wong Gambit, I would imagine. We need the 1 extra energy, so I'm going to destroy mid instead of left.
Hello.
Big rude. Ah, rude. They got us. They got us with the rare Rhino that you never see anywhere. Oh, that is an 800 collection level Sebastian Shaw hook that we got dominated by. Just barely. We almost had enough over here, but things. Magic Rhino C3 time. Yeah, but a good tempo decks would you don't really gain much from that play, like as far as value wise. And so unless the opponent is running like a greedier combo deck, then you don't get the payoff most of the time. Not gonna lie, that was surprising. Yeah, it was a big brain Limbo game, unfortunately. We have a young chef on our hands. We do. They scammed us. They scammed us for 4. And then Prame. So it's plural. So the first one to make sure your accounts are linked. The second one, to check your inventory. We do have a quick set of ads. I'm gonna step out, go to the restroom while they run, and then we'll be right back, you guys. He said pretty funny when it works. Yeah, it doesn't work often, but when it does, it is deadly. I ran downstairs to check to make sure my daughter was still sleeping soundly, and she's good. And so as long as she's good, we're good. What are good cards to use in pool 2? And an Onslaught Claw, like full ongoing style of deck can be pretty good. It pushes a large amount of power for the collection size that you have. Next up we have Fuzzy Dice. Wait. Can we Agony into Agony into Agony? Does that work? That is beautiful for us. Did it with Hulkbuster before? Yeah. So we're still hoping for a Deadpool. If we don't get one, then we merge it with the X-23 soon. My goodness, that is going to be a big Agony. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Yeesh. I want to snap into it, but I'm going to wait. Then Anthony said, love catching TLSG streams. Welcome in, Anthony. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Said BZ, if only I played the game still. I appreciate you hanging out, even though you're not actively playing. So we fall to a Cosmo pretty heavily here. Maybe not yet. We have the Killmonger. It's gonna be a 9 power Agony. Oh my goodness. This scale is crazy. We're not gonna draw anything anymore. It's fine.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, who needs draw when you have Venom, when you have big Agony? Yeah, the Hulkbuster was absolutely busted there. Take it. Sorry, you said I play Snap vicariously through TLSG. It's one of those games that can be very frustrating for people, and it can be kind of tough to keep up with, like, all the cards and all this stuff. And so I do that for several games where I watch the streams because I don't have the time or don't want to dedicate that much to whatever game it was anymore. So I watch a fair amount of, like, old school RuneScape style streams. They're like comforting to me to, like, have them on in the background. And then I watch, like, League of Legends for Worlds, but outside of that, I don't typically watch the League of Legends streams outside of that, though. As a low collection level, thank you for playing ladder for me. Listen learned. Absolutely. You'll get there. As a low collection level player, it stinks. Like, I really dislike the experience for low collection level players post Infinite. I remember back in the beta getting so much FOMO from you and other content creators having cards I don't have. And now you're all caught up, Zombie Lemon, right? Shady Taco, or El Shady Taco, said, love the game. I got pulled in when I saw Symbiote Spider-Man and checked it out. So far, love the game in the season. So far, especially Agent Venom. Yeah, the Agent Venom season has been pretty good. Has definitely been a good one to jump in on. But try not to fall too much into, like, FOMO, and just enjoy, like, the cards that you do have, and enjoy, like, just learning the different combos and what to expect. And you'll be more caught up, closer to caught up in no time. Well, that was rude.
Hey, welcome. It took you
Just gonna
long
skip
enough.
here. Mr. Ligma. Well, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. That pushes us up to 9 for the day. I stopped playing during the Jeff season when they released flexible drops. Yep, Janix. I can see that. It was definitely an unfortunate decision. I liked the cadence of the drops going like every 3 months with scale down.
Iron Man.
Really enjoyed that. That way you at least knew if I'm not going to pull this card, it's going to be in my wheelhouse soon. But not anymore. I go through phases where I can't play like a god at this game, and others where I feel like the worst player. Me too, Bromble. And it's really meta dependent for me. Like, if it's a meta that I'm not really navigating or able to navigate well, then that ends up being me. So this is 5, 6, 7. This is 14. If we do this, no, we can't do that. No, we can't get up to 14. We can get close in the left lane, but not quite all the way there. How are you liking Agony? She seems a bit meh for me, or for a special event. Yeah, she's not crazy. I think she's used in probably 2 decks, maybe 3. One that runs like Human Torch, one that runs Deadpool, and then the Phoenix Force deck. Outside of that, I think she's maybe you use her in like hand buff with like Sebastian Shaw, but I don't know how consistent the returns would be. Could be decent with like an Agent Venom to kind of give you a bigger boost out of her. But she's definitely not like crazy. I think I really like her with Destroy. I don't know, or I can't say for sure if it's just because of the hot location, because I didn't play her at all prior to the hot location today. But at least for now, I'm enjoying it in this like Destroy style of deck. Have Destroy decks relatively stayed the same? No, indecisive. So this is probably like the one deck that has remained almost exactly the same as it was about a year ago. So ever since I think Nico was the last big card release that changed it. Otherwise, it's been pretty much the same. Agony is she's an extra Hulkbuster. I don't know whether that's necessarily good or bad, but it is what it is.
The throne.
Yeah, it's been pretty much 11 cards plus 1 flex slot since that point. Sure. Is it me or anyone facing this issue? I can't get any opponent in that conquest mode. Sometimes the conquest matches do take a while to. Sometimes do take a while because the earlier ones match based on your MMR banding. So much better than like post infinite ladder. So it's people that are closer to your collection level for the most part. And so sometimes it's harder for them to find a match for you. Wondering if I should invest in Destroy, but I think Nico is probably too important to skip. Nico's a very big piece and very important in the deck for sure. We have Null, which is pretty big because of the Hulks that we destroyed. Otherwise, this game has been pretty bad. Yes, Fox mode. So Infinite Conquest is almost exactly the same as you queuing into post infinite ranked ladder. So it's rough.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like Cable Pool has our number tonight. Like as long as they have something that offsets this, can't do anything. I feel like that's like I think that's the third time we faced. We lost and dropped all three. Say Agony or Hulkbuster is the better 12th card here. I like Agony. Agony is like easier to use. So like if you draw her late, you can use it in a lane that already has your Wolverine, already has your X-23. And Melphus doesn't matter. We still vibe. We do indeed. That it's a little bit disturbing, but I like his spirit. But I do lean more towards the Agony line. I almost got the Infinity Border last season, but lost to a nasty full meta clog. Yeah, unfortunately, very unfortunately. Infinite Conquest, like that matchmaking, all banding goes off, so you could match against anybody. Never thought I'd see a twerking Among Us character emote, but here we are. I like his spirit is the most positive description I could imagine for that monstrosity.
Enough said.
Yeah. Unfortunately, their Gambit hit the 1 out of 3. It hit our Agony instead of these two. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and Deadpool destroy. We're behind the curve, but we can potentially get. Actually, no. Let's do the Wolverine because we're gonna Killmonger next turn. So X-23 is gonna bounce somewhere. I don't want X-23 to go into Luke's bar and then us snipe it out.
Enough said, bub.
I definitely
Kind of weird. She released with no skins. Yeah. I thought the same thing when I was looking for one for the thumbnail on YouTube. Was this Dinish's Helideck? Wait, did he change his name? It was Dinish. Now it's Deginish? Like degenerate and ish? Hmm. Because they're around the same rank as well.
I want the throne.
Like the word degenerate? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. But we faced him like an hour ago. And it was Danish. I guess he changed it recently. We lose.
Hello.
They haven't discarded anything. They do have the Jubilee here. But we barely match, or I don't know if we would even beat it if they just full skipped. All right. Oh.
Escaped.
So Odin onto Gambit could have been, maybe that would have been scary. X-23 just didn't want to drink this game. She did not. She did not want to go to the bar. Yeah, she had had enough drinks for the night. I did hit the Thanos emote on accident. I was surprised. Probably because this is a preliminary release for Agony. Might be, yeah. But nothing, no variants have even been data mined for her, though, is the weird thing. I know that they've been kind of reeling back the amount of data that's able to be data mined. That way we can maybe have some like surprises. So maybe that's kind of along the lines of what it is. I feel like Shang would have been super valuable. I think Shang would have been super valuable in like the Danish matchup for sure. All right, we have Nico. We're waiting on the destroy spell. Draw additional cards. Otherwise, we do have a really big dead pool. Yeah, our liver and brain should be safe. Jane said, agony is buns. Well. Do we save the Nico or get the guaranteed 1 extra draw? Do that. Well. Uh-oh. I don't like to see the Jean Grey here. We need a Killmonger. Carnage. Deathlock is not it. Oh, man. We had such a good, promising start, too. And it just went kaput. Negasonic Adult Warhead. Doesn't have the same ring. It doesn't. Can't possibly age. Ooh, so they have the Aranya and Beta Ray built into their decks. Still get a one. We can destroy Deadpool once, and we get a 10 power Deadpool.
Impressive.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Wait, Echo and Nimrod are built into their deck too. Oh, I bet they're just running like a random pile in an Arsham shell. That's what it feels like.
Hello.
It was 12, 22, 29. But it feels like overkill. Is it so null will be more? What? He's gonna destroy Nimrod? You think so in an Arsham shell? I don't think so. I don't think he destroys it. I think it's just a random like pile of 12 cards in Arsham. Because Echo, Aranya, Beta Ray, Nimrod feels crazy to me. But I also think that we...
Hello.
Could be booster farming? Maybe. Well.
I want the throne.
We don't have enough in left.
Impressive.
Unless maybe X23 bounces over there. Then it'd be a tie.
Rest in peace.
No. If she goes back over there to the left, it could be a win. Huge. Never punished. My goodness. We shouldn't have won that one. We had no business winning that one. Absolutely no business winning that one. 10,000% skill. What was the Nimrod for? I'm thinking they're probably either doing bounties or something. Because I typically will pile some just cards into an Arsham shell and then play it in conquest, but I never do it on the ladder. Ladder is craziness. Could also be booster farming. X23 is on our side. She needed a clear head, so she didn't go to the bar so that she could win that game for us. What do you think of Agony's animation? I can't answer you until we see it again, because honestly, the only thing that I remember and that stands out is that she glows red after you play it, whenever you like hover a card over. I think we're gonna go ahead and jump on the Nico Destroy spell. She lashes her hair. Ah, we can't do the Agony though. I mean, we could. We don't want to. Basically the same animation as Scream, except for she slurps the card. Okay, gotcha. Screams is pretty pronounced. You ever run an Agatha deck? Sometimes. Agatha's not in an awful spot, actually. Yeah, I was wondering what you were cooking up. You said you were booster farming, but it was a very good game. I got so lucky on the X23. It had to be very specifically that for it to have worked. So you probably deserved that win, but
Impressive.
got very, very lucky. Still no Deadpool. Do this. I'm gonna pay attention to her animation, I suppose.
The sorcerer.
Ooh, so they ripped Cosmo out, so we could have piled into mid, unfortunately. But their dagger doesn't scale, which is good. So now the Agony. Oh. Okay, it's not bad. I just hit a 1 out of 216 against Hydropod for 8. Oh, I bet they're fuming. Well played. Well played for sure. Whoever invented the Widow Scream Phoenix Force? The Widow Misery Phoenix Force? Yeah, I think it was the first person that I saw run it the most was Jet, so it may have been him. That's a good substitute for X23. There's not a great one. If you take X23 out, I would probably go for like Shang-Chi or Arnold Zola for the like higher end. And that poor dagger has moved like 3 or 4 times. There's only 4 power.
Enough said, bub.
Never enough. I'm assuming that they don't have them if they were asking for a sub. I'm assuming they don't have X23. X23 is fantastic in Destroy. But if you don't have it, you could probably make it work. It's just not as consistent. Because she gives you the means to be able to play like both your Null plus Deadpool last turn. So she evens out your curve a lot. So it is time for a quick set of ads. I just burned the last snooze and I don't want to get into a situation where it runs mid-game. So we are going to run to a couple of minutes of ads. We're going to do 2 minutes and then we'll be right back. I'm going to grab a little snack and then we'll be right back, you guys. Dagger went to the bar and got drunk, so she's off. She's a little bit off today. My bad. Little snack guy. The late snack guy. Both are good. Both are solid. Truly love snacks guy. Guy is such an easy catch all for the G at the end. He was moving around, but no one was home. Yeah, but I do it too. Let's go ahead and play the Deadpool. Hope that the gamer, gamer, guru, gentleman. What is your name? Guy. Gynecologist does in fact start with a G. Unfortunate. I took a gamble, hoping that it wasn't going to pop up here. But oh well.
What a game!
I still get to destroy. We can destroy it again. 4. Have you played a move deck into the location today? I haven't. I do have one in mind. It's like the small movers. So it runs Havoc, Cosmo, nothing above 3 cost. To fully lean into it. So I think it's more worthwhile to go ahead and actually destroy versus the Hulkbuster this turn. Because we're going to get an extra +4 on Deadpool versus just a +3. Next turn is going to be the last turn we can destroy anyways. So we'll be able to get another destroy trigger after this turn too.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Said, why do folks refer to curving out when your power scales linearly? So the curve is like the amount of energy like that you can use. It's based on like the cost. So it's if it's the perfect curve, then you can use a 2 cost on 2, a 3 on 3, 4 on 4. But I don't know why it's I don't know why it's originally called a curve though.
Hello.
Big vulture. We have a pretty decent sized Deadpool.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Very big vulture.
Impressive.
What a game!
Oh, it looks like a bell curve. Like, because most of your cards are going to be in like 2, 3, 4 versus, or 2 and 3 versus like the 4 and 5, 6. So we, they can move this. Otherwise, we win there. Unless they have Shang-Chi. I think we just win. 8:30.
Opponent snapped.
They're making me second guess now. Wait, we could also just do... No. Go left. Ooh. Oh, not Magneto left.
Victory.
Yeah, most card game terms came from Magic the Gathering. Like that was the first very truly big game. The concept of a mana curve is from Magic, specifically the slide deck. 1996. I'd be interested to know like what that deck looked like because I haven't played Magic the Gathering. Power curves are from most other card games where 2, 3 drops are combined more impactful than a 6 drop. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times that's what we find in Snap as well. Unless you can kind of force your opponent into a certain direction, usually it's more impactful to end on like a couple of really powerful like lower cost cards. I like Magic, but I also hate Magic. So I never actually played Magic. Like I think I played the old client for like the tutorial and then stopped. But I just didn't have anyone like I didn't live near a card shop and I didn't have anyone close by that actually played. Made it kind of difficult. Get Agony. So our Deadpool gonna start scaling incredibly. Like Magic, I also like
I definitely
Magic
need
with
to
the
change my
K.
underwear.
the community and friends I had from years of Magic the Gathering. Yeah. I think it's
Hello.
one of the few that had such a like cool community scene. So what I always really wished I was able to play it for, or the reason I wish I was able to play it, was specifically for like draft or commander or like the different cool formats that you get while you're playing at a card shop versus just this is how you play it. That's it. How you liking Agony? Do you think she can such will go with Scarlet Spider? I think Scarlet Spider might be a bit tough. Because he still kind of falters at being able to flexibly get that power onto the board. So I think he can be fine. I kind of like Agony. Wish I liked Scarlet Spider, but I don't. All right, we can play here again next turn. So yeah, We're gonna go ahead and drop the Venom. That is so many, that is so many triggers on Cassandra Nova. That when they Phoenix Force it back, they're gonna be at their mercy.
What a game!
I think we just hold, and next turn do a null Deadpool. Call it good. A huge null. That's a very huge null. The misery helped it out a good bit. Oh, we're good. They don't have Phoenix Force down, so.
Hello.
Whew. Even if they Hawk, like Hawk doesn't beat either one of these two.
Victory.
Forever Zero. I mean, we played the Hulkbuster, but it didn't give any power, is what I meant by like hold. He was a 0 power card at that point, so it didn't do anything. We could have just held. But yeah, I think we just hold. Yeah, and I did see that Magic the Gathering was releasing a Marvel themed crossover. I wonder if that was maybe constructed because of Snap's success, so that they know that there is a card game player niche that enjoys the Marvel like IP. Let's go ahead and skip here. No, you're okay forever. It was kind of funny because it was as soon as I said it too. We're gonna have some copium. This is gonna be Condit Embassy. On the first turn, why I didn't do Deadpool. So right now we have a hot location, which is very likely to show up as one of the three. That gives cards in our hand +2. And since we didn't have a way to destroy it, besides the Deathlock, we could have done it on 2, I guess. There was always a chance we get like Nico into Deadpool, which could be a destroy, or like a Hulkbuster and Agony that we would want to play before the Deadpool. Or that location could pop up and start our scaling for us. And so I took the chance that would show up. I would highly recommend Marvel Champions if you're into tabletop card games. The problem is I am, but my friends are not. And so I don't ever have anybody to play that stuff with, fortunately. So destroy here. Agony may get caught, because these could very well either pop here or here. Just hold the Agony for now.
Rest in peace.
Forever, yeah, no problem. I don't mind like taking a step back and explaining, because we were all new once,
My underwear.
and so it's always usually better to ask if instead of assuming. We have our Killmonger. With them having Black Swan, I almost want to see if we can dodge priority. Now let's go ahead and continue the destruction. I think that makes more sense for us. We discount the death pretty dramatically. Potentially get Nolan play, we get an extra energy, so we go up to 7. They can also just skip its power of Swan. Yeah, very true. Misplays. Me too. The door is open. Because my wife's out of town, so I thought they might come hang out with me. I even brought a dog on. I don't know if you can see it in the corner. But they don't. They still avoid the room. Forever, just being here to enjoy the content. Like you definitely donations help. But being here and enjoying the content is honestly more than I could ever ask. I'm honored that you guys are here, spending your afternoon or morning with me. So I think I'm gonna stack into 2 lanes with this type of deck. With the Gwynpool, I would think that it would lean closer to, especially definitely like the Hitmonkey stuff. So they probably do. Well, I was thinking Mysterio, but I was thinking wrong. If they have Hitmonkey mid, then we don't stand a chance against it. Stable, okay. Actually, no, we don't. No. That was a lot of power for him on the last turn. We needed this Sasquatch mid as well, but that would have been very hard to gauge how much they were going to be able to do. Forever, you're not really on the naughty list. I'm pasting your message forward. It thought you were posting a link because you had Mr. Bot with no spaces. I thought it was a website. I pasted it forward. It doesn't actually give a warning. It just basically doesn't let it go through, and then I usually paste them through anyways. So no, you're fine. Yeah, Calibrex. I did recently go full time, so now the big thing is just making sure people are here to watch. Every Prime sub or gifted sub or whatever helps. But the biggest piece is just making sure that you guys are enjoying it so that I can continue to do the streams. So I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to try the X23 instead of Deadpool and hope that our hot location pops up. And then Gale. That was an awfully big dump from the opponent, unfortunately. Let's do Wolverine. I'm still kind of coping that the last one is going to be the hot location. General Sergeant, you helped an enormous amount. We ended up... There it is. There's the location we've been waiting for. We ended up blowing both of those goals out of the water. We're about to start dropping some of those off. So it's been just about a month since I did that push. And so right now I think is the highest we've gotten to. And it's 1534, which is over 500 more than what the go full-time goal was. And so you guys definitely showed up and showed out. 2 a.m. Eastern time with 1K people, can't complain. No complaints here at all. If I was able to hold even like 500-600 at all times, that's more than enough to be able to make ends meet, I think. Let's go Nico Deathlock. First gonna snap. Nico Deathlock. We should have snapped before the Deadpool came down, but I was a little distracted. Nico Deathlock. Next turn will be Deadpool Venom left. Ooh, you're 98% for your variant. Forever Zero. Hopefully you get an incredible one. Mister, you said, I feel like when you left Snap for a while, there was just this empty void because I would watch your video daily.
Hello.
Yeah, I apologize. And Mr. Ligma, thank you so much for the 1 community gifted sub over to Greg. Very much appreciate you. That pushes us up to 10 for the day. Yeah. So uh, I had some personal stuff that I was dealing with that I pushed off for a long time, just with creating daily videos. And I was doing a full-time job, daily videos. I have two kids and a wife, and so it was like I was burning the candle all over the place, and dealing with some pretty rough stuff on the personal side. And then one day I just kind of shut down. I didn't mean to take a break. It's just like I even like responding to emails or responding to messages felt like so overwhelming. Like felt like I just couldn't keep up with what I needed to. And so one day I just accidentally took, or I woke up and just like shut down. I needed to take time to like kind of process everything. And I was very fortunate that there was an audience to come back to whenever on the other end, whenever I kind of got myself situated.
Victory.
Said my variant was Dan Hip Hellcow. My variant was just a rare saber.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Pruitt75, thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 1. Very much appreciate having you here. That pushes us to 11 for the day. JF, you said the backend hook process for Untapped, Marvel Snap Tracker, and everything else is open source. You can connect to it and intercept all traffic to the game. Really? You can make a bot that understood the board. Wild JF, but it is possible. I wonder if the break is part of why the return has gone so well. I think so, Janix. Because I feel like a lot of the people that have been doing and covering the game for now over 2 years, like it's feeling stale to them. I assume that it's feeling stale to them, because playing a game that's meant to be a little bit more on the casual side for 8 hours a day for 2 years, it's kind of wearing. Whereas me, I had that 5 to 6 month break and then came back, and it's kind of still fresh and really fun. So maybe that's a bit of why like that return has been so good. Plus, I've always wanted a streamer to play at these late hours. Ligma. I'm hoping to do these late hours more often, especially on drops. I think it makes a lot of sense to dedicate that time to them. And I got a rare Drax variant. Ooh. General, you said I, for one, am very happy that you came back. Me too. I didn't know if I was ever going to be able to do videos or streams or anything, because during that 5 months, I didn't load the game. I didn't load YouTube because it just made me incredibly like sad to like look at what I was doing and then feel like I ruined it or gave it up. So during that time, I didn't do any of those things. And so yeah, I didn't know if I'd be able to come back to making content. But one day I realized that, what, maybe I loaded up, give it a shot.
Escaped.
And then it led to, you know what? Let's make a video at least explaining where we've been, what happened. And then here we are, full time. Thoughts on the returning experience on Snap? Struggle to keep up since I missed so many cards. It's tough for a while. It definitely feels like if you're going for most of the cards, you're behind unless you spend money. And so it definitely didn't feel great. And I had most of the collection. And so coming back and missing, I had missed a lot of like the core good cards. So like Red Hulk, I missed, of course, Sebastian Shaw, which I just recently got, and a lot of those in between. So it just,
Snap.
it definitely didn't feel great returning. I'm hoping that they're re-envisioning the collection card acquisition system. Hoping. I feel like the game has been out long enough that they still need to and want to acquire new people into the game. And I think to do that, you probably need something that is more generous, or maybe not even more generous, but we have so many cards in Series 4 and 5 now that it's like you don't get to play main parts of the game until very, very late. So even if it's something that just kind of evens out that curve of that collection process. So it took a 6-month break and missed like 30. Yeah. Yeah, so I got Shaw this week. I think he was featured in the spotlights this week. So I picked him up this week. We're gonna have 100 plus Series 4 plus cards soon. Yeah, it's ridiculous how many of those high-end cards that we have. So I think I've only played Shaw like in 2 games. And it wasn't even in server.
Underwear.
So I haven't really got to take him for a spin yet. Yeah, the drops. I think they just need to re-look at like the division of cards entirely. The card acquisition will need to come soon. Yeah. So we had some data. We had a data mine. I wouldn't say some. We had a data mine of that, or a reference to something called card packs. And so I'm hoping that they're the early workings of how they're going to re-envision collection process, but I don't know. We don't know. I haven't heard anything else about them. I would have thought they would try to have it for the 2-year anniversary so that they could really lean into the positivity with it. But we haven't heard anything thus far. We have a 40 power null, or a 40 power Deadpool. Bigger than that null. This Deadpool is so big, it is. That's what happens whenever you draw the Agony early, along with your destroy stuff. Like, it just scales ridiculously fast. Like, it starts to snowball insanely quickly. Even like a hazmat wouldn't be enough for Ajax to compete. So there's even a secret Series 6 here slowly developing. Oh yeah, so it's not necessarily like it's a leak. But some of these season pass cards, they rotate in less frequently, or it seems like they do. And so they're still technically Series 5, but you see them very, very rarely in like a cache. So it's not like an official like Series 6. It's just the ones that show up far less often to be able to pull. Ooh, hold on. We're probably gonna lose this one because I queued so long. But we have no snoozes left and a minute left before ads, and so we're gonna jump over to a couple of minutes of break so that we can push off and continue climbing. We're on a good run. We've almost climbed 100 ranks tonight. And we're gonna continue grinding it out. And so we have a couple minutes of ads coming up, and then we'll be right back at it. And then Chainsmoking, glad you're back at it and doing well. Thank you so much, Chainsmoking. Me too. I didn't know that I was gonna be able to, but super glad to be here. Imagine all the toxic metas you've missed out on. Me or the newer players? Because the newer players, yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I need to try destroy, I can't seem to get other decks to work. Probably jumping around too much. Yeah, JF. I think right now, for the hot location, the kind of like greedy Deadpool stuff does pretty well. The other one that I had brewed up that I think would do well would be Small Moves, which is just looking to kind of skip the first couple of turns so that you can get full value out of that location. And then you have your effective like flood from there. Oh, me since I took a break. Yeah, that's true. So this is the other one that I had that I think would do well for today, because it runs the Cosmo, which is so strong right now at blocking the opponent's stuff. Havoc scales, all of these benefit from that +2 pretty dramatically. So that was the other one that I had in mind. But I'm enjoying being able to run Agony, so I want to continue doing that for a bit. And we have a pretty good win rate, so while something's working, I don't want to pivot. There were some crazy Oh, I remember I didn't play during it, but I remember seeing the like Thanos blobs. Like I didn't like see any gameplay for it, but I've heard since returning that it was a pretty treacherous one. Did Blob used to drain the rest of your deck? Is that what he did? He didn't have a limit. It was just whatever was left in the deck. All the cards was crazy. I missed that. I'm thankful that I missed that. And it just fills your full deck. Did you reach your sub goal? We did, the bully guy. We actually surpassed it by a couple hundred. Hard counter to Hawk decks. It was true. It was a complete counter. 40 power blobs. I would not have liked that. Oh, Murky, I meant to queue into high voltage. I've been there. Murky, I've done that so many times. And used to work with Absman. Yeah, Absman and Mystique. Crazy. And then what's your favorite card so far this season? I think Agent Venom, honestly. I think the Season Pass card was one that has felt the best for me so far. Round when Professor X got nerfed from 5-1 to 5-2. I may have just came back. I was around for a little bit of the tail end of the Professor X Cannonball stuff. I was a little sad that I wasn't here whenever Cannonball released, because it was one that I would have loved to brew with whenever it first came out. Interesting how people aren't annoyed by Agent Venom. Yeah, it's one of the like best mid-range game cards. Like it doesn't feel like it's so crazy, but it creates play lines that are pretty impressive. Professor X, Professor Ball got me 3 infinite borders. Yeah, it was strong. And anytime clutter is strong, that is not a fun game state to be in. Wait, is this an Arisham? This is an Arisham Thanos. Will over here is definitely cooking. Yeah, no, Agent shouldn't be 2-4. I'm expecting an LC level nerf for Agent Venom. Probably. Bleach Sandman decks? Man, you missed out. But you would have been annoyed a ton. Probably a good thing that I missed out then. Alright, let's go Deadpool, Carnage. Nico Destroy Spell is probably needed at this point. Otherwise, our resources are pretty lackluster.
Avengers!
They're gonna make AV like 2-1 or something. Yeah, his above average stat line, it's definitely wild. Like even Bast keeps a lower stat line than other 1-cost cards because of her ability. Its ability. Something that bothers me to this day is spending 6,000 tokens on Kang and then just leaving him as a terrible card. He's been a terrible card since he came out. And he was one of the most hyped cards when he came out too. And then he's just never really found his home. Wait, they changed Luke Cage so he only worked in the lane he was played in? No way.
Behold my mighty hand.
Why is Agony worse than a Chimichanga? it's not as seasoned.
Hello.
I don't think we win this one, but we're gonna give it a shot. Man, that feels like definitely a questionable balancing choice. Oh yeah, we definitely win this. Unless maybe X23 bounces back left, but I don't think that's even enough. We did need the Killmonger like yesterday, but we also needed other stuff to do. No, even if X23 went back left, we wouldn't have won it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, he's one of the biggest villains, and I think honestly he's probably. So when they changed Moon Knight, they said that they have a board of cards that they want to buff, but they just don't know how. And so it's like one that you look at and you kind of keep in the back of your mind. I'm sure that Kang is on that board, but I think it's kind of tricky figuring out what to do with him that feels like kind of true to his character while also not being like a broken ability. Old Leech was one of the few times that I've been truly frustrated with a meta. The other one was it was Thanos was everywhere. It was a Thanos lockjaw meta was super oppressive, and you could run a Shang-Chi, but then they just have 40 power in the other lanes because they're big cards anyways, and so then you lose. But Leech Leader is the only thing that I can remember exactly where I was playing whenever I started facing it, and exactly how it made me feel. Because it was from like one day to the next. I think it was Dara that kind of pioneered it, and it was everywhere within like a day or two, and it was awful to play into. It was what put Dara on the map. I mean, it was one of the things. I think he was already pretty relatively well known, but it definitely like everybody knew him for that deck, because it came out of nowhere and it was just so frustrating. Yeah, the Hello before Hellcow was annoying, but the Leech Leader was like next level annoying, because like you would a lot of times kind of hamstring your last turn play to play around a potential leader, and then sometimes they just didn't go leader, and then you played a worse play and lost because you were anticipating leader. Leader used to copy every single card you played in every single lane, and so as long as you had priority going into that last turn alongside Leech, you just won. It was a scary time. It was a scary time in the game for sure. Werewolf meta? The werewolf meta was crazy too. The Spider-Man Professor X lockdown. I loved Spider-Man at the other one, but I'm a big fan of like control, so I enjoyed his ability, but it was very frustrating and very oppressive. Getting hit with a Spider-Man on turn 4 into a turn 5 Professor X, or even getting hit with a double Spider-Man on turn 5, is infuriating. Original era Arrow was also a pretty heavy hitter. And they gutted her too. Double Spider-Man turn 5 best meta. I did run that one a fair amount. I enjoyed the old you don't have turn 6 YouTube video with Spider-Man. I still go back and watch that sometime. Because that was such a crazy thing that they released into the game. Like, oof. Zabu allowing you to do Spider-Man plus Absorbing Man. Or there was Moon Girl. That was 4 costs as well, so you could play that to have 2 Spider-Mans multiple ways. Deadly. I don't think we ever do this, right? I think it's always null to the right. And they have to flip 3.
Victory.
Kong? King. Kong? Old Galactus was something else too. Once it started getting really, really popular, tough to beat. How do you get Scorn? So once you're, I think it's past collection level, I want to say 500 when you start gaining keys. As you advance your collection level, you'll get access to these spotlight keys, which give you access to a 1 out of 4 chance of pulling each of these cards over here. So like, if you pull this one first, then it's a 1 out of 3 on your next key, 1 out of 2. I typically won't pull, especially earlier in the game, unless I know the card is going to be everywhere and really, really strong. Or if I need a couple of the pieces, like if there's really strong pieces that are releasing alongside it. Or I have 4 keys, so I can guarantee I get what I want. So as a newer player, as soon as I get my first key, I probably wouldn't open anything until I had at least 4. Unless the card was just very, very strong. You didn't get Scorn, but you got Red Hulk. Red Hulk is a good pull. Red Hulk, a lot of times doesn't actually make it onto the board, but his presence and potential is dominant. Mugshade. I've actually noticed a fair amount of new players recently, or like new player like questions, which is kind of promising. Think Elsa gonna pop back in meta with Toxin? I don't know. She might. It might be Cope, but it might. Original Eliath was crazy too. Drop weeks always bringing new players. Yeah, just the extra exposure. So like, especially this time, they had some pretty. They invested in some sponsored streams. So I know that Pirate Software and a few other really big ones, Maximilian from like the Capcom stuff, did a sponsored segment where they streamed the game. And so I think there's definitely some extra exposure for that. So we might be seeing some newer players. Oh yeah, original Spider-Ham was by far incredible. I was messing with Agony Forge Dakin yesterday. If it goes, tips for alternate conditions. That deck is typically pretty heavy on. No, I haven't ran the Zola stuff much. I wouldn't know for sure. What was OG Spider-Ham? OG Spider-Ham always hit the highest power card in the opponent's hand. And so like Apocalypse, gone. Didn't matter where it was at in your hand. Spectrum decks, it was gone. unless you happen to have 2 6 costs. It was frustrating. Like it single-handedly drove discard out of the meta because you just couldn't rely on your card. Because you could always save Spider-Ham for turn 5 when the opponent was dropping a Modoc, and then they discard their Apocalypsed Spider-Ham, or their hammed Apocalypse, and it just is gone. Highest cost. True. Sorry. Highest cost, not power. And so it was always a 6 cost. If you had 1 6 cost, it was guaranteed to be a good hit. People made Doc Ock meta, so they had to nerf them too. Yeah, I enjoyed Doc Ock for a while in Clutter,
Rest
and also for a while in Mill. I think his best home was Mill. And it definitely hurts not having him. So this one's here into like 12 power here, 12 power here. I think we just focus it here though. They do have 7 energy though, right? Oh, it's an Arsham deck. They might be able to beat 18. They skipped.
Hell, can you understand me?
Oh, good call, you guys. Oh, well. Oh, what are we doing? We could have played Death to the Left. What am I doing? I could have played Death to the Left. It's not impacted by US Agent. And that freed up the Deadpool. And the Deadpool would have won us either mid or right. That was an unfortunate misplay. Not enough. Yeah, the Deadpool would have been enough. You could have soloed either one of these two. Well, that's unfortunate. Don't you lose a tiebreaker? There wouldn't have been a tiebreaker. So Death to the Left would have been 19. They were only 17. Because US Agent doesn't impact Death, because she's not a 6, 5, or 4 cost card. Does US Agent just always recognize Death as 8? Yep. Yep. No matter what the cost of playing, it sees the base. He said, "Oh, it's true. 7 plus 12." 17 in my head. It is getting a little late. I don't blame you at all. Let's go Nico X23. We're gonna draw a Deadpool and Agony. Agony's gonna pull into Safar.
Impressive.
Deadpool? Okay. We have what game? Your favorite archetype? It kind of shifts around. Anything kind of control heavy, so I've always really liked lockdown stuff. So I liked Storm lockdown, I liked Professor X lockdown. I liked Clutter because it's a form of control, like you really control that board state and those possibilities. I really enjoyed
Hello.
I really enjoyed Mill because you could really control the cards the opponent could get, the cards that they had in their hand with a Doc Ock. And then you could counter everything that was there, whether it be like a Shadow King, Shang-Chi, you could kind of offset what they had. And so really, I think I always gravitate towards the either oppressive or controlling decks the most. So the evil ones, yeah. Worst math mistake you've made in the past? I remember writing down 1 + 0 = 0 in a chemistry test. It still haunts me decades later. Oh no, Sergeant. Hmm. Could destroy 4. No longer becomes free. I'm not sure what the worst math mistake I've made was. I don't have one to the same degree as you, Sergeant.
I want the throne.
Rest in peace.
Any sub for Ego and
Definitely need to
X23?
change my underwear.
Not great ones. They're both pretty core. You could probably do without one of the two. But without both is just rough. You ever forget how old your wife is? Would that be a math? Would that be a math mistake? Yeah. Have twice. This is what, 12? Oh, 11.
Hello.
It could be just with what, a null death? Null here, death here?
Victory.
Have you tried the Misery Black Widow Phoenix? I have. I enjoy it. It's kind of hard to get big cubes from it. Casual 62 power turn 6. The Destroy does some crazy stuff. If you want to count the double power, it's going to be a bit more than that too. Destroy can do some crazy stuff. But it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to run the 2 minutes. I'm going to go check, make sure that my daughter is still sleeping soundly. And then we will be right back, you guys. You think the Misery buff will change her state? No. No, I think Misery, her ability is pretty tough to use. Anytime you're destroying cards, it has to be a really good reason. And she doesn't really fit into the on reveal destroy stuff. And so you have to go for and look for like effects that you don't mind losing any of their base power on that late game, so turn 4, turn 5. And so it's tough to use her consistently, I just think in general. But we'll see. Sometimes 1 point has really shifted a card before. But we're gonna jump over into the 2 minutes of ads and we'll be right back, you guys. All right, so we should be close enough to go ahead and jump over into another match. By the time we get in, it'll be probably maybe turn 1. We'll be going through our draw as people are getting back. Next up, we have Hydra Prod once again. Rank number 9 always runs some really interesting stuff, so I can never... It's really tough to snap into Hydra Prod because he always runs pretty varied stuff, so it's hard to really gauge what he's going to or could do. Let's Nico into Hulkbuster. Hulkbuster will merge and then destroy either X-23 or Wolverine. Either one is fine. Mr. Ligma, you said, I'm going to catch out, or I'm going to head out. Catch you later. Have some great games. Thank you so much, Ligma. Thank you for hanging out and being here for a bit today. Hopefully we catch you again real soon, and hopefully you have a great rest of your night, day. Ah, that's unfortunate. The Red Guardian. So I'm guessing this is a Surfer. Probably a greedy Surfer deck with the 2 3s and then the 4. Well. I guess we go ahead and just destroy the Wolverine. But I think we... X-23 luck finally ran out. It did. It absolutely... Ooh. Absolutely ran out. But the null pull was kind of nice. Because now we could potentially focus on destroying stuff last turn. Or on the last turn.
Opponent snapped.
But is it ever enough? Do they have a rogue? Yeah. I think they always have a rogue. They have Red Guardian, so I think they're probably leaning into maybe a tech heavy. Give it. Gotta watch out for rogue though. Yeah, I agree, Ko. And especially with the snap coming down right after it got pulled. Now they waited a little bit, so it didn't seem like exactly because of that, but I think it was very likely. Either that or they had like a Silver Surfer into Absorbing Man. Could have also been crazy. We're very strong. Next up we have Dopest Body. First location is Nico, so we could change Cancun. But as long as we get some of our snowball, it shouldn't matter much. Okay, Nico with a destroy. Seeing that early is... And we do have Wolverine that we can lean into it with. Madam Web, kind of scary. Hellfire Club is bad for Deadpool. We're never going to be able to play it over there.
Enough said, bub.
But we do have Deadpool that's going to come down next turn. It's going to merge with the Agony.
Victory.
I'm guessing they just had maybe a bad draw. Or they didn't want to deal with the potential high roll that we had. Either way, we'll take it. We're still... I think Rogue and Mystique are my favorite cards so far. Plays they have let me do. Yes, Rogue is one of those where Mystique can be pretty big as well when the opponent's not really expecting it. Can be so very strong. Speaking of very strong, Wakanda Embassy with a Agony and Deadpool in hand.
Oh, snap.
It's immediate snap. And I'm hoping that they don't retreat. Go ahead and do this. Just in case for some reason we draw like whole cluster next turn, we could potentially forego dropping the Killmonger one turn. Low collection level zoo? I don't know. Low collection level something. But it's they're sub 2000 or they're 1363 collection level.
I want the throne.
What are they doing?
What a game!
Well, it's gonna be a big Venom. Okay.
Victory.
I don't know if we would decide to Venom over here or like a Deadpool Wolverine Venom. Was probably more likely to do that. That way Deadpool continues to snowball and scale. Next up is Graceful Human. Okay, pretty good collection level. We do have Deadpool and we have Carnage, so I'm going to go ahead and play the Deadpool since we can destroy on 2. Otherwise, I would hold off just in case it's the one that buffs up the cards. Well, we made the wrong call. Oh well. Plastic, you said I got an actual good premium mystery variant for my drops this time around.
I definitely need to
Nicholas
change my
Sandman
underwear.
got me 2K credits from the album award as well. Nice. It's always nice whenever you do get one of the good ones out of it.
Hello.
Let's do Deadpool X23. Next turn can be our Deathlock. We have to look out for Cosmo. I think instead we're going to pivot away from the drop in the right.
I want the throne.
What a game!
They have Demon, probably Iron Man, Mystique, Cosmo. I think Claw is in the most net decked version.
I am Iron Man.
Should have probably taken a gamble in the right lane, because doing this, we won't be able to do Null plus the Deadpool in the last turn.
What a game!
If they have Juggernaut, Juggernaut's pretty unfortunate. If we had done Deathlock last turn, we could have at least done Venom on top of it. Maybe they just assume that 26 is enough in the right. They abandon it. Maybe our only hope. UK on the YouTube side said Leech Leader and Wave Arrow Death were dark times. They were dark times indeed. I liked the Wave Arrow. I like the Wave Arrow, but whenever it's something so strong that it's common and it's like everywhere.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, what? Who packs a brood there? No way. How brood of them. That was very brutal. One time I got someone's Wong from a location. They stole it back with Rogue. And then I stole it back with mine. I do enjoy the plays that can happen with Rogue. She's kind of tough to slot in as like a tech card. Similar to how Super Scroll is sometimes tough to fit in. Because there's some matchups where he just won't do anything. So it's hard to justify a spot if the meta is not commonly leaning that direction. But when it does work, it feels phenomenal. So that's not... Negative Zone's not great for our Null. Because when we destroy this card, whatever it is here, it's going to retain the -3. And Vosh, Djinn hour stream, indeed. I'm still on the overnight schedule for now. And now, since my last day of my other job was on Friday, I don't have to worry about being off my sleeping pattern going into Monday. So like if I can get everyone off to school and then I can take a nap if I need to. So I'm excited. I'm excited that we're here. I'm probably going to be live for another 5 hours, 6 hours. So we're going to be doing the full overnight shift, full graveyard. Yeah, I think Rogue is really good in like the Surfer stuff for sure. So their deck kind of struggles in Space Throne. I want to snowball Deadpool, but I also don't want to hamstring potential Null. We're gonna do it. It discounts death a little bit further. I bet that planned nap is gonna hit perfectly. It probably will. We're gonna get everyone off to school, off to daycare, and then the house will be quiet. Gonna take a nap. What does TLSG stand for? Hammer time. It stands for a lot of things. Depending on who you ask, but today it stands for that late Sunday gamer is what we have today.
Enough said, bub.
The Wolverine jumping over there is unfortunate, but I also don't know if they have anything that really matches up against it. A Iron Man that's been hit by Venom is only 8. I think we're okay in Space Throne, actually.
Hello.
I would have liked to be able to use like Venom to absorb this, but and so the real meaning that it stands for, I like to kind of have a fun game around it where I create a different story or a different meaning for it every time. That lonely sniper guy. that is one of the common meanings of it. So they Juggernaut.
Hello.
If they Juggernaut, we'd be in trouble, yeah? Unless we got lucky with a X23 bounce to the left. They could do a Mystique. Mystique left brings them up to 10 in negative zone.
Hello.
This brings us up to 11, but they could have a Juggernaut. I'm going to make them show it since it's only one additional cube.
Victory.
The deck, or the common deck for these cards, does have a potential out. It's just kind of hard to rely on if you don't have those pieces. Might be a leave. Yeah, if it was for more cubes, I think we would probably consider leaving that one. The last silver goat. We know the true one is the last stand griefer. That Wheaton Law, that definitely fits my personality, like, to a T. We know we have to look out for their null. Or their rogue, not their null. Did I fist bump them back? I don't know if I did.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
TLBC, tiny little baby card. Thank you so much for the Prime 7 support. That pushes us up to 12 for the day. The late stream guy. That's another common one for sure. Let's go ahead and go Carnage. I'm gonna let that get destroyed. Still no Deadpool. May start merging with the Wolverine if we don't draw Deadpool here. Okay. We only get one draw instead of the two, so Nova Roma doesn't do us any good. But this allows us to do something like this. Next turn would be Deadpool into feeding it a bit further. Oof. Dodge the Red Guardian. So we start the snowball early. The problem is we don't really have a way to win mid. So it comes down to winning left or right. And looking at the two cards they've shown so far, looks like a very counter heavy build. So they could potentially have a Juggernaut. With the Invisible Woman plus a 2 cost on turn 4, I'm thinking they went with like a Shadow King, is what I would put my money on. Won't be able to do Null, but we can do Deadpool plus Death. And then Skymarker6, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for the second month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. With Sarah, they definitely have priority, which is great. They can't hit us with a Killmonger. Unless somehow they were able to have a Killmonger here. But we know that they dropped this on turn 4 alongside the Invisible Woman. So this has to be 2 or 1 cost. But it kind of comes down to 14 power enough. If they drop a Hit Monkey, maybe not. Not as big. Oh. Man. So it was the Shadow King. Unfortunately. I forgot they had our Null. Oh no, we knew they had. No, we could have played that a little differently. So knowing that we had given them our Null, we got their Rogue. So we could have tried to position it where we stole it and had a shot. We could have also X23'd over in the right lane and it would have won too. That's hindsight. think that was a tough win. Either way, we approached it. My favorite is the last Space Gladiator. I mean, there always had to be a last one at some point. Happened to be us. Sandman, Mobius, Storm, Legion, War Machine deck seems super interesting. There's a Sandman Storm deck floating around. So if we draw a Deadpool, our snowball here is elite. I think Dopest Body was running a move deck if I remember correct. Maybe it's the Storm War Machine Legion one. Good. We're gonna hold for now. Hope that this is Destroy or we get Deadpool next. Oh, he's on the snap judgments today. I wonder if it's a solid deck performer. I'm here for the second overnight. Welcome back, Lacey. Hopefully you're having a great weekend so far. Ooh, a big Deadpool.
Hello.
Victory.
We didn't even get to play it. They didn't know we drew Deadpool. But we absolutely did. So Lacey, hopefully your weekend has been going really well. And everybody else here too. Not too bad, considering I stayed up all night on Friday doing the drop stream. I got to nap on Saturday, so I feel refreshed. What kind of whack retreat was that? I don't know. That's the second time they did that. Dopest Body. The second time they did that against us. So if we get Deadpool here, beautiful. Also, Elysium is nice. I think we hold the Hulkbuster then. Everything's super cheap, so we don't need to really rush it out. And then Fuzzy Ram, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night or day, depending on where you're at. But I'm glad you could jump in and join us. Wait, oh, they must have just top decked Agony. How long do we hold off? We got one more turn to bring something together. So like maybe it's this into this. That. Might even change where Island. I'm just gonna go with this for now. Probably didn't draw Cosmo to stop the big Deadpool. Yeah. Oh no, what a deadly juggernaut. What? What? At least the cards stacked together, I guess? No, not at least. That's awful. Well, they roasted us with that juggernaut. Hazard is cooking something. I don't know what yet. I don't know if it's good yet. They're cooking something for sure. Feels bad to lose that power. Probably you said, thanks for the Miss Marvel variant. I like it more than the one I had. Nice. I'm glad you pulled a variant that you're actually going to enjoy.
Rest
And I don't know what kind of cook this is. The Namora Juggernaut Agony cook. So I'm assuming that there's probably maybe it's Shaw, maybe it's Scarlet Spider. I don't know. All I know is that we got absolutely just cooked. And Deadpool, Null, both, and Venom, all at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. I would want to stay just to see what they have. I don't know. That Juggernaut was illegal. That Juggernaut was good.
Escaped.
The Jug Power matches his variant. It does. My variant was terrible, TLSG. Why do this to me? My bad. I got a bad one too. So we took one for the team so that the others could get good ones. Yeah, Crispy, it does look like a Scarlet Spider cook for sure. Favorite variants? I like a handful from most of the artists. So like a lot of the Art Germ stuff I think is looks really, really good. But I don't own any of them. I don't own any of them because they're all super rare, so they're expensive to pull. But I like a handful of Dan Hips. I like some Peach Momoko. Just kind of depends. Kim's are great too. Still hope. There's still hope for a Deadpool top deck. Oh wait, never mind. Wait, what? Why did it merge with the Wolverine? Would not have expected that. Oh, because Hulkbuster hit Wolverine, right? So Hulkbuster hit it first instead of hitting Agony. Never mind. Makes sense.
Opponent snapped.
Ah, they have a. Do they have a Cosmo? Right. That would mean we're really susceptible to an Iron Man play, and they have priority. Give it to them. We'll give them the one. If it was a bluff snap, they timed it really well. But I don't think it's worth seeing it play out anymore for the one risk. Let's see. The deck has definitely been a bit up and down. Periods where it's hovering mid 60s, then periods where I kind of go on a little bit of a drought. But over 71 games, we're at a 57% win rate, so not awful. Looks so much better. No offense to the clean shaven short hair look. It seems more you. Quite gone. And now. And now we don't have a job that's going to tell us we have to shave it, or we have to look professional. So it'll always be a little bit scruff. And the haircut ended up being it was more short than what it was meant to be. So it wasn't meant to be that short for sure. With Nico, what did they get from us? Our death? Killmonger? Rule number 1, there are no rules. No bedtimes. No clean shaven rule. Yeah, that Nico spell is huge. And we, oh man, and we gave them death. We're giving them all. What a bad flip. We're giving them all of the good stuff.
I want the throne.
Rest in peace.
They're one step ahead of us.
Impressive.
Every single turn. Ugh.
Impressive.
Draw more cards. Hulkbuster hit. Hit nothing. My palace never helps. Sometimes it does, but in this one it just did not. We could also play our death into mid if we wanted to try to. We wanted to try to fight for Asgard, maybe. I don't know that it helps at this point. There's our death. The X-23 Wolverine. Hopefully one goes mid, so they're locked into an exact amount of power there. Oh, never mind. We have Killmonger, right?
I want the throne.
Ah, they couldn't even give us that.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Well, they win. Nothing we can do. That's all she wrote.
Hello?
I'm gonna stay one more. Actually, good. There's no world where we win this one.
Escape.
We're just gonna jump out. We're just gonna get it over with. They have another death in hand. They have a big knoll, and at somewhere they have their Deadpool. Million Gambits doesn't get fast forwarded, but seven energy from X-23, or I guess it was probably what, four energy. It's wild. I was thinking the same thing. It was kind of abrupt that it decided to fast forward. I think the last time we faced Hydroprod, he's running a, I think it's like a greedy surfer, if I'm not mistaken. Posture check from Rhombus. I appreciate you. Ah, well. It was the one time we should have held it, because now we have the Destroy Nico spell. Unfortunate. That would have high rolled us so heavily here.
Rest in peace.
Fast forward feature always seems to skip 4-second animation, but not the 30-second loops. Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. So Null gets really big from Nidavellir, right? If they have a red guardian in Nidavellir, we lose. You know that he was running red guardian. And discarding Scorn is one that I would think would get fast forwarded if it was like just that card. Deathlock, we're not going to draw that.
What a game!
Impressive.
Enough said, bub.
Nidavellir might be the only thing that like keeps us potentially in this. Because Venom gets massive because he retains all of the +5s. And then Null is going to be huge too. Why they should always run Shang. Right.
Victory.
He didn't need it. It's fine. And the hydrator from General Sergeant. I appreciate you. I think there are some instances where Destroy decks should run Shang-Chi. But right now I felt like in almost all of the decks that I run, Shang-Chi always feels very inconsistent. It doesn't feel like people are floating large power above 10 as often. Like in that game, yeah. Their Sebastian got really big. But it feels like most of the time they're either below that or protected by like a Cosmo. Okay, so we have the Carnage this time, so we can destroy on 2.
Hello.
I'm gonna hope that middle location is not Wakanda Embassy. Generally said gonna switch devices and probably fall asleep to stream again. It would be an honor, Sergeant. So we'll catch you on the other side. Go ahead and destroy the Deadpool. Feels like Shang and Destroy is always weak in alternatives. There are some times where it has that like surprise element. Like I've ran it before, but a lot of times with Destroy, or at least this one, you would almost want to more likely do your game plan stronger than try to like take a step back and counter the opponents. Because the Destroy is very heavy into the like do your thing as well as you can type build.
Enough said, bub.
Ooh, a beautiful Wolverine snipe. I don't know that it's snap worthy, but we're just gonna add some salt into the wound. We're just gonna snap it.
Victory.
Agony can switch to Zola. Yeah, you could do Zola instead of Agony if you don't have her. I think that's the more like standard build, and it does fine. I think for the hot location, the Agony Hulkbuster stuff is probably a bit better. It high rolls higher, so like you can get that payoff easier. I think Zola is probably a pretty common 12th add-in. Wolverine said he had enough of Bub and switch sides. He did. He was a traitor. Alright, so Gamma Lab. Depending on what they play over there, we always have the potential to drop a Killmonger. So if they flood it with like 1-cost cards. Or we change it. We can do the Carnage, but that's not great. I think I'm just going to drop the one Killmonger into Gamma Lab. Dodged a
I
rogue.
want the throne.
Love to see that out of their arsenal. Into Nico Destroy. Do we ever destroy the Hulkbuster? Or the Hulk? Or do we Nico Hulkbuster the Nico so that we can destroy another card? I kind of like that better. That should be the way that it works, I think. I think the next card we play after the Hulkbuster also destroys and also draws. Walking through the city with pride because I dominated a Hela. Congratulations, Void. You did it. I don't know if that interaction works that way or not. Like, I'm not confident enough in it.
Hello.
In case it doesn't. I want to say it does, because I think Nico should trigger before she's gone. Oh, okay. See, no, Arm pulled up with the gang.
Rest in peace.
What a game.
Well, you definitely got him. Oh, Surfer. Longer. Surfer in the right. 246 goes up to 13. To Shaw Surfer. Pretty weak in the left since we can't do Deadpool as well. I think we have to walk away from this one.
Escaped.
It was close, but we needed a little bit more destruction a little bit earlier. Next up, we have Mr. Hela himself. Agony does take the Wakandan Embassy bonus, but we don't have a Deadpool quite yet. Or any of the other destroy cards. Wolverine could pass, depending on if we can keep priority going into 3. And then the Savage Land actually helps us from his potential Gambit line. Because the Jinish runs Hela very often. Or always Hela. But an interesting offshoot of it. Jan with the snap. Alright, we'll snap. You're snug as a bug in a rug? I say that to my daughter all the time. Oh, that was devastating. Why did X23 jump over here? I don't wanna. But we must. What? What?
Victory.
Cannot believe that we didn't lose four cubes there. I didn't want to snap, but I wasn't going to go back on my redemption. Whew. They probably thought we had maybe Deadpool and we're going to start building him up. I don't know. That's the most powerful snap. The enemy got blown away. Oh, man. Take it. A Killmonger would have helped clear and make our death free, but our hand was not great. We were gonna throw some Hail Marys. Except we have doing bounties. Hotel Inferno, plus the Hulkbuster,
Oh, snap.
plus the double destroy already. Should be a really solid snap line. Snapping after getting blown up is intimidating, Aura. It was pretty intimidating for sure. We took out their Hydra Bob. We do get the bonus on Hulkbuster, so I'm gonna start with a 6 power Deadpool. 12, 24, around 24-ish power by the end of the game. I do like the copy spell for Nico, but at the same time, we need to destroy this turn. I kind of wanted to do Killmonger in the right so it could start scaling, but just in case they have any one cost that they flood on the board. No loot cage on their end. We have to look out for maybe a Shadow King. Shadow King could be pretty troublesome. Clear up. Okay, yeah, let's clear up this lane.
What a game!
Big 16 power Venom. Yes, I really like this Man-Thing variant. One of my favorite variants by far.
Hello?
They do have Shadow King. I sniffed out the Cosmo. That's why I shifted Killmonger into mid.
I want the throne.
I definitely
Impressive.
need to change my underwear.
Still not home free though. That Shadow King was big. I don't know if this does it. You could also full stack into just like one lane. Oh, they can't do... They can't do Ajax this turn.
Hello?
Whatever that. Yeah, US Agent doesn't affect death. Oh no. We were sweating it out and they were just waiting for us to lock in. Take it. We'll take the 2. I think without being able to do Ajax plus a hazmat, it was kind of tough. It is time for a quick set of ads before we continue climbing up the ladder. So we're going to jump over into 2 minutes. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, check on the downstairs, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. We should be good to go ahead and jump into another. And Sneal, it doesn't fast drops aren't actually a thing. There's a couple channels that use it as kind of a meme or a joke, but everyone gets them at the same speed. And then Kritzery with the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. I think we just skip here again. Janix. Oh, typed the wrong command. Bedtime story channel point redemption. We can put a super expensive one, Sergeant. Since people say that I have a soothing one, if I ever did audiobooks, Bedtime Stories is right up my alley. 200K. I feel like General Sergeant would be there before long.
Enough said, Bob.
It'd be the best bedtime story you could imagine. All right, let's do Hulkbuster, Carnage. Start building up our Null a bit, but without X-23, it's hard to get Null and anything else down on the last turn. Agony still playable in Phoenix first with Nimrod or Multiple? Yeah. I think Agony, I think that's one of the few shells she fits into pretty well. War Machine's scary. Yeah, I don't know that she like revolutionizes that deck or even destroy, but she has felt pretty good right now in like this version of like Deadpool destroy. So if we happen to have like a big one cost, we can drop null plus whatever that was.
Rest in peace.
Pretty solid lineup. Confused by the Black Swan here, though. What an what an amazing Jubilee pull. Oh no, it was a 50-50 for him, but still, oh no, oh no. What a cooked deck. Cooked deck indeed. Let's go null right, Agony left. I'm just curious more than anything what their finisher is. Try Agent Venom Agony move stuff. Yeah, Agony might be okay. I feel like usually for the move stuff, Human Torch is... I have a hard time leaning all the way into Human Torch. Because of how, like, glass cannon he is. Versus Deadpool, you know, he regenerates, comes back. So typically you're not going to have priority into that last turn. But Human Torch, that power is just on the board. Even with like a beast to pull it back in, it's kind of tough to do so. It probably replaces Forge for move. Is there a list that ran Forge in move? Ops Court Tower. We don't have Deadpool, so I'm just gonna hold off and wait. Have Deadpool though. Ooh, TBA. We're gonna hope that X23 does not stab us in the back if we drop Deathlock. Move decks, but they're so dependent on Torch to put up big numbers. Yeah, sometimes. Instead of destroying X23, we could also this. Oh yeah. If they have Killmonger, we're
I definitely need to change my underwear.
in for trouble.
Enough said, bub.
The risky Wolverine destroy.
Time's up.
We have the Killmonger. The dagger gets pretty swole. Yeah, both Vulture and Dagger put up a lot of numbers if they're moved. Like even Dagger can do it even if she's just moved twice, can be well over 20. If she's dropped towards the end of the game, she has to be used like at the end of the game. They dropped 3 here on us. That's not good. Not good at all. I kind of like this this X23 variant though. Like it's very like saturated, vibrant compared to most of the other cards. Kind of like this X23 one. And you get to really like see her claws from like her feet and her knuckles. I wonder if I have an X23 variant. Just running the base one. Oh, I do. What am I doing running this one?
Infinity.
I'll probably need to do a lot of splits going into tomorrow's stream before the card releases, so that I can get a couple of keys built back up. What are the current missing cards? The only one that I'm missing now is can't believe Pixel Null is my only variant for him. Whew. My only missing card is Cole Obsidian. Oh my god. I've never split Deadpool. What? I didn't like Deadpool for a long time. He felt very like all in, like you either get it or you lose. It's not so much now. Like he's great in Destroy now. But there was at one point people trying to do like Shuri Deadpool and all kinds of stuff to make him work. That would be sick. This one would be a good split for an ink. Whatever Marvel Snap player had an ink Deadpool? Apparently not me. The Destroy cards, I never split very much. Like Venom, I only recently started splitting a bit. I still think I only have, what, 1, 2, 3 splits on. Never split Hulkbuster either. Fine, we'll keep it that way. You don't ever get to see him anyways. Feels like a waste. The only people that split Destroy have a full gold deck. I've seen a lot of full gold Destroy decks. It's been that good for that long. That split we doing late night bets? We can. Most of these cards haven't been split very much, though, is the problem. So there's not a whole lot to bet on. Like maybe Venom could fit in, because I think we split him like 3 or 4 times. Deadpool off the top deck next turn. A lot of swans tonight? Yeah. A lot of swans. I think so that they can get They can hold their cards in hand. They have a lot to get hit with Intimacy, maybe? I don't know. But if we drop priority, Killmonger can be potentially pretty big, depending on what else we have built up. Ooh, a Sable into Luke's bar would be super scary.
Impressive.
They could potentially pull cards in and get them to stick in Luke's bar, maybe. No, with a Hit Monkey, a Flood, even potentially a way to get like a cheeky amount of power into Luke's bar. Yeah. We'll give him the 1, not the 4. Next up, we have Soul Man. You get Agony. We have Hulkbuster. Need a Deadpool off the top deck. Deadpool off the top is beautiful. We could even do this so that we get the +2 from Nico. Nah, I want to save the Nico for a potential destroy spell. We could do that into Hulkbuster next turn, but I think this is going to be safer for us. Ooh, and they're merging with Wolverine, so they don't have the Deadpool. So we're gonna snap them. We can't do the Nico into Deadpool because it doesn't land that way. So we have to just let Deadpool stay on the board this turn. Which is fine. He starts immediately at 16 power, which is wild. Whenever we pull him back in the first time, he'll be 16 power.
What a game!
Next turn, Deadpool left. No, we can't Deadpool left.
Enough said.
Going into the final turn, we wouldn't be able to
Definitely
do
need to change my underwear.
Deadpool null. We got. Guess we could just lean into like
Hello.
this. Even though we won't be able to
Hey,
redo
welcome.
the
It took
Deadpool,
you long enough.
it's still on the board.
Enough said.
And Matt, the 6724, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That pushes us closer to the Partner Plus status, which we were able to hit last month, but we're just like right on track or a little bit behind for this month, so that gets us a little bit closer. Very much appreciate having you here. That pushes us to 13 for the day. We do get death, so they'll have to do a null here if they want to swing this one in back their way. Death here only goes up to 42. Wait, are they our lower collection level? Because they have things like Bucky Barnes. Oh, they are a lower collection level. They're pretty high ranked for... Oh, wait. They're not ranked. Never mind. Waterboy, you said destroy is such a fun archetype. What if you don't draw your 1 cost early? Yep. Yep, it's one of... And I think it's kind of boring for it to be played that way. But I think there's also strength in that it's...
Power must be controlled.
You lose. Lose to the Shang-Chi. There's some strength in that you can retreat and kind of mitigate your cube losses. Had we been able to destroy the X-23 with the Venom left, we would have had the energy to do the Deadpool as well. So then we could have spread across all 3. But just didn't quite have enough. We probably should have anticipated the tech in a lower collection level destroy. Ah, well. I'm seeing a lot of Black Swan, a lot of Deadpool destroy. Not a whole lot of movement, though. We're going to get what we need by turn 3 or we're going to retreat. Never underestimate a low collection level. An MMR bracket full of 20k. Yep. Yep, exactly. Sometimes they shouldn't be up there. A lot of times they're scrappy. So they play relatively well. Before Legion on Kiln 4. Oh. If so, unfortunate. Oh, Scarlet Spider Cook. But it was from Arisham, so never mind. We're not cooking. Change it. Or we just lock in like a Deadpool Venom. Decent amount of power. It's 15 power. Probably not decent enough though. Oh?
Rest in
I
peace.
definitely need to change my underwear.
Take those. Ooh, and the Nico spell on top of it. But if we destroy Deadpool this turn, can't do null as well. We could do death. Yeah, we can do death. Death Deadpool. So Nico. Deadpool. Nico. Hulkbuster destroy. Be able to do death plus a double powered Deadpool. So if they move Spider-Man 2099, very scary. The neon green borders, yeah, I like the border.
Impressed.
What a game!
Spider Shim is cooking. They haven't dropped a single one from their actual deck though. Problem. They have a way to push power here. A little bit afraid that they do. Okay, we'll take it. Can symbiotes reactivate after merging? No. No, once it's merged, it doesn't reactivate. It is time for another quick set of ads. We're gonna do skincare routine, a lot of stress, and late nights, and just regular showers. That's all I do. Yeah, even if you bounce and activate it, we can't reactivate. So we're gonna jump over into 2 minutes of ads, and then we'll be right back, you guys. So Sneal, if he did Symbiote Spider-Man first, I don't think the Scarlet Spider would have been able to move anywhere, because technically Scarlet Spider is gone, and it's just Symbiote Spider-Man at that point. And then Issa, your test worked. Test is complete. Test successful. Next up, we have Alpha. We do start with Agony, but we don't have any of our destroy cards yet, so I'm going to hold it through turn 1. Maybe we draw Deadpool next. Oh, that's a null. So we're going to skip again. Since we don't have any of our destroy cards, X-23, Wolverine, Deadpool, to like really lean into it on, I don't mind skipping a couple of turns. Feels like something that should work. Yeah, it does. It feels like it should work, but it doesn't. So the Ravona in Onslaught Citadel is pretty scary. Weird programming stack thing rather than an intuitive card thing. Yeah, but I think it's working as they want it to. And Mike.tv, I'm doing good. How are you, Mike. I turned in my equipment at the Owl House. So we're free now. If we do this, we're hoping that a good chunk goes into Death's Domain. We could also do like maybe a Venom would be okay. But they're gonna guarantee a good chunk of theirs goes over. And a good chunk of ours doesn't. Usually up this late? Not, no, not usually. Well, if I'm not streaming, I usually kind of wind down and fall asleep around this time, maybe a little bit before. But for the drops that I've started a couple of days ago, a lot of times I like to do a couple of overnight streams because there's still a lot of people that need the drops. There's not as many people that are like on streaming. So I feel like I can get some decent traction. And then Durg, welcome in with the hydrate reminder. You may have been here and just hanging out, but and then hi with the hydrate reminder as well. Guys, we have another 20 minutes before ads start. So we gotta pace ourselves. Then good morning, Durg. And Eldane, you still trying to go for a couple more hours? Yeah. So I think I'm gonna go for another 5? Another 5 hours or so. As long as we kind of maintain some decent numbers. I don't have anything else to do tomorrow, so in the morning I'll get everyone off to school, and then that's when I'll take a quick nap. I'll grab some food and then take a nap. So I'm actually caffeine free for the last probably 4 months or so. So just water. Just water is what we got.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Rest in peace.
None of them wanted to go mid. Shame, because Venom could have been great. Deadpool, but maybe we go ahead and go Venom right anyways? With them running Agent Venom Bishop. Could have Shadow King. I've known a few of the Agent Venom decks run it. Anthony said that must have been so tough to get off the caffeine. It was, because it used to be that I would wake up and immediately start drinking caffeine in the mornings and kind of not stop until the day was over, until I went to sleep. So it was a bit tough to switch off. Like I felt bad for a couple of weeks. Like felt awful, like flu-like symptoms, like you have your entire body aches. But I feel much better now, and I'm able to, like, if I decide, I can stay up overnight and be able to do it just naturally instead of feeling like I drank so much caffeine that I just couldn't do anything else anymore. Hale, anyone have any ideas how to go buffed Kang on the board? Cosmo. Oh yeah, Cosmo or Zero. Yeah, we went cold turkey. So it went from doing that to just the next day doing none. So they're relatively weak, I think, at playing in the left lane.
Hello.
I think we just leave the X23 there. I think they're weak at playing over there. Maybe they have a Gwyn pool.
Victory.
I try to avoid unnecessarily addictions. Coffee is one of them. Yeah. It was one that I started so young, because I started with like energy drinks whenever they were first being advertised towards gamers. Whenever I was like just getting into like my high school years, and then in college it was like, okay, I get less sleep. I need more caffeine. And then having a kid, it was like, okay, I'm getting a lot less sleep. I need more caffeine. Now I'm doing content on top of it. I need even more. And it got to a point where like I couldn't drink enough caffeine during the day to feel like I was doing anything other than just like struggling to survive. So then I just decided to cut it off. And KX, the Water Trust, welcome in KX. You had an insane stream. I was keeping an eye on it for a while. You must be wiped out because you streamed for quite some time. But your numbers were nuts. Did you get was it a Dara raid? All I know is I was keeping an eye on like the front page, and then you were at like 1.7 and held it for hours and hours and hours. What other games do you enjoy aside from Snap these days? I haven't played anything. Oh yeah, I haven't played anything. I guess recently. It's mainly been juggling streaming with what was my full-time job, and then my family. But before that, I dabbled in a little bit of Deathlock. I played Marvel Rivals when that was in beta. The last other game that I played was Hades 2, Baldur's Gate 3. I played a little Balatro. But I have dabbled in the past in just about everything.
Impressive.
That I'm eating now. Good stream. Yeah, it was an incredible stream. This coffee is fine, very healthy for you. It's just about healthy usage. Yeah, Co. And
Hello.
I know I know my limitations, and I have a hard time keeping it kind of like within reason or within moderation. So the only way I was able to do, like, I think if I did 1 cup, then it would, on a day I was more tired, would lead to like 2, lead to 3, then I'd be right back in the same spot. How's Baldur's Gate 3? I really liked Baldur's Gate 3. I like binge played it for a couple of weeks, beat the campaign on Honored, and then didn't look back after that. But did really enjoy it. How's Agony feel? So Agony right now feels fine, but I didn't play her before the hot location day. I think the hot location definitely caters towards and helps Agony a lot.
I definitely
So giving all the cards in your hand +2 means that Agony can really start your snowball incredibly early. Outside of that, I think she's useful in Destroy, useful in we have Destroy, we have Phoenix Force, and then maybe like a hand buff or move style. But I think the two that she's most commonly going to be seen in would be Destroy and Phoenix Force. That Sandman actually hurts us a little bit. They don't have any cards that we could destroy with like this. We would just have to hope that they don't play in mid, but I think they always do. I don't see a situation where they don't. Sandman plus Mobius, yeah. It was tough stuff for sure. I'm gonna let it play out because they did only they definitely played mid. Had it not been for Sandman there, we did have the extra energy to play Deadpool on top of it. So that was a difference maker. TLSG question, does Galactus trigger with Agony? No, she shouldn't. So with Agony, the on reveals happen, and then the merge happens. So similar to like Brood. You can play Agony and Brood, and the Broodlings are going to be on the board, and then after it generates them, then it merges. And so it should be the same thing for Galactus. Unfortunately, would be kind of a cool interaction, but any other trading card game you enjoy playing? I haven't played much recently, but I've dabbled in so many other trading card games. I've played a lot of Hearthstone. I played Legend of Runeterra before the multiplayer on that kind of got canned. Even further back than that, I played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Nothing super competitive, but that was when the first game that I played when I was younger, just around like the neighborhood. So that was my first introduction into it. I liked the Pokemon trading card game. Pokemon trading card, I think it was a Game Boy Color game, Game Boy Pocket game. I enjoyed that, but I didn't have any friends that actually played the Pokemon trading card game. So that's where the digital clients always came in handy for me. Was none of my friends really care much for actual card games. And so for me to be able to play something often, I typically have to have a digital format so that it's easy to access.
Rest in peace.
Probably Agony, Symbiote, Spider into Galactus. Yeah, you could do that, but it's very, very particular line.
Hello.
How's being a full-time streamer going for you? Right now, it's fine. I mean, but technically, I've only been without another job for 3 days, 2 days.
What a game.
2 days. The 18th was my last day, and so it's still very, very early to tell. Do Deadpool Venom. And then what we're looking to do is just bump up a Knoll, slam it down into Onslaught Citadel. Hope to be able to outpower them. As long as they don't rip away Cancun, that would be our full strategy. Mike Dot, you said, I know you're trying to main Snap for the streamer, but I've got a solid recommendation for a very simple game that's got a lot of throw.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
In the streaming space called DC Dual Force. It sounds promising. Mike Dot, I need to check it out. Hope to see you in Snap events again. Hopefully this will have kind of cleared up a little bit of time so that I can do that. Because I would like to be able to do some more of the Snap events for sure.
Victory.
You did need to check it out. Yeah. I heard that it was just kind of unpolished. It wasn't as easy to pick up as Snap, but the biggest downfall was that the menus and stuff just felt a little bit unpolished, maybe a lot of bit unpolished. Yeah, I got a code for it, but I never actually made it in because it was a pretty limited time window. So I never actually made it into trying it out. I need to get rid of some Conquest tickets, but I'm struggling to find a deck I love playing right now. The meta is kind of in an interesting spot. There's a lot of decks that are viable, but it also seems to lean more towards the mid-rangey stuff. Which a lot of times feel very samey. Gilgamesh or Ajax for 6K. Ajax is, believe it or not, more flexible. I'd probably lean towards that. And Not Insane, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I've never played it, but I'm its biggest supporter on Twitch. Did you watch streamers play it whenever it was around? Any wish list for the next over there? That's a tough one, Gale. They've been doing a lot of nerfs to cards. I would like to see some cards be like buffed up. Maybe underutilized cards. I know that Misery's getting a +1, but I would like some stuff that like really brings them into light. Let's go with the Venom into mid. I've seen a lot of people say Thanos, and he definitely doesn't feel great right now. But there's been at least 3 times that I can think of off the top of my head where Thanos has been like dominant in the meta, and so I think they're maybe just giving him a cool off period. Or would you like to see him buff the most? I feel like if Kang is going to stay at Series 5 for the rest of his life, that would feel like a pretty good place to start. We didn't get any of our destroy going this game. So Kang, I would like to see Uatu. I would like Adam Warlock to be playable. Are the 3 that always come to my mind. So a Misery or an Odin? Probably not a Misery, but I feel like an Odin is pretty likely.
Escaped.
He said it's coming back soon, so around 2029. Back soon. I've literally never even seen a screenshot of Dual Force, let alone gameplay. Mike Dot, wouldn't be doing anything questionable, would you? TV or tag him TV. Hold on, this one? Or which one? Which one is yours? Number one DC, number one DC Dual Force supporter for sure. Oh, let's go DC Dual Force. Haven't seen a screenshot. I saw a couple of screenshots. I didn't watch any gameplay on it though. And then Restella? Restea? As a returning player after a long break, Null was just released. Is buying Proxima and MODOK a good investment? This card is okay, but it's... You can get some decent wins with it. I would say if you're trying to build the Scorn out, MODOK for sure. Proxima could probably be... Proxima could probably be like a wait. Waterboy, you said isn't DC Dual Force shutting down? Yeah. Yes, it was. Yeah, I think Modok would be worth it if you're wanting to build out Scorn for sure. Couldn't pick it out of a mobile game lineup? Sure you could. It's the one that it's the one that has PC characters. You got your Batman, your Green Lantern,
Rest in peace.
Flash. Ooh, beautiful Deadpool Hulkbuster. Slayer, you said I played a lot of DC Dual Force. Game was very buggy. PvE stuff was fun. Yeah, I do like the idea that they at least were considering PvE stuff. So, oh no, we locked in before we snapped. What am I doing? Meant to snap before I even staged it. DC characters? Cloak, Symbiote, Spider-Man? Galactus? On this turn? They wouldn't be able to on this turn. It'd have to be next turn, right? The cloak just to like ward off bad like central parts and stuff.
Impressive.
Ooh, we may lose initiative. Oh no, we lose priority here. I guess if they Galactus, then we just null and win, yeah? Unless they trip us up and Galactus this way, then we Deadpool and win. Might not even be Galactus with Miles Morales. Death instead of null? They're only in collection level like 1,000. I don't think they're gonna have Oh, Ben, that's not the way that works. I do think they may win the left lane. Oh, it is the way that that works. I forgot. Oh no, that we got roasted. We didn't even win a single lane. Doc Lobster, are you asking why? I didn't realize ads started. I apologize, you guys. I didn't realize that the ads rolled. My bad. I missed it. I missed the trigger. We got casseroled. Doesn't feel good. Why death over null? So in case they had an Eliath, I think is the only or main reason. I kind of want to wail a bit to get some nice progress when I'm obtaining cards and stuff. I already have the battle pass. Is there something else that is of nice value in the shop? Sometimes the gold pass is one of the like best values outside of the season pass, but it takes 30 days to get all of the gold from it. You could also you can also keep an eye on like bundles that pop up in the shop. Sometimes there's some decent ones in there. It rarely has good value on it. Yeah, the Deadpool was a huge draw. But I kind of need another destroy piece. Oh my goodness, what? Okay. I guess we're gonna waste our venom here. A huge draw. Unusual Ham said, first time watching live, love the channel. Thank you so much, Unusual Ham. Such luck for the Lady Deathstrike. Destroy spell next turn, trust.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Oh, we also have a Killmonger. Oh, our Deadpool might pull into the left. We don't have any of our like big bring it home type cards. I feel like we need to play the Nico so that it doesn't pull and then waste like a null or a death for the last turn. So I think it needs to be like
Hello.
Deadpool, Nico, Killmonger. Killmonger would turn into a demon. Deadpool guarantees pull here. But it's better than Nico pulling in and having the demon spell staged.
What a game!
The destroy spell would have been clutch. Oh, they get our Deathlock. No, they get a rock. Never mind. I forgot we had rocks shuffled. What? What are these draws? We were there rocks in our deck? Sometimes you draw them immediately. Other times you don't draw them at all. We didn't get the rock top deck. Got to retreat. Still playing destroyed. It's going well. We just lost a pretty big 4-cuber, unfortunately.
Power
No.
must be controlled.
I want the throne.
The 4-cuber we lost or had just
I
lost.
definitely
I was
need to
not
change
talking
my
about this one.
underwear.
You can chalk this one up to it as well. Well, I think with that, we might just pivot. What do we pivot to? To this one. I haven't ran one of these in a while. Move Agony? We could do move, but I don't think I would even include Agony in move. DC Dual Force. Time to save that company. Was this the one that we just unlocked? I think it was. I was gonna suggest this deck, was playing it all day. Really? Really, Mike Dot? Could you use Scarlet Spider Shaw with the location? That could be well. That could do well also. I think this one will probably do decently because we can double up on cards that were impacted with Moongirl. Potentially skip into She-Hulk, Windpool, Flood stuff, which all sounds pretty good. Hitmonkey Battle Pass variant is one of the worst I've seen. What, this one? No, no, my God, I wasn't saying you were lying about it. 1, 2, 3. I'll look on the splits right now. Hitmonkey? Yeah, I like the name Hitmonkey. I also don't have very many Hitmonkey variants though. Alright, so we can double up on a potential... I guess doubling up on Monkey is not great. Our split chances for Ink Gold Crackle up right now? Yes, no, they're up right now. We just whiffed on every single one of them though. I don't know that we Moongirl this hand. Might be more in line with like Hope Summers Gwynpool. Viewer chat, watch the Hitmonkey show. I've heard good things, but it wasn't available on my Disney Plus, like the America Disney. Shadow King, beautiful here. So since we're intending to Shadow King mid, I don't think that we drop our Sunspot there. On mine in the UK. Ooh, yeah. I've heard decent things about it. We might go Shadow King, we might not. It depends on how their line turns out. It's not going to be a bad finisher. If we leave this as is, go She-Hulk, Hitmonkey, Wasp. Ooh, they lost their Modok. Beautiful. Why did they turn one snap? I don't know. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 8, 19, 11 each. Pretty solid last turn play. take it. We'll retire the deck at the top with a 4 cube 100% win rate. Can't be beaten. Usually is an accident. Rage and Venom. Sometimes, depending on if I'm running a combo heavy deck, I'll snap turn 1, like the Deadpool one. If I had like Agony, Deadpool, and then Wakanda Embassy already popped up, I'm snapping turn 1. I wanted to see the hit monkeys pop off. Me too. Me too. And we found an interesting way to be able to get both of them to scale pretty well. So I wanted to see them pop too. Your go-to high voltage deck? Typically. Presido. Typically like a Living Tribunal with Kang. If not that, then it's like a no ramp. So like Wong, Black Panther, Leader. I run Eliath, Odin, Arnold Zola, Jubilee. I don't remember. Wave. Snap turn 1 if I can hit -1/3. Yeah, that too. So like if you're a very combo heavy deck and you have your combo in hand, definitely worth a potential snap. Now we have a decent line here. Moon Girl, we have the Scream is a bit scary. Big. We have Hope Summers. We can do Gwynpool next. Then maybe it's a Moon Girl on 5. I initially really liked High Voltage, but got tired fast. Yeah, it's one of those that, yeah. We can double up the She-Hulk Bob instead of the Gwynpool. Have 2 She-Hulks. Next turn is a skip into She-Hulk, She-Hulk, Bob, whatever else.
I'm about to juice this up.
Yeah. High voltage is good for like missions or bounties, but and then thank you to Cho reaching the Madrid board. Where's the Madrid board? Ooh, board 18. Thank you so much, Joe. I don't even know if you're in the stream or if you're just playing it after. But each of the milestones does help support me and support the content. So I think I'm gonna snap and skip here.
Oh, snap.
This is activated. I always worry. And then Nova, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Get the Mark Brooks Psylocke super rare. Nice, Durg. All I got was Sabretooth, fortunately. If they Juggernaut the left lane, might not be enough. If they're trying to Juggernaut somewhere, we have it protected. Beautiful. Your last turn is nuts. Whoa, they had Surfer. I was not expecting the Surfer line. But being protected from the Juggernaut is fine. Oh my goodness. Ooh, you got the Venomized Juggernaut. Pretty good one. Zombie said, I've had my phone open on the stream for 6 hours now. I'm heading to bed. Thank you for hanging out, Zombie Lemon. I appreciate you leaving it running while you were taking care of whatever else. But hopefully you have a great night. Hopefully we catch you again sometime soon. You said the deck is ridiculously slick. It was a cool serve for Splash for sure. Mike, you said, hey TLSG, I've been trying to hit the Madrid board for the past 6 hours, but haven't been able to get past the tutorial. Every time the Batman card tells me I'm ready to go out. I mean, tried your best. When is the next stream? The next stream's right now. But after this, it depends. It depends on how I'm feeling after I get my daughter to school. It would either be like overnight tomorrow, or maybe I come back for a short spurt during the day. Ooh. My pal is tattled on him. But I'm still going to be going for another like 4 hours or so. But after I get everyone off to school and taken care of, I may take a nap. Want to activate turn 5 while you pass on T4. After a T4 play into Hope. Yeah, it does hit. It hits pretty well. The hand kind of stinks. Yeah, it does. Right lane is where it was at. Oh no, and I gave them priority too. What are we doing? We'll give them that one. That one's all theirs.
Escaped.
When did I skip playing on Kitty Devoot? I didn't mean to. I did skip it. Well, no longer 100% win rate. But it was 100% my fault. All right, next up we have Chompy. We have our Hydra Bob, but let's go ahead and hold him, especially with the hot location. No, it returns before you draw a card. And skip again. Get Black Swan down next turn. we can potentially skip into the She-Hulk. The She-Hulk plus Flood. Consider streaming without a Cybertrucker's headlight pointed directly at your face. My eyes are hurting over yours. I can turn it down. Yeah, I can turn it down. During the day, I have a window like right here, and so it does offshoot it a bit, but. Since it's dark, I'll turn it down. Here to the next ad. Big demon. But I find it so hard streaming in a dark room with the keys light turned up. Yeah, I typically dim them a bit, but forgot to on this time. So we need big mid. Actually, I don't know if this wins. I think bounce meta is really good, but I don't know if it's be like that since Tuesday's coming and really bounce card. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious how much it improves bounce, or if it does. Well, they got the Mysterio, so they got the better. Ooh, Sage. Okay. There's a hit monkey left. You can't get there. Without a hit monkey, we might have a shot here. No. Never mind. We tied mid, but that was about it. I think we put one of the fives. Yeah, I think it would have been safer for the Mysterio play for sure. And then Captain Pixie or Pixel, welcome in. Good afternoon. Hopefully you're having a great one. It's actually time for a quick set of ads. And so we're gonna run those real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. I got Hitmonkey in anticipation. Got Kitty pinned in my shop too. Probably get her on Tuesday for bounce. And then Cho, welcome in. We saw a little bit ago that you hit board 18 on Monopoly Go. Thank you for checking out the game. Hopefully you're enjoying it. And then Racito, I think you're saying morning to Cho, but if you're saying good morning to me, good morning right back at you. Went from board 14 to 18 because you kept high roll and mega heists. Yeah, it's really fun whenever you're able to hit one of those high rolls. Vehicular. It is in the morning. Well, it's 3:30 a.m. my time. But for a lot of people it is morning. Depending on what we get, we may Gwynpool, we may Moon Girl next turn. All we see is a black screen. Yeah, I turned them off, Mike Dot. I'm just sitting in the pitch black now. So we could do this. But I think Gwynpool is going to be better for us. Especially if we're not going to skip into a She-Hulk. We can go Gwynpool into Moon Girl next.
Snap.
26 a.m. Durg, so it's morning for you. Yeah, I think Moon Girl is... We only do that before Gwyn if we have She-Hulk in hand, and we're going to skip. We try to draw for a Hitmonkey or Shadow King.
Opponent snapped.
We need her power right. Maybe. But the biggest thing I'm struggling with is that I think we need to play like a Hydra Bob and let him jump out of the Nexus. So we have a chance to draw into either Hitmonkey or Shadow King. Rocket Beast. Fine. Moon Girl left, we do grab priority. So Shadow King won't be great. Funky is though. Let's we go first. The Titania is super scary. I think they always fulfill it, right? We have a lot of free cards in the Rocket Sable and such. I think they always fulfill it. Oh my goodness, what kind of flood is this? Decent Hitmonkey. The Nico with the ×2 spell, I think is what pushes them over the edge. Never mind. Just the scaling from Bishop. Dropping priority, if we would have gotten the Shadow King, could have done it, but we didn't. Well, I swear I wasn't running into this kind of stuff until we were running this kind of stuff. That was a big ship. And then Durg. The hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. The +2 on the next card played, I think could have done it too. If we AFK your stream, you still get credit? Yeah, JF. So as long as it's pulled up, I get credit. Plus loses by 1. If you think bounce is bad now. Yeah, where were these decks when we had Killmonger for sure? It's been a lovely ride, but I think if we don't turn it around, may jet to a different deck. Jet to a different deck. Park saved me. The TLSG, I'm curious. At work, when the IT guys were around, did they ever say need to bounce the server or anything like that? So I never actually saw our IT guys. They were like ghosts. I saw them maybe twice. Maybe twice the whole time. I was there for four years. So no extra energy with Wiccan is good. Are you excited for Toxin? Yeah, Dirk, I'm tentatively excitedly nervous about Toxin. We have Sunspot down. I think we're gonna do this. Ajax is scary though. That's my boy Ajax. And we're gonna just bail on his lane entirely. Too heavy in the left. Take those. We needed a good recovery win after spewing a couple. So we started off 2-0, then we went 0-2. And so all of the games so far have been, except for that one, were like 4 or 8 cube matches. So now we're 2-3. Next up, we have Haseo. First location is X Mansion. We have our Kitty Pride. Let's go ahead and do our Sunspot, though. The 8 we lost was close. Yeah. The 8 we lost was very, very close. How can you play this game for so long? It's crazy to me. I enjoy it. I enjoy the game. Well, I also enjoy the fact that they burnt their Shadow King here to keep their curve. You said, JF, good night. Gonna leave the stream up and see how that goes. Don't raid into anyone that I don't like. Absolutely, JF. Who's to say we're gonna raid at all? Think on how long you're gone. Might be here when you get back. And remember back in the day when Sunspot was the best one drop? Yes, he was such an incredible one drop. Like nothing could, that was before we had a Shadow King, so nothing could like interrupt him. We didn't have Red Guardian, Shadow King. He was, besides Killmonger, he was pretty safe.
Opponent snapped.
Ooh, you're in Texas. Work starts in 5 hours. Ooh, yeah. Previously, work for me would have started in 4 hours. But now we are working. Same deck back to back. Maybe, yeah. Thing is safe in the left. Activate. I'll go ahead and play the Black Swan. We're gonna have a pretty big hit monkey here. The Ajax is kind of scary big as well. Go this number. We can flood mid. Could flood mid. We don't have priority, so their Ajax is kind of laughably small. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man thing math. Ignore him, math. This deck does well against against Ajax.
Victory.
Smoked the same deck twice, yeah. Yeah, we cooked them twice. But Bounce cooks us. My only problem with that deck is whenever you drop your Luke Cage, you hamstring your Ajax's potential dramatically. Especially if you have priority going into the last turn. We can do a couple of Jins to get easier Moon Girl down. I remember so many iterations of this deck have existed for the past 2 years. The Moon Girl deck, yeah, it's not one that's always like viable, but at times. Should I go for another Jhin? I don't want to flood the board too much because I have a lot of cards we'll be able to burst out. No Wasp, that's fine. Wasp is really just here to be able to kind of control what our hand is, and if allowed, then we can get a bigger hit monkey off of it. So I didn't want to double up on the Shadow King. And so since it was turn 3 anyways, I decided I would kind of forego the early Moon Girl and play it out. That way we could copy some better to use last turn cards. We could copy up on Hitmonkey, but I don't think we want to without a Black Swan. Also a little bit worried going into this final turn, final couple of turns with them having Limbo. I think we're gonna try and play it patiently. We unfortunately get our Sunspot. Wanting. Maybe we draw a Black Swan. Cool.
Opponent snapped.
We will be able to play everything currently in our hand on the... Well, maybe not. I was thinking if we had Black Swan, but never mind. Them hitting Misery. That's scary. They could potentially hit Death. Null. Used to play a similar monkey deck with Thor. Yeah, they definitely have Death. With Thor, Beta Ray, Jane. Yeah, I do like the Hammer Bros version. Been wanting a Hitmonkey for a while now, but since they've announced series drops in December, and I'll have wasted my tokens. He has been around for quite a while, so there's a chance, but he's also a pretty impactful one. I don't know, it's tough. Two, three, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 6. You don't think he'll ever downgrade? Ah, no way. All we needed was one card in the left. Such a bold... That's such a bold, like, drop.
Victory.
My goodness, we'll take it. Got mid by 1. I knew the death was coming. I didn't think they'd completely abandon this one, though. Take the 4. For whatever reason, this deck is just creating like some very big cube equity games, whether they're win or lose. They did have some good variants, but it does look like it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm gonna go refill my water, so we're gonna do 2 minutes of ads. I'm gonna run refill the water, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. We're back with a full cup. That over in the corner. Freeman? Yes, we are. Sai, yeah, we're still going strong. So I'll probably be live for another 3-4 hours, maybe 5. Still have quite a while that we're planning on going. You play other games other than Snap? I do. I haven't recently, but in the past, I've dabbled in just about every genre you can imagine. So I played MOBAs for a while. I played first-person shooters, so Call of Duty, League of Legends. I did World of Warcraft for quite some time, old school RuneScape. I think a lot of hours into other games as well, but have you tried Pokemon Pocket? I have. Actually, I need to shamelessly pull my cards. I didn't open my packs for today. I actually spent a little bit of money to progress the account a little bit faster as well. I don't know if we double up what we have yet or not. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it. It's fun. Are you gonna play Mario Party Jamboree? Because it's a lot of fun. I've played all of the last Mario parties I've played, so I'm not sure when I'll pick it up. but I'm pretty confident that I'll pick it up at some point. Ah, they hit her. They sniped out our Black Swan. Rude. Hey Teal, still going strong, I see. Question, what is your comfort deck to reach infinite with, or just, you know, play the deck you play? It kind of, it fluctuates a lot. Because a deck that does good today doesn't always do good tomorrow. It's the final turn. A deck that's doing well like yesterday doesn't always do well today. And so it kind of fluctuates from time to time. Usually it's something that's a little bit more like straightforward. Like I usually won't play like counter decks while I'm just like passively playing. Because those take a pretty specific read of like what the opponent's going to do and where to be able to navigate effectively. Still can't believe I got 5 full art cards in the pack the other day. Broke the game. I've been struggling to pull any big cards for feels like weeks now. I'm still waiting for my first Zapdos to do a lightning deck. But I do have a pretty good Mewtwo deck that's built out. It's just trying to branch out from there. I haven't had much success. I'm gonna be lurking. Might head to bed in a few minutes. Absolutely, Rosito. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you've had and continue to have a great night. And whenever you do go to sleep, hopefully you sleep well. Same here, lurk mode. All right, Lacey. Let's go ahead and throw the Sunspot because we almost never want him in our hand at the last turn. Rosito, I love your videos. Now I'm in love with of your streams. Thank you so much, Rosito. I'm glad that you're enjoying them. This is definitely. I like being able to interact with you guys. It's much more real time than like the videos in the comment section, which feels like I'm creating a video into a silo and then sitting back. And I get some interactions, but it's very limited. So I definitely enjoy the streams much more for that reason specifically. All right, now we need Moon Girl, and we're golden. How do you feel like about Agony in a destroy deck? Avocado. So I actually ran a destroy deck for 90 games. With Agony, it was a Deadpool destroy Agony deck, and it was okay. Like it's,
What a game!
I don't think it revolutionizes the deck, but it definitely felt good to whenever you got your high roll. Deadpool was crazy big at that point. So a Shadow King would be great for their Deadpool stuff. So Gwynpool. And then if we skip on turn number 5. So them just dropping a rock on 4 is unfortunate.
Oh, snap.
1, 2, 3. Hit Monkey, She-Hulk. All huge going into that final turn. We're bringing it back down with this deck, surprisingly. I think it's just surprising how much burst it puts out. So then it takes the opponent by surprise or off guard. Next up, we have pie again. We've been eating a lot of pie tonight. Let's go Cassandra Nova. We have both Gwynpool and Moon Girl, so fantastic. What did we lose with Yondu? Wasp. Haven't checked your untapped deck list in a while. Did you manage to find a good Agent Venom deck? Yeah, so I ran a Hawk, Agent Venom, Cassandra Nova deck for 130. Wow. Granted, I ran this overnight, and so towards the end I started losing games that otherwise I'd win. We ran it for 100 games, and I was at 60% win rate. By 130, I had dropped it down to 55. So I was on the end of a very long, like 24-hour day. So that one, the one with Claw, both of which do really, really well. So we're always going to activate Black Swan on 4 going into 5. I don't think we ever drop Moon or Gwynpool. Unless we drop Gwynpool with the intention of hitting our other cards. Get our Sunspot again. That happened to him last. No, they get our Titania. Okay, we'll take that. Moon Girl's not going to double up on that much that's valuable. Gwynpool probably not going to hit that much. I think it's just an activate and skip. Bring She-Hulk down to almost nothing. Goes down to 2. Then we can do that plus a hit monkey plus whatever else we get. We're not going to draw 1 cost. You pull our Shadow King here. Gwynpool, Moon Girl, Hope Summer, all pretty big. Okay. They didn't need to waste their death. They saved the magic. We knew they had magic in hand. Probably could have anticipated to play this a bit better. Gwynpool, Kitty Pryde, and then looks like it's split between the Moon Girl and Hope Summers. Know that they have death. What else do they have power-wise? Do they ever have a null?
Opponent snapped.
this close to retreating out of that one. But I figured it was a pretty hard for them to push and pressure 3 lanes. I wasn't expecting the Gladiator Shadow King, which ended up being pretty big, but gladly take it. I wanted to, I wanted to leave so bad, but with Titania being over here, I knew if we double dropped, we beat what was currently there. So if they single dropped, Titania was going to shift and give us that 10-point swing back in our favor. He said, "Hey TLSG, the stream's a bit delayed for me, but sure retreat. You never win this one. You have a treat coming up. You have a treat coming up in a minute, Mike. I know that you're probably just being sarcastic, but on the YouTube side, you said Hitmonkey or Black Swan more necessary. I feel like they kind of go hand in hand, but Hitmonkey has. I don't know that you play Black Swan much without a Hitmonkey line. Whereas you can sometimes play like a Hitmonkey with like a Sarah reduction. So I maybe would lean towards the Hitmonkey. Beautiful Wakanda Diplomacy. Nacho, I'm not sure if the stream was actually delayed or not, or if he was just being quippy. Go ahead and get the Gwyn pull down before a second Cosmo comes into play. I feel like we go ahead and play the Wasp out. Get rid of the Wasp. Double down on Hitmonkey, our 2/1 costs. And we'll see what we draw into next turn. TLSG, my stream seems even more delayed now. Your hair is longer. You're complaining about having to go to work tomorrow. Mike Dot. You're playing in you're pulling a Benjamin Button on us. Backwards.
I'm about to juice this up.
I guess the double Hitmonkey is not great because of the double Cosmo. Hindsight. Yeah, we should have left two spaces right. Played the Wasp to the left instead. So this goes up to 21, 6. They go down 19 plus whatever they scale with from hazmat. Big hazmat. Massive Sasquatch to the left. Ah, we're gonna be short by like. Three. Yeah. Cosmo was the real winner there. Good as the pups. Another deck I arrived at too. Depending on how we hold up with this one. Still 58, a little over 58%. I'm guessing low collection level just from the avatar. Seems like people that run, if you're running the season pass one, usually low. No, okay. Recently, from what I've seen. Big black swan for us. We have the flood of 1 costs out already. Dropping priority into a Shadow King could be massive. Do you have any misery cooks? Just the one with Phoenix Force is really the only one I've liked much of. I think we go pretty just kind of stationary. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Because after turn 5, it's going to be these 2 lanes anyways. So it doesn't matter if we stack, if we spread, because it's just going to be kind of total power. We'll go Gwynpool. Depending on what we get next turn. We may just skip. I'd like to not have initiative for the Shadow King, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Got the double Shadow King. Shadow King. Probably should have been the play. We cover a bishop and a hit monkey. Three, 4, 9, like 13 max. Fine. Why not play Moon Girl? So that we could draw. So we could draw, potentially get a She-Hulk down, or potentially get the Wasp to get an extra card play onto the Hit Monkey.
Oh, snap.
But we could have played it to get the extra Shadow King for sure. Oh, I overshot the... Oh, no. I overshot the left lane. For the mid lane. Undershot left. Wait. Oh, no. What are we doing? I forgot Hydro Bob would move. We're throwing. Well. Double Shadow King was the play. Offset, it would have offset so many of their scaling cards, especially with Agent Venom. It really was the best play. Jocko,
Hey,
in
welcome. It took
22.
you long
Thank you
enough.
so much for the Prime sub and support. That pushes us up to 14 for the day. Even after that unfortunate game, we'll bring it back. I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. All right, let's go ahead and skip on one. We have our Hope Summers. Maybe. There we go. Big Wakanda Embassy. Hope into Gwynpool to a flood is kind of what it's looking like right now.
Victory.
Maybe they DC'd. Maybe they connected and then like their phone died. I've had that happen before. Hey TLSG, happy I can support you going full time. Thank you so much, Jocko. So after the 18th was my last day, and so we're official full time into the content creation to see if we can make it happen. But we are going to run to a quick set of ads real fast. So we're going to go for 2 minutes, and then we'll be right back, you guys. So as it gets closer, I'll jump into a game, but I'll give it a minute so that any non-subs aren't missing any of the gameplay. Sindor said, glad to see you live, but isn't it pretty late for you? It's getting to be pretty early, Sindor. So, it's 4 a.m. my time. So I'm gonna be going another like 3 or 4 hours, maybe 3. Get it right to around 10 hours. Maybe 3, maybe 10 and a half. I don't know. We're gonna go for at least another 3 or so hours. But yeah, it's pretty early now. The plan is to stream whenever we end. I'll get everyone off and ready and set for the day, and then whenever I get back from doing that is when I'll lay down and take a nap. Tavon Master, not sure if this is too personal, but is there a plan if streaming isn't the way you want to go with your future? Yeah. So the plan would be find a different job. And so I'd probably go into like either the data field or whatever kind of came my way. But if it isn't working, I'll kind of be able to tell ahead of time. Like, it's not going to be like 1 month it's doable, it's looking well, and then the next month I earn like nothing. It would be something that I think I would have time to be able to find a different role if needed. Hopefully that's not the direction that it goes, but in case, that would be the plan. So that's commitment, standing here and cooking lunch now. Well, I'm glad you're joining the stream while you're cooking. Hopefully you're cooking something good. Go ahead and go with a Gwynful. Then Gail, you said you got to step out. Glad I was able to catch you live. Hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great one as well, Gail. Hopefully we'll catch you around in the next one. And then Go, you said I was on a break. What did you used to do for a living? I used to do data analytics. And so I looked at large data sets. I constructed queries to be able to extract the data that we needed, and I formatted it into like easy, pretty neat visualizations for leadership. And it wasn't a bad role or gig at all. It's just we ended up being forced to return to office. Then that would have either completely dried up my content, where I wouldn't really be able to create any at all, or I'd have to push it and see if we're able to make a go of it. Sunspot here, I'm pretty sure go Shadow King. Her last turn is looking pretty rough. Remember, you can always tap into DC Dual Force. That's true. We can always throw down a little bit there. So we're not going to be able to fulfill enough to avoid a Juggernaut. And then Much Dutch, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning or day. Thank you for jumping in and joining us. Plain White Sauce, she said this deck looks super cool. Like a deck with the flood of bounce without bounce. Yep, it has the flood. When it pops, or the high end of it can be really surprising, really bursty. But it's just getting it there consistently. So I think the mid level of it, or the mid range, is always pretty strong as well. The high end is kind of surprising how much burst it can do. Alright, so the Sage is fine. Is Hitmonkey? No, we don't ever beat 20. It's close, but not quite. The 3 power on Mystique, 3 power on Iron Man was too tough to deal with, fortunately. Give it another 5 or so games to see if we can turn it around. But we started off pretty strong with it. Then it's kind of tapered off a little bit from there. So we'll give it a couple more games, and then we may pivot decks. I also thought a lot about going freelance as a software engineer. So many more opportunities, flexibility, and freedom. Yep. The responsibility, marketing, selling. Yeah. Yep. And taking risks is what can bring opportunities. Yeah. And it's something where I didn't like wake up one day and say, I hope that I can make it. Like I gave it 3 months of streaming semi-regularly and as part-time, and the combined content creation income exceeded my full-time job by quite a bit. And so as long as I can maintain what I was maintaining the last 3 months, then we're good. It's just if like 1 month is really bad for sponsors, or if something happens and we don't get to stream as much, maybe it's maybe there's a dip, maybe it's a bit scary. But as long as we can make what I was able to make the last few months, then we'll be in a good spot. So I'll be replacing Wasp. You can Gwynpool, and then just Moon Girl. I like Wasp, especially with the Moon Girl line. You can either use Wasp as a last turn to bump up your Hitmonkey further. You can discard Wasp to make sure that Moon Girl hits what she needs. And so I do enjoy the Wasp in this, I think, quite a bit. We do have the potential for the double Shadow King. Right now, our flood potential last turn is not great. I feel like we're going against Pi. I like Pi. Not that much. Not an every meal type of thing. Does Twitch pay you money, or is it only from subscribers? So there's a lot of like pieces that feed into it. The ad revenue from like whenever we go to ad breaks, I get a small cut of that. The subscribers, bits, donations, get a cut of those. And then on the YouTube side, it's a very similar deal. The ad revenue is a good part of what I bring home, what I take in. So we know they have Shadow King. We know that they're probably aiming Shadow King over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we just drop the Hydra Bob. Or we do. Drop one Hydra Bob. In my case, I'm just stuck thinking about the transition to freelance. Oh yeah, for you, if you can't do both simultaneously, that's tough. Because you have to make that big leap. Then Toxin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Sorry, I was trying to read your name. It was giving me trouble. But welcome in, Toxin. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Big Lady Deathstrike left. Help support their death. They have She-Hulk and our Moon Girl. And we know that they have a Shadow King. I know I said I was going to give it 5 more games. I don't think we're going to get there.
Escaped.
Go ahead and run the small movers deck. I'm just going to change one thing about it. We're going to take out the Havoc. Although I love the Havoc, I think we're going to put in Red Guardian. Red Guardian has a lot of utility right now, protecting against the other movement decks that we're seeing. Protecting against like a Deadpool deck and a couple other things. And then thanks to whoever is checking out Monopoly Go using the download code and reach the London board. I appreciate you checking it out. Hopefully you're enjoying the game. Every milestone that you reach helps support me and support the content. We just need to find Red Guardian. Having trouble. Why did I think he was like a 3-1 or 3-2? He's a solid 3-3. There we go. Let's run the small movers for a bit. What after board 18? So after board 18 is a pretty big leap up to 31. Next up we have Vosh. Go ahead and get our Aranya down. We do get Agent Venom beautifully. So The sponsorship actually only has another 3 days and 3 days and 18 hours from now. So yeah, I guess you have a little bit. Try and make it. Try and get it there. Now the first two are definitely still very doable within that time.
Snap.
Alright, so we're gonna snap into the double Madam Web, the double Human Torch. Human Torch is gonna move to the right, and then the next one is gonna have to copy over here. We're gonna hope that either way, Madam Web will be able to move one. We might be able to yank the other with Ghost Spider. Go ahead and do Human Torch Vulture. It's a great substitute for Aranya, Madam Web, and Red Guardian. In this one, I would say you could probably get by without Aranya and Red Guardian. Madam Web feels pretty crucial. Like the game plan that we push. A little bit afraid of Shadow King. Could have been afraid of a debris. My goodness. They have here. So if they have Shadow King, it already hits 2 lanes. There's not a whole lot we can do. And then 6 as well. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I think they probably have counter tools. I think we're walking into a 4-cube loss. Then Titanomachia, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day, or night, or morning, depending on where you're at.
Victory.
We'll take it. We'll gladly take it. Jump into the next. Yeah, Craven I think would be on the lower end because, I mean, maybe you could set him up. But Madam Web really helps. Getting one additional trigger on any of your movement cards can take it from decent power to like really strong power. gonna connect to. Yes, we made it. I thought it was one of those where he got like DC'd. All right, so we're gonna want to go Agent Venom on number 2 anyway, so we're gonna skip him first. Adam Webb is beautiful here.
Oh, snap.
Doctor Strange. So, Maze. We're gonna prime the Iron Fist. That way we can do a deck and discard big, especially with Mirror Island. Mirror Island. So an Arnim Zola could end up sending the deck in left, right. Doctor Strange. Wait. Oh. Iron Fist pushes to the left. What am I doing? Selling. I'm shipping. Okay. If I was them, I'd probably snap backward. Out now. So maybe move is not the genre or the archetype for me to play right now. This is getting pretty late. Would be the best we can do. 12 plus 4, 16, 20, 22. It doesn't beat what they have.
Escape.
Yeah, the same shell with War Machine does really well. It's just it's like a 1 and 2 cube printing monster. So I like this shell for like the hot location that we're in. Connet MC giving +2 to everything, because we typically have a low enough curve that we're not going to play much on 1 and 2, so we can guarantee that we get maximum impact from that buff. We can flood from there. We could play Iron Fist into Hotel Inferno, but I think we wait. Next turn we'll do like Agent Venom. I forgot about Hot Location. Those days are strictly Conquest runs for me. Yeah, a lot of times they're the same way for me, unless it's a location that maybe isn't necessarily as negatively impactful, or not like purely going to force one particular archetype only into the metagame. Like Lamentus. Lamentus Day was tough. Good day. Because Lamentus Day was all about like, Null, Death, those similar cards that benefited from your opponent losing all of theirs. Alright, so Iron Fist is going to pump to the left. We pull it back into mid with Ghost Spider. Wait. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do Agent Venom right. We're gonna pump the Human Torch left. And I'm gonna call that good in case they're going Galactus. I want to protect from the potential Galactus. Typically, anytime you see wave early, very big possibility. Oh, it's just an early Sarah. Interesting. Okay. We wasted one of the scaling. Human Torch. So instead of Aranya, I'm going to go Red Guardian here. We're going to snipe out the Sarah. Ooh, this could be the Splat deck. Splat deck that just wants to do Sarah, Onslaught, Blood on the last turn. If that's the case, Red Guardian is going to save us from the Sarah line. Yeah, it did. It took me... The gears are turning. They're just turning a little bit more slowly as we've stayed up pretty late. So it took me a minute to think of what they were doing, but after seeing the Sarah, that makes the most sense. I would assume this is Onslaught. And Onslaught is not going to be enough. Ooh. So the Mystique instead of the Onslaught is fine.
Victory.
With Wakanda Intimacy, I was just trying to play Surfer, and every time I drew Brood Wakanda, it didn't appear. Ah, plain white. That's a tough one. Eventually, if you gave it enough time, it would happen. I also have PTSD from Galactus meta. Yeah. Anytime like I don't see anything and then all of a sudden it's a random wave, I'm immediately into like retreat mode looking for a potential Galactus line. Next up we have MR in. First location is Los Diablos base. We do have our Madam Web, but since we don't know what the left location is, I'm going to place her over in the left lane. Wait, Nobles, you said who he challenged? Imagine a new player playing Wave and has no idea what we're doing by protecting lanes. Yep, they just like using it to curve into like a 6-cost card early. But I've definitely been there. We go Agent Venom, or do we go ahead and get a Vulture down, or even a Cosmo? Go for the Vulture for now. Alright, let's go ahead and fix our deck. We're going to bring them all back up to 4. We're going to offset the Cassandra negativity. We're going to double move the Vulture so that it ends up being a really big scaling resource for us. But I think we're going to need to compete to be able to win left and right from control Iron Man line. I want to do Human Torch. But I also want to do Cosmo. I think I'm going to save Human Torch for the last turn. We can do Orania move. It'll immediately be 12 power, which is pretty solid. I'm going to move Vulture mid, and then what we're fending off against is Iron Man or Claw plus Mystique. Cosmo really helps us in that left lane because it becomes that mobile card. So it's that mind game of, are they going to move it or where they're going to move it to? All right, next up we have QG at AHC. We do have our Agent Venom. We have Aranya early, so fantastic. Was playing the same deck as this earlier, but with Havoc. Yeah, Eldane. So I ran a Havoc version, but with some of the things that we've been seeing a lot of tonight, I added in the Red Guardian as kind of like that flex or tech. So being able to stop and Dracula, being able to stop a Deadpool, being able to stop an opponent's Madam Web has proven to be pretty solid. And so I think right now, Red Guardian has a pretty big place. Do you have any plans for YouTube videos? Yes, but it might be a couple of days. So we're still going to be doing YouTube videos. It's just with working at the other job and doing streams, it kind of just, I didn't have as much time to put them together. Plus, I haven't really came up with any decks that just feel really, really strong to the point where like they probably need to be featured. Let's just do the dagger for now. Red Guardian would be beautiful here. So left and then right and left again. Or we could take it a step further. Go all the way left again. Mid. Still have the dagger to be able to move. Last turn of Sage. Be a huge Human Torch.
I am reborn.
If we can get Red Guardian, then we can stop Dracula from being able to absorb. Which would be so funny. I think it's gonna be what, is that a 40 power Human Torch? No, it's gonna be it's gonna be 80 power.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
I think I think Human Torch is big enough. Gambit about to hit that torch. Oh man, don't put that out there. They're gonna have to Gambit mid, or else we block it. Goodness. You could have jinxed it. You put that into the atmosphere. The Gambit was in play. We just blocked it with the Cosmo.
Victory.
Yeesh. Flame on for sure. Take those.
This land can never be
Weird.
fully known.
So they're running destroy. Love Cosmo. Me too. Cosmo's in such a strong spot right now. Because the game has kind of shifted away from a lot of ongoings, or like a variety of ongoings. And it's much heavier into like on reveal for most of its cards, or most of its impact. Alright, so we stole their Aranya. Or they stole our Aranya. We use it on a Deadpool. Push him over to the right. Alright. We don't want to throw down our Human Torch early. It'll get destroyed. Or it could get destroyed by a Killmonger. I'm just gonna skip here. Main deck is Greedy Namora. Ooh, mono. Cosmo owns you. That's the main reason I can't like main a Wong or a Namora deck. Because
I definitely need to change
every time
my
I pretend that
underwear.
Cosmo doesn't exist, he very much exists. There's the Madam Web we needed. Deadpool Hulkbuster, wow, big. Let's stage an Iron Fist. I'm gonna go ahead and do a Cosmo into the right lane. That way we have the mind game of, are we gonna move it? Are we gonna move the dagger instead?
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Strange is the one thing. Okay. Not much we can do about Venom resetting.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
We don't have X20. They can't do null plus. I bet we lose this one, but we're gonna give it a shot. Oh man, what are we doing with the Cosmo? Why are we doing this? Mono. So, so Cosmo owns me too. We wouldn't have won that one anyways. The -3 was a bit too much. But that's rough to see. Those are the late night plays that we end up making. So maybe move isn't the Isn't the archetype we should be ending an 8-hour or running after an 8-hour session? Next up, we have Vosh again. I feel like the pool of players is relatively small that we're facing. Bunga Bunga? What what deck is that? Oh, Hella? Nah, I'm alright. I don't think we even need to play on 3. Me draw combo, me win. What's the current meta? Depends on the time of day. It kind of fluctuates a bit. So there's a lot of bounce. There's a lot of Agent Venom, like Iron Man, Mystique, Law stuff. There's a decent amount of like a little bit of Hawk, a lot of movement, a lot of Wiccan, a lot of Affliction. Pretty good spread actually. Baskets that I haven't played for a year. A lot of new stuff that's out has brought a lot of new things to life. So like Move is really strong. There's a lot of different versions of Move, but Destroys is just good or decent still. I think we try to maybe save our Red Guardian for Iron Man. Do we ever try to grab priority here? Baku been buffed? No, he's still unplayable. No buff yet, unfortunately. Asking for a meta day before Toxin releases. I feel like Bounce is going to be very prevalent tomorrow. Because Toxin is super strong into it. And they may not be caught up on the cards that are releasing soon. Fine.
The Sorcerer Supreme.
Good enough. It's close. Yeah. Good. 21 in the right lane is a lot to deal with. We're not gonna be able to match that one. Not quite. Almost. Not quite. range last would win. There. Play strange last into mid. So it would potentially pull the dagger out of this line. This would only be 16. Maybe full-on move is a bit much for me right now. I feel like we're not firing on all cylinders. It's getting a little bit late. This one is a counter-heavy deck. I do kind of like it, but I don't think we just right now. We're gonna run a bit of this one. We're gonna run. You level your cards. I have way too many boosters. I have way too many boosters. I would run out of credits. Like I don't have I don't have enough money in the world to do that. And so I like to keep them all around orange border. That's what I set them on from the custom card thing. Discard Exodia. Let the fun begin. I feel like I get stressed more than anything with Discard Exodia because it's so like linear that I'm too worried about it getting blocked, and I don't like sit back and enjoy the actual like combo because it goes off so infrequently. Silk. Ooh, so they're running some interesting version of Agony. Go Storm, even if we don't end up getting War Machine, fine.
Wind, aid my hand.
Scaling Nebula is typically pretty solid over here. Without priority, we can't grab the Gwynpool. We will be able to yank it out with Magneto. Maybe we don't need to do anything too hasty. Like Arrow mid. Scarlet Spider buff with Agony. Is what it looks like. Good call. And now we pull everything out of left, out of mid. And do Legion onto Sokovia so no one gets to play.
We are
Diabolical.
the future.
Well, we definitely lose. My goodness. This Eliath ate all of these. 4, 6, stacked everything onto the Eliath. Even if it was just a regular powered one and then Scarlet Spider landed there, we lost. Anyone know if Agony is good? Agony is okay. It's not like crazy or anything, but I think it'll be okay in like Destroy, in Phoenix Force, maybe like hand buff, but outside of that, Legion or Silver Surfer, absolutely Water Boy. We'll change it right after this one.
Wind, aid my hand.
We could Legion into Castle Zemo, but we have the War Machine line. We have the Storm, War Machine, Legion. It's not as exciting. I think it's necessary. If they have Rogue, they could steal the War Machine away.
Opponent snapped.
Gotta see it. We gotta see the Rogue. I hope not. I hope it's a Sarah.
Escaped.
Thought about stacking the War Machine into the flooded lane so that they couldn't do that. But then I thought, what are the chances if they're running Silver Surfer? Chances were pretty good, it turns out. If you Phoenix Force Agony and she merges with another card, she loses the ability to move. Yeah, you would have to Agony the card before it got destroyed. So like the multiple man, or multiple man, the Nimrod, the Human Torch, but not the actual Phoenix Force. Cho, I don't think Legion left was the play.
I am Ego.
It was just stack War Machine into mid,
Is my domain.
and then overpower the whichever other lane they had after that. I just misplayed it on the off chance that they didn't have Rogue, but we're wrong. We're gonna make our cubes back here, so it's all good. That's not a good ego play. Good Polaris. Mojo World is pretty scary. It's pretty scary for this type of deck. It just comes down to whoever gets lucky enough that it plays the most over there. Wow, Cassandra into Absorbing Man's actually pretty good. A little scared. Avoiding Mojo World, that's fine. Who is cooking? Who is something? They at least don't win right by 100. Or put away with Storm. Wow, their ego actually filled up Mojo World, which is kind of crazy. Their ego was trying to cook.
Friendly neighborhood
Go.
Spider-Man here.
Not able to cook. Take the 8 cuber off of that.
Wind, aid my hand.
Don't see ego often, but when you do,
Victory.
I always enjoy someone that follows the ego law, the snap back. Snap back and stay. Because I usually donate 8 cubes if ego comes down. Aseon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I hate Agent Venom. Totally broken to play against as free to play. It is kind of tough on internet. And Cho, welcome in. Wait, no. You've already been here, Cho. I don't know what I'm doing. We can throw down Craven. Yeah, Agent Venom, I think, is probably getting to the point where it's being adopted enough that it's pretty, that it could be pretty frustrating to play against.
Oh, snap.
So we have the Storm into the War Machine, so we can make sure that even if we lose the Storm lane, we can play there and reinforce it later. Speaking of Legion, oh, thank you, Waterboy. Speaking of Legion, yeah, I did forget. I'll probably look for a Silver Surfer one.
Gotta run, hun.
Ooh, so it's a Hella deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
So we may be worried about a Corvus. Oh no. What? Black Cat, right? Oh, it was from the Great Portal. Never mind. Not the deck not the deck I thought it was. All right, let's hope we don't get Legioned here. Or not Legion, Rogue. Deal with that. Kind of looks like the deck that we were running with the Moon Girl line. What a top deck. Thinking it through.
I want the throne.
Longer copycat. Copycat's the Nebula. That's... All right, we'll take that. We take those from Kobe. Sometimes this just lines up. I don't know if this will be as good as the like Madam Web version of this, but I think anything that has the Storm War Machine Legion would be pretty scary, pretty quick. Let me go ahead and select your avatar real fast before I forget. So we have those two Silver Surfers, or that Legion. So I like this one. And then Jompool, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Hopefully you're having a good night. And it came at a kind of a bad... Oh, here, I'll snooze. The ads were about to roll, but I don't want to roll ads right whenever a raid comes in. I'm going to snooze the ads for 5 minutes. We'll fit one more game in before it runs to an ad break. But hopefully you had a fantastic stream. You said RS Barry brought us here. Well, thank you very much, RS Barry, for the for guiding them all the way over into our stream. I'm very fortunate and very happy to have you. Hopefully you guys are having a great night or day, depending on what time zone you're in. And then Jompool, I hope you had a great stream. And Helix Bandicoot, welcome in. I like to see. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I like to see the emotes flying around. We could get a Storm down on 2. Could almost, I think, probably guarantee that we win this lane.
Snap.
Chimichanga if needed. The fantastic stream. We'll just eat some dinner and lurk. But have a good stream. Thank you so much, John Poole. Hopefully you enjoy your dinner.
Wind, aid my hand.
So you're on the, and let's give John Poole a shout out for the raid as well. So if you haven't seen any of his stuff, definitely hit the heart button, and that way you can go check it out. Maybe when I'm not live, or see if his style is up your alley or something that you like. Wait, how am I not following? RS Barry. I don't know. It's one of those things that it's easy to not follow. It's easy to just kind of somewhat forget. So I don't blame you. So with the Storm Force, whoa, I thought it would force them to play in the left, but instead, I was thinking we could stack the Scream Kingpin and do like a Polaris to get a double affliction on it. But it turns out they're running Patriot. I think we may need the Lucky Legion top deck here. Have a shot. What? Patriot, Khazar, Blue Marvel, Ultron. Not a lot that we'd be able to do to stop it. Because right now, 4, 5, max of 6, 6, 12, 24 power. I guess Arrow could beat their potential high roll. I think I'm falling now. Yeah, I do see the follow had picked up. I saw the follow come through. So if they do an 8 power, or even with Khazar pulling over, 8 extra power would bring them to 21. Magneto would win. Good luck.
Opponent snapped.
Snapped back. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 14, 21. 26. Seems like a crazy snapback. Maybe they didn't do the math.
We are the future.
There's no strings on me.
Maybe I did math poorly. Oh. You like me some War Machine? I'll try the list. So I've been rocking the War Machine with Madam Web and Cosmo for so long that this one kind of came across my radar. I wanted to take it out for a spin. I do enjoy Scream, but I also enjoy the Storm War Machine Legion stuff. The War Machine work with Infinite still? It does. It works with Infinite, Ebony Maw, Crossbones, anything with restrictions. Giganto, you can play them wherever. There was a non-zero chance they filled mid with Wasp as well. Unwittingly block the Khazar pull. Yeah, and if it blocked the pull, that would be fine. We should still be able to, I think, overpower what they had. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not with the Wasp. Wasp would have been probably bad. And a dumb legal pranks. Boo ego from 10 minutes ago. All right, you guys, we're going to jump over into those ads. I delete them for one game, but I don't have any more snoozes. So we're going to jump over and then we'll be right back. Is the deck viable without Scream? May not be able to hear me. You're probably at ads. So I guess I'll tell you whenever you guys get back. I'll be right back, you guys. guess we still have about a minute. So I'll kind of slow go the first turn. That way none of you guys miss any of the action or much of the action. Mike said, time to watch a pro. All right, so I think we're going to set up Kingpin in the left. That way we can do like a Spider-Man pull or a Polaris pull over to the left and a Spider-Man pull out of Shree's lab. And then the religion oof with the hydration reminder. I appreciate you. Actually, now I'm not so sure. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try and pull the Sunspot. They may play a 1 or 2 cost card in mid, but we're gonna try and clear up the Space Throne. I know that if Los Diablos Space doesn't destroy it, really bad for us over there. But it's also bad if they can just kind of scale throughout the game. And then it's hammer time. If you're still here after the ads ran, you said, is the deck viable without Scream? I would say if you don't have Scream, it probably angles more towards the like Madam Web, Vulture, Dagger movement stuff instead.
I'm about to juice this up.
This is the Moon Girl Flood deck that we were running earlier.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So the skip for She-Hulk. They're gonna have to She-Hulk over there, I think. The 10 power Nebula. I do kind of wish Hydra Bob had just popped over there because we could have won that lane. Now, as is, I don't think we win. I think we have to give it to him. Yeah, we'll jump out of this one. Do you think the move versions are better than the classic Ebony Maw, Expo, and whatnot that are all more all in on War Machine? I think they give you some consistency tools. So like the movement, you can win some of those games even if you don't draw into like your Storm, War Machine, Legion, or if you don't like blink into it or whatever that might be. Get Shadow King right, 2 She-Hulk left, and 5 points mid. Yeah, I figured you had a pretty explosive turn. So the right location was definitely tricky for us, but I think it was probably good for you regardless. Very good game, Mike Todd. I think that may be the only time I've ever ran into you. At least recently. The only time we've matched into each other. We're gonna go ahead and position a Scream into Quantum Realm. So Scream in Quantum Realm, even though it's gonna be a lower base initially, if and when we move cards around, we'll be able to scale up better than what they can drop most of the time. The funny thing is, I've listened to you play through it for the past half hour, so when the game started, I actually didn't know what you were playing. Oh, said you've been listening to me? Oh, listening but not watching. Podcast, gotcha.
Wind, aid my hand.
Big Luke Cage here. Scary. They don't have a rogue, do they? I'm afraid of an acid arrow. So I kind of want to reserve an extra space in the left. Last time I did that, I got absolutely slapped by a rogue. All right, so we did need to dodge the acid arrow, so that was a right call there at least. Then having Nebula. Oof. So we are above them this turn, but they tie the left next turn, so it'll come down to a point differential. Unless they drop maybe Hazmat this turn. No, so it's just a point differential.
Victory.
Take it. Take it where we can. All I know is you have a card that you didn't want to get rogued. Then it did. Guessing that was War Machine. Yes. Yes. Very much so. The War Machine got rogued. And so you just have it on with the speakers playing, kind of like a podcast in the background.
Victory.
I'm guessing they may have accidentally queued up for ladder and meant to be high voltage. We've been playing Balatro. Balatro's a pretty solid choice. Then posture check from Durg. I appreciate you. End up sitting like an absolute goblin. Especially when I do the overnight streams, I end up like sitting all kinds of funky.
Breaking news.
Ooh, so we know they have a Juggernaut. We can always Juggernaut our Stormblade. Wait, what are we doing? We have... How was I gonna pass on the Nebula play? I gotta head to bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Hopefully you get your key lights fixed so you can so we can see your face next time.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna try my very best to have them fixed by next stream. Then Myths at an 8-hour stream. We're pushing past 8 hours. The last stream I did on Friday overnight was a little bit over 11 hours. I don't know that we're going to push that hard or that far this time, but my house doesn't really wake up for another 2. So it may be that we push for like a 10.5. Like a snapback. Snapback. We don't have a... I mean, if we get War Machine... Legion. Legion Rite is gross. Don't do it. Especially if we have War Machine, Legion, right?
Wind, aid
Great.
my hand.
Angela Key Pride. Jokes on them. We juggernaut. We juggernaut them before they juggernaut us. With their deck, I don't think they run very many low cards. Or big cards, like 4, 5, and 6 cost cards. Ooh, Cosmo instead. So not the Juggernaut. They were expecting the War Machine, I imagine. I don't mind the Legion to the right, actually. Because their deck typically runs a lot of really small stuff. Not much outside of that. Madam Web is scary, though. Oh no, the Madam Web. Go 14. If they move Cosmo or Angela out. Good. Mag left, they retreat. Mike Dot, you're on fire. And so, Hate, you said what's the difference between retreat and retreat later? So retreat later will wait until the opponent either locks in their turn or retreats. If the opponent retreats, then you don't lose any rank because it ends up being like a tie. And then Mike Dot, you headed to bed? If so, I hope you have a great night, and hopefully we'll catch you around in another one soon. Anyone with those cool play block things? Pyro, what kind of play block? Like that do this the scene switching? Or all right, next up we have Geordie. First location, Necrotia. Let's go ahead and go with a Nebula. I guess we could have Nebulaed into the Necrotia lane. That's never an awful location because it forces them to have to play into that negativity. Oh, like the sniper screen? Yeah. Huh. I mean, if we lose, we lose. Okay. Like if they ever add in like incentives for reaching higher ranks, then maybe. But for the most part, unless it's somebody that I think is kind of suspicious, I generally kind of play it by ear. And the hydrate reminder from Myth. I appreciate you.
Spider-Man here.
We should win Altar of Death. It just comes down to the other locations. I think they're in a pretty tough spot. Legion Right. I mean, if we draw into it, I do enjoy Legion Right. Oh my gosh. We could also try like a Central Park, but I like Legion Right a little bit better. Goodness. Legion is one of those cards that is like the most disruptive cards you could ever imagine. It creates games that are just unpredictable. And I'm so glad that he's back in the meta unless someone plays them against me, and then I'm furious. Gonna beast left. Might beast left. You're heartless, Mr. Rogers. But it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Poor Bishop never stood a chance. Oh, he does beast left. You called it. Called it, Zebra.
Victory.
I may need to check the split on Legion, honestly. Wait, since when did we start climbing so much? Has it been this deck? Has this deck been that dominant? Because last I remember, kind of went, maybe I blacked out. I went into just playing mode. We were pushing rank 300. We had dropped quite a bit. Yes, 10 games. We're positive almost 20 cubes. Almost the same amount of cubes from about 60 games with Destroy. Yeah, Legion forces people to leave a lot, but it also can create some lines that just otherwise wouldn't be possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deck's so good, even the stats shock you. Yeah. I mean, it's not one that I think I would feature on the YouTube channel, just because I don't have any splits, or I don't have any variants for Legion. I don't think I would feature it just because it has Scream. I feel like most people ended up probably skipping on Scream. Should have Legioned last turn. We could have Legioned last turn if we were afraid of what they would do. Yeah, we probably could have got 4 cubes out of them. So you're right. I haven't gotten any good splits tonight. I don't quite have enough to take him all the way around again. All right, next up we have Hazard. We have our Kingpin Scream, which is a pretty good start. Kingpin here, they probably play into this lane. So we're gonna need to look for like Spider-Man, Polaris, or something to pull it out. Also get Nebula, which now gives them like the competing lanes to try to fight into. Whether they fight into and play into the Kingpin lane or stop Nebula from scaling. The Juggernaut wasted earlies.
Snap.
We're gonna go ahead and storm mid. That'll mean we have to Legion somewhere else next turn. Hopefully it shifts over into the right lane so that we can Legion to the right. Try to overcome that one. See that many people are getting more variants reserved casters. I haven't myth. Did they
Wind, aid
increase
my
the
hand.
full rate. Uh-oh. So as is, we lose mid. Great. We win right. 9. I guess this could potentially push over into mid. We'll gamble on the silk. I was thinking about taking a smaller turn or a worse turn and doing the war machine. But they dropped a card into mid. We push over to the right. We win left. We win right. Oh, that was so close. The Namora almost pushed them up where they needed to be. But instead,
Opponent snapped.
they have a Jeff. They have a Jeff? I feel like there's no way that they bluff snap that. I mean, maybe there is. We should have went with the safer play. I don't know that we could have won
Escape.
with the war machine. But the Namora was big. There's been a better credits. Okay. Kinda like that. I kinda like that crossbones. I don't ever use crossbones. I don't like it. Okay. Those two in like 6 pulls. There's the gold tickets catching up with me. You get the same variance as me a week ago? Wait, really? Really, Durg? Maybe I'm just a week behind you. Like in that same order? The crossbones into the agent? So that's wild. Alright, next up we have Nando. First location, Dream Dimension. A little unfortunate. Unless we get Storm to change it. They skipped on 3? Ant-Man. They trying to go for maybe an Ultron?
Snap.
They're trying to go Ultron. They set up like a Khazar into a Blue Marvel in the Ant-Man lane. Right.
Wind, aid my hand.
Ooh, Mr. Negative. They're also going to be locked out of the game, though. I don't think they get enough down this turn to be able to pressure us. The right lane is scary, though. Please. No, we're okay. Now, if they have El Jeff, also pretty scary. But it would push Silk somewhere. All right, next up we have Dr. Bonner. I was not expecting a TLSG stream at this time. It's like 11:45 a.m. here in the UK. A sleeper. And so it is almost 6 a.m. my time. We've been crushing, going steady for about 9 hours. Still gonna go another hour, 2, 3, just kind of depends. But I'm still gonna go for a little bit longer. So you still got some time to sit back and enjoy. So Dr. Bonner is running an Iranian move deck. We have the War Machine line. See if we can draw Storm for us. I'll have you on while I work. I appreciate it, Sleeper. It's on the East Coast. So I'm in Central. Go ahead and transform.
Minions to me.
So knowing that they're running a move deck, or drop Craven instead of the War Machine. No, I think War Machine is just gonna be solid here. It's a big vulture.
Who will the winds bring?
Legion mid so they get a destroyer. A bad idea. We had Legion. Oh, this... We move the Vulture. All of a sudden we win mid. We lose whatever lane we put the Vulture into. We win left. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 13, 14. Yeah. Also a chance they double stack in the right lane. Oh, they sure didn't. Oh man.
We are the future.
Doubted my gut. I doubted my gut, and my gut would have won. Had we just left it alone in mid, we would have been fine. This was not what I would expect them to stay on, a Legion dagger line. But we were the unfortunate recipient of it. Except we have Gabriel Crawler. Without the Arnhem Zola, destroy feels weird. Yeah, you could probably take out the Hulkbuster. Hulkbuster is just there for the hot location to like elevate that high roll potential. But it takes away some of the like late game.
Oh, snap.
I kind of like the Craven in the left. We can fill it with other stuff, and then it's gonna get decently buffed as stuff moves around, or should. That card back, yeah. They don't do that style anymore. For sure, I've noticed they go towards definitely a different approach. I actually really like a Legion into Strange Academy on 5. Unless they're running move, I think it becomes really disruptive for them. Dodge. We have the base colors for bots and the Galaxy Gold and Dino for the OGs. I like it with any of the like Uatu or Galactus style of avatars. Have you seen any version of this deck with Jeff? I haven't. Not that I think it'd be bad. It might be fine. With Luke Cage, our Scream still scales positively, but it doesn't negatively afflict their side. We're gonna just have a monstrosity of a Hail Mary here. I think they're running a pretty heavy tech deck. The Red Guardian seeing Luke Cage. Maybe Killmonger. Could also be like the Ajax hazmat stuff as well. Then Roni, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm asking so I know if I have to play around extra. I haven't. I saw Dara face one guy with Storm or with Jeff. But most of the versions that I've seen have not been running that. Mid for them or left for them is completely capped out, and not even close with the. Good lord, big Craven. I think we won left. Goodness. I think we just go heavy into mid. Hope for the best. And we do force the 4-cube retreat. Brought to you by Legion. Legion created all of that chaos that ensued. Oh no, Joe. He said the highest I've ever gotten Craven was 30 and then he got shanked. Didn't even get to enjoy him for very long before he got ripped away.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Blue Hopper 44, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 14 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. Power does need to be controlled. We're correct. Next up we have Hazard. And Hazard, I don't remember what they did, but they, I think, swindled us out of a couple of cubes the last time we faced or matched each other.
Oh, snap.
But not this time. Was it Namora? Was it a Namora Jeff deck? Feels like they had Jeff after you. Yeah. Ooh. Hefty discount. which we don't necessarily want or need. I'm gonna save the silk for now. Is this tower good or bad for us? Yes. I plan on ripping it away with the Legion, and so it should be okay.
Wind, aid my hand.
But it does make us not want to drop silk. Old Buster, interesting.
Opponent snapped.
Rogue Snap. In a Namora deck? I don't think they have Rogue. I think they have Juggernaut. Did have Juggernaut. Now they have a Namora. A Namora and Jeff. What weird cook is it, Leviathan? Now they rogue? Oh, gotcha. Are you talking about this weird cook, Leviathan?
Escape.
Yeah. It is what it is. Namora, Agony, Rogue, Jeff, Scarlet Spider. I feel like it does really good against us. Be curious how it fares elsewhere.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then W Murpher, thank you so much for the Prime 7 support. That pushes us up to 16 for the day. Stupid Rogue breaks combo. Can they make the effect for War Machine passive? If they made it passive, that'd be way too oppressive. I'm glad that it has. I'm glad that there's a lever out there that kind of keeps it in check. Because I would hate to face War Machine or Super Scroll or the War Machines like every single game. I gotta go. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, RS Barry. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day or night, depending on what time it is for you. We could storm somewhere else, and then just kind of try to rotate cards to hit the War Machine.
Wind,
Next to OP enough?
my
Yeah.
hand. Wind, aid my hand.
We're gonna go shopping. Shopping for a War
Neighborhood
Machine.
Spider-Man here.
Huge. They hit a rogue on us. Kind of wish that Spider-Man would have stayed in Quantum Tunnel, so if they rogued, it would rotate away. Oh, if they stayed, they probably have it, don't they? Oh, Blue Marvel. Okay. We even snuck the 2 cubes in there. Can't believe that. I can't believe that rotation fish worked. Oof. Sometimes you take a little bit of luck. A little bit of luck where you can. And it doesn't surprise me at all that Safety Blade is running a Namora deck. Safety Blade has, in the past, very much enjoyed running Namora decks. Isn't it safer to play War Machine into Storm Lane? And they can't rogue it? Yeah, so the last game, the reason I didn't was because they have a... I knew they had a Juggernaut. Or the potential Juggernaut. Or the game where it ended up getting rogued the follow-up turn. But in general, if you can guarantee that it's locked away, so like behind a Cosmo or something similar, yeah. Wait, was that Safety I was playing up against? I didn't realize that was Safety I was facing with his weird cook. What's his in-game name now? Hazard? That's why he cooked me. But yeah, he played the Juggernaut to make sure that I didn't have a safe War Machine in line. Beautiful. So with Agent Venom, we're a little bit worried about a potential Claw, potential Iron Man. I'm a little bit torn between Storm in the left or Storm in the right, where Nebula can scale. I'm gonna go to the left, just in case it's the Claw variety or variant of this deck. And Mutant Cow, your notification should go off here in just a second. Maybe.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
There we go. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 17 for the day. So the support for over the course of this stream has been massive. Very, very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. But the notification did take long enough. Next up we have David Nerfel. The first location, Subterranea, is a bit unfortunate. But we do have our Nebula into Stormline. Agent Venom so far for you. I enjoy Agent Venom in a couple of specific shells, but I do enjoy Agent Venom. So let's do Raven follow-up into Storm left. Big Agent Venom for him. But that deck is common enough that that's why I wanted to position towards the left anyways, to protect from a potential Claw. Yeah, Subterranea is probably one of the least liked locations. I don't mind it, just because it doesn't have like as immediate of an impact versus something like the old Weird World. I would take this over Dream Dimension most of the time. Kitty, Sable, Rock. I wonder if they're running a bounce deck.
Wind,
That's
aid my hand.
or if they're just wanting to get the negative affliction on whatever card from Sable. I'm gonna see if maybe we can pull Agent Venom out of the left lane. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because that's a big Cassandra Nova. We'll have to rely on getting Silk over there, which I guess isn't. We're having War Machine.
Opponent snapped.
For me, Danger Room is the worst.
I
Danger Room
am
can be pretty bad.
Iron Man.
Who will the winds bring?
Well, that was a bad stay. We're going to jump out of that one. I don't see a way that we can
Escape.
navigate to win. Pulling the Iron Man anywhere is bad. And I don't see how we overcome the other way. We'll take the 2 cube loss. And with that, it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to run the 3 minutes so that we don't have to run them for the rest of the hour. We can get some good gameplay in. Otherwise, it feels like I'm running an ad every time I turn around. So we're going to do 3 minutes, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. And Durg with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Go ahead and queue up into a game about the time we get done. We should, or about the time we get into one. We should be finishing up with the ads. Still holding pretty steady. We're almost 20 games in, over a 60% win rate with the deck so far. Holding pretty steady. Next up, we have Leopold. First location, Sakar. We're going to go ahead and throw Kingpin down. Big Arrow is not what we wanted to see. And Blue Marvel.
Who will the winds bring?
What kind of cook is Leo? What kind of cook is Leo running? Go ahead and Polaris to the right. We'll pull the Bast over. We negatively afflict it. And we draw an extra card. E3. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Yeah, especially with the Fastos.
Oh, snap.
No C3? Oh, because the Fastos. Yeah. Yeah, Fastos wouldn't be able to do C3.
Wind, aid my hand.
Can't play high? Yeah. Can't play high, but also they wouldn't play it if it was C3.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Take it. I don't feel proud about it, but we'll take it. We'll take our wins 2 cubes at a time. This deck never gets more than 2. Not often, yeah. But with that, it's winning enough and getting that enough, at least right now, that our cube rate is above a 1 cube per game over the 19 games. So wins and losses, we're averaging over 1. Next up, we have Alex Frin. We are running RSM, so let's go ahead and Nebula left, because I assume they'll probably have a card that they can play. Play a Loki. Scary. Wow, big brood. Tranquilizer, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. I do wish we would have had priority to hurt that screen before he moved. I think we run from this one. I'm thinking it's not looking great. Their Scream scaling off of our Silk. Their Craven scaling off of our Silk. Silk was the worst thing I could have ever played, I think. At least they didn't snap into the turn 1 Loki. Take that as a win. that Silk was definitely going through it. We decided to put her out of her misery, and just call the whole thing off. She was going through too much. Next up, we have Safety Blade or Hazard, and he's been dominating us. Hopefully, we get a few of those cubes back. I feel like his deck is pretty good, teched into like the type of stuff that we're running. But maybe we can find a way. So if we decide not to go Storm, since that's causing us so much issue with the Rogue, then we could just Polaris into the Craven lane with the Agony. I did get the armored Spider-Man variant. I'm gonna go ahead and storm the left lane.
Wind, aid my
And
hand.
then maybe we Polaris the Agony away.
Oh, snap.
So there's a quest on Discord. All you have to do is accept the quest on Discord, have both of them open for 15 minutes, and then you can claim it. It gives you a code. At one point I had the quest link, but I'm not sure if I have it anymore.
Spider-Man here.
So no Agony for you. Sorry, my friend. Let's now pull Agony one more time out of the raft and over into the Abbey. A Namora, and they just win the flooded lane, don't they? Maybe it'll be fine. Oh, random YouTube video. Yeah, so I just noticed it in the the bottom corner of my Discord. But at one point I had the link to it. I don't think I have it anymore. Magneto could come in pretty handy. Oh, we can move the entire entire brigade over into mid. Sure, why not? Yeah, I think I gained it yesterday, so I think it's still attainable. So it's in Discord under the Discover tab, but it has to be on PC.
Victory.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they set it to just PC. So like Mac, iOS, Android won't show up, just on the PC client. Next up, we have the Deep. First location is Titan. We do have our Scream, Spider-Man. We have War Machine, so if we happen to draw Storm next turn, we could try that cheeky line. But it depends on what kind of deck the opponent's running, if we want to go that direction or not. They either get our Magneto or Legion. We don't know which one. Ooh, what? Discard deck with Apocalypse? I guess they're lucky that they had it in their opening hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
What a strange call. Big Dracula. Tried Venom, Venom Discord, or Venom Discard. Works really well. Just one discard puts Apocalypse back to its original power. I'm going to go ahead and Legion into the Titan location. They're going to have... Wow. Wong? I'm going to say they're going to have Apocalypse, but that's really the only 6-cost card they run. So if we do, like, the Magneto, we can pull the Wong away from where they're actually wanting to play it. Hope that Morbius doesn't scale enough here, because we're up to 17, so they have to discard, what, 8 cards? Ooh, okay, Mystique was a good backup line. Are they going Gambit? Oh, rude. It's only 2 triggers. The Magic Absorb. Not quite gonna be able to do it. Machine Gun Gambit.
Victory.
Wong is just such a disruptible combo. So I have such a hard time like leaning into it heavily. So even if I get a win, it's usually a 2 cube, which I can do that with Legion much easier. He was he was trying to make a name for himself. And then YOLO Potato Man. Hello, I hope everyone is having a good day. I am. I hope everyone else here is too. But we've had a good, an incredible stream so far. I can't complain. Can't complain at all. So glad you came back to Snap. I miss you. LSU Tiger TTV. I'm very glad that I had an audience to come back to. Very fortunate to have such an amazing viewership that I was able to take the time that I needed and then come back and have someone make content for. I'm not sure if I fist bumped them or not, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. How long ago was it that I have only been playing since Deadpool's Diner, where you could grind for Sandra Nova? Oh, so you're saying you've only been playing since then? If so, that's not too terribly long. So I'm sure you've probably made some pretty good progress. We don't need to be restricted by Jean Grey, but I think I'm gonna allow ourselves to be. With double Cravens, the Silk bouncing back and forth could get pretty crazy pretty fast. we go ahead and snap into this monstrosity. Ooh, Thursday's got some good climbing going. He's up to 62. So Jean Grey, Captain Marvel. I don't... kind of lane lockdown, but I'm not sure what kind it'd be. Are your videos recorded super far in advance, or do you have crazy genetics? In a video, can be cleanly shaven. I think crazy genetics is the line that it goes with. And 6 with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Ghost Spider for the Vulture Pool. Do get our Scream to proc. Just a crazy amount of for the Silks and for the Cravens. Gonna do Magneto, I think, right? Pull the Vulture over. But we'll take the 2. We're back on a pretty killer run. I'm back up to 202. After some ups and some downs, finally found a deck that is absolutely dominating. We get anything good from our season caches? Most of the time it's boosters, some credits, but it does have some, if I remember right, it has some gold, and then you have some avatars that you can, not avatars, some variants that you can get as well. Next up, we have Gqueluz. First location is the Hellfire Club. The only thing that we wouldn't be able to drop there, Nebula Kingpin, so not too terrible. We do have the Storm line, and I assume that they play in Stark Tower, so maybe we can like Spider-Man pull it out, unless we end up drawing like a War Machine. We may want to do Storm this turn anyways. Let's go ahead and do Storm. And then quick finger with the timeout.
Wind, aid my hand.
I'll see you in just a second. Quick finger. So Athena in mid is fine. We can do like this. Always do something like this and hope that the Spider-Man pulled over. But big Cosmo, in case we were going with the Legion line, but we definitely were not. I don't really want to do Spider-Man into the Athena lane because there's a chance that we yank it over here. Give them a 1 power lead, but it gives us +2 still, and we're going to continue scaling. Maybe it'd be fine. A neat deck idea. Haven't seen Bully Move combined with the Storm package.
Here.
Yeah, it's been working well so far. So they can move over to the left.
All systems go.
With either Athena or Agent Venom. A bit scary. Don't have... I think we're just gonna send it in left. We're gonna pull the cards over like Kingpin, slap them down. There's -3 to everything that's over here already. Ooh, that's a big Thena that I was not expecting. Oh, into the Red Guardian.
We are the future.
Woof. So the Red Guardian made that game, or made that play possible. Good read. And then Dr. Mandarina, you said, hey there, not a big Discord user. Can't seem to find any quest for that variant. So from the PC, in like the very bottom left, there's a Discover tab. There's something that shows... maybe it was in... maybe the link was in the official Discord as well. I'm not sure if they made a link or not. Here we go. That should take you to the quest. And welcome back, Quick Finger. I hope you're having a great day so far. Next up, we have Italo. The first location is Limbo, so we get an extra turn. Let's start with our Nebula. That's going to encourage them to continue playing in the left, and then we'll have Kingpin to hurt it from there. Almost 10 hours? Yeah, we're almost 10 hours in. The one that we did on Friday, like late Friday into Saturday morning, was 11 hours. So I'm still planning on going another at least hour or so. We'll definitely clear the 10-hour mark. We'll see from there.
Snap.
Go ahead and Polaris. We're gonna move the Orania, and even if they do somehow block it, having one location in Space Throne is really tough for a movement deck when that's in the middle. Big Cosmo is fine. You could always arrow rip the Cosmo to the left to kind of surprise them, maybe. No, it's turn 4. Never mind, we can't do that. We can storm into a Legion.
Wind, aid my hand.
Ooh, the Falcon, unfortunate. You weren't wrong about Crazy Genetics, just went back 10 hours in stream. No, it had. Has it really? Sorry? In the last 10 hours? If so, that's wild. Alright, so the Falcon is a little bit scary, but I think we just send the Legion. Hope for the best. Probably not a good strategy. Oh well. Otherwise, we're cooked. That's like our only chance at this point. And then Red Star Cleric said, "Well, looky here. It's the old Alliance co-owner TLSG snap. So good that the Alliance is more active. Yes. So I'm keeping an eye on the activity, and so any of the like extremely low performers week over week, we're reaching out and replacing. But I'm doing well. We've had a really good stream. Probably around an average of like 150 viewers per hour. So it's spiked and it's waned a little bit, but in general, very, very good day and good stream so far. Uh-oh. No, okay, no, okay, we're good. I thought it was the Aranya diff, but we have the Nebula. So it's the Nebula diff instead by a margin of 1 power over here.
Victory.
We'll take it. That was a close one, but we were able to manage to lock them down enough to be able to make it happen. Wait, I'm seeing an office space behind you. Have we gone full-time? We have gone full-time content creator. So the 18th, Friday, was actually my last day at my other job, my old job. And now this is all we got. We are self-employed, hoping for the best. Putting in the grind. We did 11 hours a couple of days ago, and we're pushing probably going to be about 10 and a half today. But mainly because of drops. The normal day won't be that long. The normal day will probably be closer to like 5 or 6, with the extra couple being dedicated to getting and putting together a video. Good luck. That's awesome news. Thank you so much, Astronaut. I'm nervous, but also very excited. Because it means that there's no longer those times where I want to be able to stream, but I'm not, because like tonight, I wouldn't have been able to stream tonight if I had to worry about going into the office in like an hour.
Oh, snap.
So depending on what deck Longshot is running here, we have the Storm, War Machine, Legion line to really lean into. Sorry, I've been busy for the last 2 to 3 months with family stuff. Oh, no worries at all, Red Star. Haven't been able to stream myself, so good. Here. The adrenaline for creation won't always be there, so remember to look after yourself. Get into good habits early on. So not like staying up all night. Yeah, we'll have to change it. We'll have to make sure we're being mindful and working within our bounds. But it is very exciting. I think I'm nervous about whenever the lows hit. So whenever like views or numbers wane, which is just going to be kind of natural with any kind of game or any kind of content creation. But still worries me a bit. So this, wow, that is a big turn 4 flood. My goodness. Got the Mysterios. Blue Marvel. All right. Hope that this is enough, and then we can end on like a big Magneto. Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Fast. One of these is up by 4. Right lane would be fine. Mid could go up to 17.
Victory.
They were afraid of the Infinite. But we did not have it. We'll take the 2. Timothy said I like long streams. Some for the performance art aspect, some just so I can have a chance of popping in whatever. I'm happy to hear you're not planning on trying to. Don't want to watch you burn out or regret time away from family. Yeah. So I think definitely when drops are around, I'll put in some degenerate hours. But outside of that, I think it'll be around like more normal, ranging from 4 to 5 to 6, depending on the day or what's out. So if there's like a cool new card, maybe it drags a little bit longer. If it's kind of a midday, maybe it's closer to like 3 or 4. You look exhausted. Yeah, we've been going. We went all night, or we stayed up all night. So I'm starting to feel a bit tired. But my daughter doesn't wake up for school for another hour, and so since I have to stay up for another hour anyways, I might as well keep streaming. And then whenever I end, I'll get her ready to go to school. Then I'll go take a long nap. And so yeah, and I wear contacts whenever I stream because my glasses create a really bad blur. Because my glasses create a really bad blur, and so I'm not sure why we played the Nebula after. Oh, never mind. We didn't know Nova was there, and so I have contacts, and they start irritating my eyes after a while. The dude's a powerhouse, then has to go be a dad. It has some challenges, but a lot of rewards with it as well. And so that's why I didn't stream the second day of drops. I didn't stream yesterday. So I was spending time with her. Took her to a couple of parks. We went and visited family. Gail said, "Wow, you're still alive." We are. At least for the time being. We are still live. Spider-Man's guaranteed to go to the right because this is full. But I'm sure that they have Killmonger. Not sure if we even drop the Kingpin or not. No, I'm not going to drop the Kingpin. We're just going to do Ninja. Or pull the negative Ninja with the Spider-Man over. So 2-4 extra power. They trigger it twice. Can go to 18. Tried this. We're still scared of a Killmonger. Killmonger wipes out our Nebula, which is some very much needed power. Media TLSG, a lot of rewards to it. Being a dad as well. Real TLSG. Will always have a source of kidneys. Should I need them? Well, not Wong. Yeah, as long as they have the Killmonger, we lose this. And I think they're probably toying it around. Yeah.
Escaped.
Without being able to get a full lockdown. We're always susceptible to Killmonger if we have the Nebula kind of lingering, which is fine. A lot of times you can retreat for one and not have to risk too much off of it. Nice, Red Star. I actually enjoyed her a little bit more than I thought I would. Like she doesn't do anything crazy. She's very like as described. She's a chimichanga. She's a Hulk Buster. But I did enjoy using her with like a Deadpool Destroy, and then I think she'd also be kind of cool in like a Phoenix Force style build as well. Mono, you said real TLSG. I have a loving wife that supports my dream of being my own man, doing what I love. Very much so. I'm very lucky. Do Mysterio, we pull more over into the right lane. They probably would drop a Sasquatch, I would imagine. But their space is pretty limited. I'm loving Gambit Dracula Scorn. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. No, wait, what are we doing? I thought that was Spider-Man. Should have players to the right. Yeesh. Rough stuff. Alright, let's drop another.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe the Nebula is a bit hasty. Could not. Big man thing. Ugh. Probably Jet from this one. Yeah. Less. Even if we pull the stuff out of here, like there's not a lot that I do. Ajax comes down here. No. Up out of that one. Snap. 10 hours in, your name, I think, gave me my eyes crossed. So Snarvel map. Said, wow, already 10 hours. After 10 hours, I would play like a bot. For the first time, snap openers. There are no bots, just tired players. Yeah, I definitely don't play as well, but we're still climbing. So we started at close to 300, climbed down to about 240, hit a little bit of a lull or a bad streak, went back up to 300, now we're down to 200. So next up we have Wolf Like Me. First location, Wakanda Embassy. We do have Nebula to get our Scream as well. Range Academy is beautiful for the Craven. Then either Storm or Scream. Let's go Storm. I'm going to Storm the left lane because I don't think they'll play over there this turn. And we have our Nebula that's going to be able to pretty freely scale. Feel she's Broca area is broken after so many hours. It's the area like AREAA or AREA, of the brain that is responsible for articulation. Said location. Oh, like the location of the brain. Yeah. It was just area was spelled differently, so it confused me for a second. Another surfer, which I think we kind of fumbled a surfer some. But we'll see. 6. We're gonna YOLO it. We're just gonna send Magneto. Hope that they only play like 2 cards here. One of them is a Killmonger, then we're in trouble. They didn't draw what they needed. Take a pity win where we can. Couple more and we'll break top 2. But it is time for a quick set of ads. So we're gonna run those. We're gonna run the 3 minutes. That way they're pushed off probably for the rest of the stream. And then we can just get back to running some gameplay. We're gonna do that real fast. We'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Oh no, Mono, you're okay. It was just my brain was trying to put it together. And Frank Puddle, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. You're catching us on the tail end. We're probably still going to be live another maybe 30 minutes, another hour. But I'm glad that you're able to at least jump in and join us now. Hopefully you're having a great day. You as well. You deserve some rest. So I would end and kind of get ready for some rest, but I gotta get my daughter ready for school in about an hour, and my son ready to get on the bus. And so I figured, since I have to stay up anyways, I might as well continue streaming until I go to or am ready to go and get them up. That way I don't get tired and like maybe fall asleep. Next up we have Italo. Once again, we beat them last time by barely, by a very small margin. They do have priority. I think we go ahead and scream here. She can figure it out. Well, she's 3. She honestly might be able to get there. She knows the directions. It would just be a matter of like the transportation there. Go ahead and throw down the Polaris. If we move Aranya, that Aranya is going to be super negative. What has to happen for you to make pancakes for the kids this morning? Chat, get your kids pancakes. We have the stuff for pancakes. I could make them. They do get the Aranya and the Human Torch pulled up before getting pulled over. Let's go, pancakes on the menu. They are on the menu. Got eggs yesterday as well, so those can be on the menu as well. Big Human Torch is pretty unfortunate. What's the function of Silk in this deck? Silk can sometimes help like buff up and trigger your Craven.
Victory.
Yellow Potato Man said, I really like pancakes. Me too. I like them from time to time. I typically don't eat them all that often, but... So Silk in the deck buffs up your Craven, or if you do Storm without the War Machine and you need a little bit of extra support in that lane, Silk can be that card that bounces over there and then is safe or stuck in that lane, because nothing else should be played in the Storm lane after it's locked down. So there's a couple of cool use cases for Silk. We have the Nebula. We get our Kingpin out of the draw. And Scream. I think we might do something like Craven Kingpin next turn. I might even stack them together into like a follow-up players, or ooh, wait. They stole one of our cards. There's the 1 out of 5 chance they have our War Machine. I don't think we want to take that chance. Wish me luck. I'm going to try to put as many symbiotes in one deck as possible. Good luck, Red Star. Got it. Got this. Wow. That Grandmaster just threw Cable into the wolves. We can do one more. Still gonna scout camp out this weekend. Some of the boys still learning to cook. They served medium rare pancakes. Not recommend.
Aid my hand.
But imagine they don't sound good. Don't sound appealing at all. But at least Scream can continue to scale with movement. Do not eat medium rare pancakes. Definitely not medium rare either. I don't have Silk. What else is good here? See what I've used in the past. So I've used a few variations, not necessarily with this deck. You could probably, the easiest one would probably be Jeff. I think Jeff is a pretty comparable replacement. Oh no, not our Silk. I guess Silk is fine. Yeah, that's fine. It goes negative if it comes here because +2, +2, +2. Unfortunate for him. We win the left. Let's go ahead and do something like Magneto here. And we should be fine. This being stacked. Typically, I don't like to stack them all together, but this was devastating for him. We do end up getting the retreat from Cheese. Take it. We'll gladly take it. That pop us below 200 again. Very close. Almost there. Next up we have Safety Blade once again, which is always a very tough opponent. What would you sub for Nebula? We've been seeing a lot of ongoings. Honestly, if I kept the curve the same, maybe it's an Echo. If not Echo, then Miles Morales. I wish they let us assign value tags to cards, Symbiote. That way you can tag them and search later. So I assume he doesn't play into mid at all, or into left at all, because he doesn't really want... Oh, okay, maybe he does once. I'm going to say with the Namora line, you really don't want a large array of cards down. I'm gonna go ahead and use Legion in Weir Island. I think he may have pivoted off of the Namora stuff, seeing the Angela, but we're still gonna do what we can. Big Agony comes in. I think we ripped the Agony away with Spider-Man. Go ahead and get as much onto the board as possible. That way we make full usage of the Weir Islands. And then Faith on the YouTube side said, I love Scream. I've experimented with an Ajax build and something close to this, but I'll have to copy this one too. I've also been trying stuff with Misery in a lot of decks. Yeah, I've been enjoying Scream quite a bit. And like the optimal build kind of seems like it rotates or shuffles, but...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I have been enjoying the card quite a bit. And then Timothy Bonky with the tier 1 sub, pushing us a little bit closer to Partner Plus status. Thank you so much for the support. That pushes us to a big 18 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. So the Hope Summers Kitty Pride, very scary in the left lane. We're not going to be able to scale our Nebula. continuing to do arrow last. Make sure that Pride stays. We can rip the Hope Summers away. Before they drop anything on it. But I think we're still at risk in that left lane pretty badly. And we're not able to both Silk and Arrow last turn.
We are the future.
So if they can play 2 cards here, 7, 8, 9, 9. I think it's perfect. Oh, they can just play. Damn it, Jeff. Can just play directly into this lane. Oh no. And a little bit of extra sizzle on it. Their Scarlet Spider gets pushed over into mid. Next up, we have Magneto. First location, Bar Sinister. Always gets kind of crazy with Bar Sinister. Or can get crazy with Bar Sinister. And then Mr. Carrier. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 5 months. The Pixel variant of Prime subs. I appreciate you, Mr. Carrier. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So, good Craven, Nebula, but I think for now we're just gonna singular Nebula. Let's see. The Bifrost, is this something we should ever consider? They could have an Acid Arrow from Kate Bishop, which is unfortunate. We're gonna give it a shot. What are your early estimations on Toxin? I think Toxin will be... I think we'll see a lot of Shadow King, but I think it gives Bounce another decent approach or way to... I'm gonna go just Kingpin for now. Have you found the high voltage mode? I enjoyed high voltage for short spurts. It's not something that I think I would want to play all the time. It is nice. Kingpin and Craven putting in work. My goodness, the 18 power Cravens are nasty. Does help us out a touch too. Then just in case they go like Iron Man or Claw, because this looks like the Agent Venom deck that maybe just didn't hit it. We could take away Bar Sinister. So they're technically 9 power, because throne room is doubling them up. Poor Bast. They got their mileage out of Bast for sure. Magneto's not awful here. I don't know if this wins or not. But
We are the future.
it has to be more than 7 power in the left. For them to win
We are the future.
that. Or they win mid, even with all the Basts. Big claw play. Could come down to a point difference. I think the Ant-Man left. No, it's just a tie mid. Wow. Tie mid, we win left, we win right.
Victory.
Take those. It looks good as inked. I don't think I have
Hey,
Spider-Man
welcome. It took you long enough.
Oh, and we're running a Spider-Man. Why don't we change up the variant? And then Red Star Cleric, thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 1. That puts us just a little bit closer to Partner Plus status. We're almost on track, or we're close to reaching that first level, so the 100. We hit it last month. We're getting pretty close this month. So I don't have it inked, unfortunately. I have it gold. Oh, here he is gold. Doesn't look bad. One more good win to bring this within, bring us below 200 again. Could I bribe a quick rundown on Agony, our best slot at the moment, with that sub? Yeah. So, from what I haven't experimented or built a lot with it, because she seems relatively, kind of just not exciting. She seems like a different Hulkbuster. But I think probably a couple of her best slots would be like Phoenix Force, so like your Human Torch, your Multiple Man, your Nimrod, or Deadpool Destroy. I ran her earlier today in a Deadpool Destroy, and I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I ran a very high roll greed version that ran Agony, Hulkbuster, instead of like an Arnold Zola. And it was fun. I think that's probably one of her best slots. Outside of that, it feels like her value may be spotty, but she might fit into some kind of like Scarlet Spider or Spash and Shaw build. I just haven't tinkered around with it enough to know. So Legion is actually really funny here, because we could
Friendly neighborhood
potentially
Spider-Man here.
position our power in the left and then throw a Legion into the right so that the power starts calculating from here and then it snowballs over. And then Marie said, good morning, still streaming, I see. How's it going? It's going well. We've had a pretty good stream so far. A lot of good vibes, a lot of good viewership, and absolutely been enjoying it.
Opponent snapped.
think they can somehow clutter us up here? Said she seems like she's just does that, which is fine. Yeah. She does not work with Brood. Because the Orn reveal happens before the merge.
Wind, aid my
Well.
hand.
One way to get rid of the flooded lake location, I suppose. Ah, and she locked herself in over here. That- Depending on how many cards they can drop here. If we can pull the, I guess, Doc Ock from the right,
We are the future.
we can at least push for a tie there. Not quite. We lose by 3, win by 1, 3. So the Tempo Shadow King came out to be really, really impactful here. Infinity, yeah, we're not able to get the Spider-Man variant that I'm running on mobile, unfortunately. On the last one, should have Legion left. Next up, we have Mike Man.
Oh, snap.
We have the full extent of the combo already, and our first 3 cards drawn. So for that, we will snap into it. I think we leave the Bifrost here. We do like a storm to the left. Although we are a bit afraid of Rogue. Because it's a
Wind, aid my
Perfect build.
hand.
wait. Okay, maybe it's not Surfer. I'm less afraid of Rogue, I suppose. I'm glad I mentioned the variant. Seemed like a lot of people didn't know. Yeah. Yeah, so it was something that it just kind of they did. And it was just on Discord, but it didn't seem like it was really advertised very much. So it is nice to be able to grab it. Big blue Marvel, but
Opponent snapped.
wait, what? You think they meant to you think they meant to retreat? Why would they snap this? I feel like they meant to leave.
Who will the winds bring?
Victory.
Craven players, more power. Yeah. Yeah, Craven players would have been. Craven players would have been what this. We should would have pulled Forge over though. Same power, but more spread or distribution in the right lane. I got what you were talking about. I'm not not how I wanted to enter top 200, but we take those. It is time for a quick set of ads real fast. Make sure that the pre-rolls stay disabled. We're gonna run just a quick 2 minutes this time, and then we will be right back, ready to finish out the stream. I'm not going anywhere this time, but so for this deck, we're 35 games in. We are 63% win rate with an average cube gain of 0.91. Crazy stats for the deck. I do enjoy the Silk. If you're not a Silk believer, it also gives you kind of some access into the Storm lane. If you don't enjoy the Silk or don't really care for that tech, Jeff is probably just about as good. But I do like Silk. She's sometimes very, very useful. Yeah, they may not have known how... Yeah, now that you say that, they may not have known how War Machine works. We may be on a clip of... How did they play here? All right, next up we have Gabriel Crawler. We do have the Storm War Machine line. That's I almost want to snap it right off of that. Wait a turn. We'll give it a minute. Now we'll snap. Yeah, it may have been a low collection level player. That makes the most sense. They were probably like, why would he snap that? All of a sudden. So with Lemuria, no early Storm, at least. I'm going to Storm mid just in case they're an ongoing deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
Nice, I completed the drops. I got an... Ooh, nice, I got. Hopefully it was a good Onslaught variant that you were able to pull. All right, let's do this. Our Scream doesn't negatively afflict any of their cards because they did get the Wiccan down. But they didn't get to curve into it earlier than that, so maybe with the War Machine we'll be fine. Accidentally snap all the time if I'm on PC trying to undo the turn. Yeah, I've done that a good handful of times. So Hazmat. Wyeth. Yeah.
Opponent snapped.
Luke Cage makes this kind of difficult because we could like sell this to the left, sell it to the right, but if they have Hazmat, then this shots this back up. I think we'll give them this one. Give them the 2. Unibot, you said I put your channel on when I went to bed. I woke up for work and you're still streaming. We are absolutely on the grind, Unibot. Thank you for leaving it running while you were sleeping. Hopefully you slept well, and good morning. We weren't below 200 for long. High voltage might be the most fun I've had on Snap. High voltage was really excited for the first couple of days, but at least for what I've been running into, it's really consolidated into like just a handful of either strong combos or a handful of counter tools. So it doesn't feel, you know, as like fresh anymore. It's still fun to jump in and play and like complete the missions, but I haven't found that I feel the need to just like grind it out endlessly. So we have the Storm War Machine line. Cassandra Nova comes down from the Arishem. Storm mid, because I don't think they're going to play there. War Machine at next. Kind of wish they had started working earlier on the permanent draft mode rather than all these temporary ones. Yeah, but I do kind of like the existence of the temporary ones. Like I think it serves kind of a cool function or role. Because it gives you something to like break up the monotony of just the ranked ladder. Even though like this one, I don't know that I would play high voltage for more than like a week or so. But at least it gives us that week to be able to work off of. Ricky, you said high voltage is the reason you're logging on. I mean, if that's what you're enjoying, then I definitely like that it is an avenue and an option. And so I think, if anything, it proves that having at least some kind of casual mode feels very almost necessary. We're going to the casino. Karnak's casino, unfortunately. Madman Dan, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far.
I want the throne.
I don't know if this is worth a stay. Take out power from mid, take out from right. But Very likely they're to play in these lanes. For the memes? I don't know. They're very likely to play at least in this one or in this one. I think it loses. Wow, that's a lot of cards. Oh yeah, we don't
Is power.
touch that one.
We are the future.
We got very fortunate with the Infinite upgrade, but it was not, still was not enough. Yeah, we shouldn't have stayed on that one. I knew we shouldn't have stayed. But my sleepiness let me do it anyways. We gave it a shot. We gave it the good old college try. They gave you 2 extra power. In closer than I thought. Was a little bit closer than what I thought it would be. Because we got lucky with the Infinite upgrade. Let's go Nebula to the left. Deadpool's kind of unfortunate.
Snap.
Block in the Scream. And then Agent, War Machine, Legion. And I doubt a Deadpool deck has any kind of like countermeasure in place for it. So as long as they don't get enough down early enough, then I think we're in a real good spot. Ooh, that's true. They played Acid Arrow. I didn't think that it would. I thought it would transform and go back to their side, but that was wrong. All right, let's go ahead and go Storm. I will pull into Astrid M.
I want the throne.
For Killmonger.
What a game!
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, War Machine, we may be in trouble if they have a Rogue for some reason. But a destroy deck probably shouldn't. But it's also an Agent Venom version. Deadpool, Killmonger,
What a
nothing
game!
into right because it would have pulled over into mid anyways. Sorry, our War Machine does pull over, but get Legion over there after the fact, so they only have this last turn to play. Big Venom. What they throw in the left.
I definitely
We'll have
need
to see
change
if we're
my
able to
underwear.
overpower that. Urania. 10 power.
Victory.
I guess we don't have to try to figure it out. We could do the arrow kingpin. That would have done it. But we will take the 2 cubes. Go ahead and jump over into the next one. All right, next up we have Villa Nunaris. The first location, Wakanda Embassy. We have our Kingpin. Let's start with Nebula. We get a feel for what kind of deck they're running. Kunlun. Feels like a bounce deck. Go ahead and pull him over to the right. I would like to be able to get Kingpin down, but I don't want to play that far off of our curve. With Kunlun in place, I don't know that we want to do like the. I guess yeah. Oh, I guess not. We're gonna say I guess we can go ahead and do it. It moves even if it goes in mid. They get +2. We get +2. At least our scream scales. And then Cody on the YouTube side, feeling sleepy yet? Yes, we are starting to feel a little bit on the sleepy side. Beautiful. I didn't realize we would get an extra monster in mid out of it, but we'll take it. So if they're running like a beast, they missed out on I think the beast missed out on a big monster. And the General Sergeant said, "You're still here." We are indeed. We are. We are. All right, we can guarantee that Spider-Man bounces over to the left. We'll grab, I guess, may not grab anybody, depending on if they tap out that left lane or not. World record for the length of a stream is 465 days. I think that's doable for you.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I need to go grab a pillow. we'll just end while on stream, or we'll stream while sleeping. If one of those cards was Craven, we would be scaling like right now. Wait, we still win?
Victory.
Take those wins where we can. Go ahead and see if we can finish below. They blew it with bad Mysterio math. I think so. We're just not really knowing what output we had. They definitely had the ability to win that one. Next up, we have Ram. Location is Miniaturized Lab. They snapped on us on turn 1. To a hood? It doesn't feel like a turn 1 snap type of card. And Polaris will pull either the Echo or the Hood over. Echo, that's fine. Guess we lock in the War Machine. And then Calibrex, good morning, back from lurking. Welcome in. Hopefully you had a great night. Glad to see you here. On the YouTube side, you said Scream got me the easy Infinite Things season. Yes. This season, yeah. With Master Mold, we actually don't draw. What an interesting cook my friend has here. Go ahead and do this. Misery comes back in. They get another demon. So they have one demon, two of our cards, and Master Mold, of course, is still an upper hand. I would imagine
Friendly
Ronin,
neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Evie Hawk. I think it's really tough to beat their demon here.
Who will the winds bring?
But we are going to give it a shot. Ah, the left lane was the lane we could play in. Got the wrong call. They called it correct. But I am starting to get, if you had the power to change one thing in Snap, what would it be? Card acquisition. I would like it to be better for new and returning players. Ideally everybody, but new and returning players especially. To be able to get caught up and back up to speed for it quickly would give people an incentive that have played left and want to come back, a reason to come back. Let's go ahead and see if we can regain that unfortunate 4. We had a chance. We had a very real chance to be able to win that one, but unfortunately it did not pan out. Next up is Kazakh. He's still going. Welcome in, T Greenithy. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. We are still pushing through, holding steady. So with Silver Sable, could be like a bounce deck, something that runs a lot of one reveals. I'm a little bit afraid or intimidated by Kamartaj. Okay, not intimidated anymore. Drop Storm, I think, into Castle Blackstone, since our Scream will be able to scale. Loopy Fist, you said, and it's gone? Wait, Loopy Fist, what's gone? Oh, Kamartaj. Yeah. Yeah, we're intimidated by it, and it's gone. Not a great place for our Storm to be.
Wind, aid my
Welcome in,
hand.
Loopy. Hopefully you're having a great morning or day so far. Maybe we grab the Athena. Probably not. Maybe.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
For Sable, at least it breaks their bonus. For 5, we could do Polaris. Do Kingpin Polaris. Or Silk Polaris. See if we can get some power over into the left lane. As long as they leave a space for us here, I think we'll be okay. They did not leave a space for us. Claw was a good finisher. That would explain why they full capped it. Loopy, that's what I was thinking was play it in Prage, but I need to stop doing that. The Asian's not working for me. It's time for a really quick set of ads. I'm gonna run to the restroom. We're gonna run 2 minutes and then we'll be back in the action. Timothy, you got the Deathlock Chibi? That's huge. Definitely a usable card in destroy type stuff. I think you'll get some mileage out of it. All right, next up we have Madame Chico. First location at Onslaught Citadel, so we want to kind of avoid it. Or change it if we can, depending on what kind of deck they're running. Elysium's not useful for us. Let's go ahead and get our Scream down onto the board. We'll go ahead and Nebula right, since a lot of our cards would want to out of that lane. So like the Polaris, the Spider-Man, the Arrow, instead of moving into it. Big destroy. Copy of the Carnage.
Snap.
Ahead and go Storm. I'm gonna go Craven. Craven mid? Craven left. Go Craven mid. There'll be Legion left next turn. Lock them out of that final turn of the game. What do you think about high voltage? I like that there's a heavy emphasis on like a casual game mode. I think it's much better than, for most, I think it's much better than like Diner. Because Deadpool's Diner was stressful. Even as a relatively good player, it was stressful. Like losing in the threat of losing your bubs and not being able to play that mode for another however many hours was very scary. And so it felt bad whenever you lost. Versus this one, there's literally no stakes to lose, and so you get in, you just kind of play and make a crazy thing happen. If you lose, no big deal, you rinse and repeat. As long as they don't have Jeff, then we're good. No way they stayed.
We are the future.
Wild. What a wild stay.
Victory.
We'll take it though. We're right back down in it. High voltage reminds me of Earth in League of Legends. Yes. So it's a mode that initially when it comes out, super fun. But if you have it around all the time, then I think it becomes lackluster. I did like every once a year when they brought Earth into League of Legends. The first year that it came out, I absolutely spammed like a teleport Hecarim. It was just like one-shotting people.
I wouldn't.
So let's lightly play this one. We always reserve the right to throw a Legion left and Bar with No Name at the end of the game. That's crazy how many people stay whenever they can't play it. I agree. I agree. That's super crazy. Agent Venom is fine. I think let's do the Silk into the Craven, and then I'm angling to make it look like we're trying to compete, and then just rip away all the locations with Legion. Been enjoying the deck. I've been liking it a lot. We've had a pretty good run with it. We're over 40 games deep, and we're holding a 60% win rate. We just need them to play in Titan. Right. Beautiful. If they have a heads up and they Cosmo bar with no name, I'll be so sad. Otherwise, I think we're in the clear. I wanted to like continue to play some cards. That way it looked like we were trying to develop the board. So that maybe they don't sniff it out. They might, but... Oh, it's a big Mysterio. And big hit monkey too. Oh my goodness, Absorbing Man to recopy the hit monkey. So unfortunate. It's my least favorite way to lose. He's with the Legion into bar with no name. It's infuriating when it happens. But that does put us back below the 200 range. And so I think that's going to be a good stopping point for us. Looks like everyone that's on has been on for a while. So I didn't make it until the morning shifters pick up. So I know that Ordinary Harry usually ends around now. Is there anyone you guys want to raid into? Because I'd... Is that the most evil way to win? I don't know if it's the most evil, but it's one of my favorites. I guess we'll send you guys over into Ordinary Harry. I know he's probably about to end. But look, tired. Yeah, we're Harry's doing Conquest right now. I can send you guys over to... I know that he normally ends around like 8-ish my time. We have Jeet as well. Thanks for keeping me company on my commute. Absolutely, Timothy. Absolutely my pleasure. Let's do Ordinary Harry. I can spell ordinary. How to spell his name, unless he just ended. There he is. All right, we're gonna queue you guys up over into Ordinary Harry's stream. Make sure to give them a good welcome. Hopefully I haven't roped him anymore. Last time I got in trouble because I'd roped him too much. But on the YouTube side, Alex said, I went to sleep at 00 in Brazil. Now it's 10 hours and you're still here. What time is it where you live? So it's 8 a.m. my time. So I'm going to go get the kids off to school and then I'm going to take a very long nap. But we're going to go ahead and send you guys off. Thank you guys, as always, for the amazing raid. I am so excited to be able to continue doing this and see how much see what we can do. But let's go ahead and jump you guys over there. We'll see you around in the next one.
And